the world are these people?
Here's a typical morning routine as someone who owns 11 pets.
Okay, I've been making this brown sugar mocha dalgona lately, and Nescafe is helping me.
November 7th, 155 miles per hour winds just wiped out 80% of the city.
It is what all people want. We've been conducting a lot of surveys for several years.
No day without informing about Creative Society.
It is not some saintly cult. The Creative Society is all of humanity. And when I say all, it means all.
Making its way onto every social media algorithm across the vast ocean of the internet is an idea. An idea that, on the surface, sounds idyllic, the sort of thing you'd hear in, let's say, a dream. The long-awaited arrival of a future we were promised, yet never came, and one that'll radically transform the lives of everyone that chooses to follow it. It goes by the Creative Society, and it's spilling out onto TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, really anywhere with an audience online. Take a look around, and chances are you'll find it. Front and center on their website, we're greeted with oddly familiar dialogue. Today, as the global community faces an increasing threat of natural disasters, the pursuit of security and sustainability has become fundamental for everyone. This situation requires immediate and decisive collective action. Just like the Earth Saves Science Collaborative, we're confronted with a conveyor belt of ideas, videos, and scientific reports that scaremonger about many of the same problems that Aegon told us about earlier. Nanoplastics, catastrophic earthquakes, an increase in turbulence in the Earth's atmosphere. It honestly sounds like a complete rehash of the exact same information. So much so that when I was digging through this, I found myself wondering why they even bothered creating another site at all. Upon heading over to their About page, we're given somewhat of an answer, as the site goes from a retread of familiar information to something completely out of left field. According to the wall of information before us, the Creative Society is more than just a bunch of scientists peddling dramatic theories about climate change. It's an international project uniting volunteers from over 180 countries, aka most of the world, with the goal of transitioning in a legal and peaceful way within the shortest possible time to a new creative format of society worldwide. Further down, they go on to reveal that their aims include eradicating climate change, which they believe is caused not by humans, but cosmic forces, as well as miraculously putting an end to all wars. They guarantee that under this new system, all adults will receive a universal basic income every month and an extra $100,000 upon the birth of their first child. Free healthcare will exist across the world, travel without restrictions, the eradication of all debts, mortgages, and taxes, and all of this can be achieved if we simply follow their lead and unite under the Creative Society. Now, this clearly all sounds way too good to be true. Much like how Aegon came off, it feels completely outlandish and conspiratorial. To be honest, it feels like the Creative Society has more in common with something like a religion, or perhaps even.
My neighbor in my house, like, if I'm facing out the guy to my left, he is a cult leader. He has this cult called the Creative Society.
Shut up.
I swear to God.
What did they do?
They're like a doomsday, kind of like they're a doomsday cult, but they're like eco-doomsday. So they think that we're in the end of humanity, and the only way to bring us out of it is like through their method of creativity.
The concept of a new world order. A list of 8 pillars that their values are based around. The weird Illuminati-looking logo. All of this is packaged exactly like a cult. And although it seems obvious in hindsight, if you had merely stumbled upon it when scrolling online, you likely wouldn't even second guess it. This entire organization looks authentic. It pulls you in with its lengthy, seemingly well-researched reports and videos on important topics, led by experts who look legitimate. And it promises of a perfect world where you can be free, if only you spread their message. And somehow, it's actually working. Plastered all over their website are image after image after image, depicting everyday people posing with creative society paraphernalia. From what it seems, this group is utilizing their appearance to wiggle their way into various climate expos, US-based business conventions, and even medical offices. This, combined with their immensely aggressive social media presence, in which their videos are spammed on nearly every platform you can think of, gives insight into why so many around the world have found their cause. Like with everything else, they carry the appearance of doing a net good for the world. However, as I sit here writing this, I am honestly more confused than ever because quite literally none of this makes any sense. So far, we've seen two interconnected climate activist groups that are very clearly peddling more than they've let on. Doing any sort of surface level research into any of them reveals that their claims are extraordinary. They distort science, fabricate their credibility, and even on the Creative Society's website, they go on about a utopian new world order. Either none of these people are doing any research into the organizations they're so outwardly supporting, or they are, and I'm just the crazy one that doesn't see their vision. To me, the entire existence and support of the Creative Society is one massive paradox. People should be writing them off. So what really is going on here? Upon scouring the net for any information about this group, I happened upon an article written in 2022 on BBC.com. Penned by two climate disinformation reporters named Marco Silva and Marilyn Thomas, they dive into, of all things, how the Creative Society is fraudulent. They explain how several high-profile scientists were, at one point, invited to speak at their online events, mistakenly believing that they'd be educating the public, only to have their words entirely twisted. They claim that video footage was edited to remove any mention of the human causes of climate change, instead framing them as if they agreed with the Creative Society's outlandish views. Since then, these fraudulent videos have been blasted across their socials, fueling propaganda and continuing to attract more and more of the general populace to their cause. It's clear that this toxic combination of distortion and dissemination is what's quietly elevating them to prominence. But even still, there's a question brimming in the back of my mind. Who exactly is behind all of this? On their website, the Creative Society simply states that there's no one person funding or directing them. It's all just this undulating network of volunteers banding together to change humanity. However, it's when we scour the BBC article when we'll find that that isn't exactly true. Within it, they name drop a man, someone who's been affiliated with the Creative Society and shows up throughout the bulk of their online presence. In fact, it's a man who you've already seen several times throughout this video, hosting their conferences, introducing their YouTube videos, speaking on their network of over 200 channels across thousands of videos. He doesn't exactly hide himself, but he remains just distant and unfamiliar enough to the average person to not arouse suspicion and to coordinate things from behind the scenes. His name is Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, formerly a chiropractor, now the leader of the Creative Society, and someone who's also listed as the leading figure in a Ukrainian spiritual movement, which... Hold on. Alatra is known for promoting pseudoscience and wild conspiracy theories involving aliens and secretive powerful elites that sacrifice children. Okay, that is an absolutely insane statement, but that name, we've seen that name before. Right under our nose, a group has been operating. and upon digging into them further and cross-referencing them with the Earth Save Science Collaborative and the Creative Society, it's become clear to me that everything we've covered up to this point was nothing but a front, a funnel to the real core of this rabbit hole. Allatra. Hidden within every climate report and embedded in every viral video are endless references to something called Allatra, an organization which, as it turns out, has much deeper and more expansive roots than anything we've seen so far. They're the ones behind the Creative Society project, the ones paying Egon Shalakian to lobby in the US government, the true puppet master behind this sprawling network of interconnected accounts that are quietly taking over the internet. While up to this point, we've seen the prior groups spreading misinformation and outlandish ideas, what Allatra truly believes at their core is so far out there, so off the rails, that I struggle to comprehend how they've ever been taken seriously. According to the videos on their vast network of YouTube channels, they sincerely believe that humans are capable of telepathy and have conducted several experiments using a walk-in pyramid where volunteers transmit symbols with their minds in front of a live audience. They have videos showing members taking photographs of their thoughts, infographics about the soul coming from space, even podcast appearances where they talk about aliens living among us.
Considering the level of their development, the Apexians had already colonized millions and millions of planets by that time. And naturally, they had developed methods of working with humanoids like us, right? So they took the simplest option. They elevated themselves to the rank of God.
Naturally, on their website, they mention none of this, instead describing themselves with the familiar spiel we know all too well by now. Volunteers across 180 countries, nanoplastics, the usual. It's when we take a look at their About page, though, when we're able to spot something strange. Taking up nearly half of this page is a massive section about a supposed defamation campaign enacted upon Allatra by a group called the Russian Association of Centers for Religious Insect Studies, or RACERS for short. Allatra claims that this group sought to tarnish its image by accusing them of believing in ideologies laid out in so-called fiction books that they once published. Furthermore, they go on to claim that they are absolutely not an apocalyptic cult and that all rhetoric supporting this is intentionally trying to discredit them. You know, it's funny they say that because we kind of already had an idea. If the alien beliefs and weird telepathic experiments weren't enough to give it away, then them outright claiming that they're not a cult, guys, they are not a cult, is a bit of a dead giveaway. But I digress. With this in mind, I did some digging into Allatra itself and stumbled upon a trove of information about their early years. I know I sound like a broken record when I say this, but even with everything we've seen them peddle so far, things still get stranger. In their early years, Allatra was born as nothing more than a publishing house, releasing novels penned by an author named Anastasia Novik. These books are highly spiritual and feature a being named Rigdon Japo, who's a sort of prophet for Allatra. Supposedly, he's been reincarnated. He can teleport, read minds, and displays numerous other superhuman abilities. Exactly the kind that they're trying to replicate in the pyramid videos. In essence, he's their version of Jesus, and some of the books even read like religious texts, containing conversations between Japo and Novik, where he relays the word of their god, a disembodied voice named Alat, to the reader. The most interesting part about Japo, though, has nothing to do with his supernatural behavior, but rather, his job. In their very first book, dating way back to 2003, he's introduced in his earthly form as a martial arts teacher and, well, would you look at that, a chiropractor. His students call him sensei, but on more than one occasion, he is directly referred to by the name Igor Mikhailovich. While Allatra may have passed these books off as mere works of fiction, the inclusion of Igor Danilov is very real. This man, to this day, is convincing thousands to follow him. He professes the ideas baked into these novels in his troves of YouTube videos and on every Alatra website, and he convinces humans that they're capable of doing things that are physically impossible. At this point, we've transcended the realm of pseudoscience and societal manipulation, because this man, Igor Danilov, is trying to be a prophet. A warped, twisted, and disturbed prophet, leveraging his power behind the scenes to not only control people, but to enact some of the most disgusting acts imaginable.
Девушки находятся в постоянном страхе, и поэтому они очень контролируют, что они говорят, как, и, конечно же, никому ничего нельзя рассказывать.
Добрый вечер. Я очень благодарна, что вы вышли со мной на связь. Я понимаю, что время у нас довольно ограничено, поэтому давайте пройдемся по тем вопросам, которые бы хотелось, ответы на которые хотелось бы общественности показать.
The video you're currently watching is an interview between a Russian journalist named Elena Namlieva and one of Igor Danilov's former so-called heavenly birds. In fear of retaliation, her identity has been concealed. However, the information she provides gives us an eerie look into his other ventures. In this interview, the woman explains that Igor, joined by other cult members, would regularly partake in group intercourse with upwards of 13 women at a time. These women, as far as she knew, ranged anywhere from 20 to 40 years in age, and these acts were supposedly meant to cleanse their spirit. Igor Danilov, being the group's prophet, would utilize his power to coerce them into participating, and if they refused, resisted, or told anyone about what was happening behind closed doors, then he would convince them that their soul is all but damned to hell. You're either with us and remain silent, or are against us and are siding with Satan, he would claim. An unthinkable form of psychological manipulation that has kept women silent, obedient, and entangled in Danilov's web for years.
Конечно, это постоянно девушек держит в страхе. То есть, я говорю, это не в открытую происходит, но это постоянно фоном, да, проходит сквозь все беседы, сквозь все встречи, что или ты с нами, или ты попадаешь в ад и будешь вечно расплачиваться и страдать.
As details about Danilov's actions trickled out over the years, investigations into Alatra began to ramp up. In 2023, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church allegedly became so concerned about this group that they labeled them a psycho-cult, while simultaneously Russia also declared their activities undesirable. Their controversial beliefs, psychological manipulation and coercion, and worshipping their leader as if he was some kind of messiah were starting to cause concern. And with the member base growing day by day, Alatra was rapidly morphing from the appearance of an innocent climate-focused organization into a legitimate global threat. In August of that year, Ukrainian forces organized a series of raids on the homes of Alatra's key members. They scoured Ukraine from top to bottom and followed every lead they had, no matter how insignificant. More than 20 cells were broken up, yet surprisingly, Danilov was nowhere to be seen. While the case, though, they weren't entirely empty-handed, as what they found instead was so unexpected, so completely out of left field that it turns this entire movement on its head. Inside one of their compounds, Ukrainian authorities uncovered an array of weapons, religious texts, and a myriad of blurred red objects. Interesting. Well, good thing there's a video. So let's see. All throughout this compound are not only shrines dedicated to Vladimir Putin, but Trump hats everywhere. This is why they're creating account after account, specializing in nearly every country in the world to spread their message. This is why they're paying Egon Shalakian to cozy up to any major governmental figure he can. This is why they've spread to California and have launched a trendy new YouTube channel for a fresh American audience. These people will not stop their efforts until they land someone inside the White House and beyond. And you wouldn't believe it, but they're well on their way there.
I am running for President of the United States of America to give power back to the people and build a creative society worldwide.
It turns out that former football coach and presidential candidate Robbie Wells has been associated with Allatra and the Creative Society since 2019, running for office, circulating the same rhetoric about a universal basic income, using every social media account to deliver pro-Allatra, pro-Putin conspiracies to his followers. Pastor Mark Burns, the man who just helped erect the golden statue of Trump, also has video after video spanning every one of his socials, supporting Allatra's cause. And most insane of all, even the Pope has given Allatra his blessing, something they make absolutely sure to boast about on their website. These activities, these attempts at gaining access to major governments across the world are happening right under our nose, and no one, besides a handful of people dedicated to following Egon's trail, are talking about any of this.
Ahoj přátelé, vítám vás z Afriky. Je to tady naprosto fantastický. Zrovna jsem přišel do vesnice. Hello, Klára!
Allow me to introduce you to Jakob Jall, a journalist, YouTuber, and qualified expert in cults, dedicating his life's work to exposing them and the plethora of sophisticated techniques they use to manipulate their followers. He's also a humanitarian, having spent numerous years volunteering in Africa, traveling to communities like the town of Moshi, Tanzania, where he helped to provide education and support to people in less privileged situations than his own. Or at least, that's what he says he does. Scattered across YouTube are numerous near-identical documentaries that provide a much more sinister look into Jakob's supposed activities in Tanzania. Satanist in Africa. From charity to child abuse. The victims told the truth. Why is Jakob Jall still free? These productions span hours and appear to be entirely legitimate documentaries. They're presented by verifiable hosts who have taken to the streets of Moshi to interview locals who'd like to expose the truth. That Jakob Jall is a liar, a deviant, and that he secretly and covertly conducted an undercover operation to abuse and brainwash children in Africa. This case is so disturbing, so repulsive, that all over TikTok to this day are hundreds upon hundreds of videos spreading the word about this monster that has seemingly been hiding under the radar for years.
This horrible human being who abused kids in Tanzania. His name is Jakob Jall. He is from Czech Republic. He came to Tanzania.
Just take a look what this predator, Jakob Jall, who abused African kids, is saying.
Jakob Jall raised thousands of euros, claiming it was to help children in Tanzania, and then he used this money to brutally abuse them.
This account, Ollie Climate Girl, is one of hundreds spreading the Jakob Jall story. Which is fine, it's good to get the word out. The part that isn't fine, though, is that this very account has already shown up in this video. Jakob Jarl never did any of this. The documentaries? Completely fabricated. The endless support of them? Entirely manufactured. Every bit of information we've learned about Jakob up to this point has been nothing but what Alatra wants us to know about him. Because just a few years ago, Jakob did something to absolutely enrage them. In 2023, Jakob Jarl was one of a number of Czech journalists working to expose Alatra's activities. Turns out that he was instrumental in locating one of Igor Danilov's hideouts. And because of his meddling, he's now facing a coordinated smear campaign, essentially painting him as the devil. Unfortunately, it's difficult to parse who exactly is connected to Alatra and who isn't when it comes to their comment sections. They've amassed hundreds of them across their various uploads, and the overall sentiment ranges from unapologetic support to cautious skepticism. From what it seems, this massive psyop they're pushing is working in some capacity, as it's even caused the Czech government themselves to step in and investigate Jakob for these claims. It took years before he was exonerated, and while today he's thankful for it, the mental toll it took on him, combined with the internet's collective outrage about him doing things he never would have even imagined doing, all of it had unfortunately put him in an extremely dark place.
Hello, this is Pastor Mark Burns, spiritual advisor to President Donald Trump, and I want to tell you, I'm here in the Tanzania embassy right now. Just had a wonderful, productive meeting. Jacob is not going to get away with the evil and the atrocities that has been done to these children. So let's continue to pray, let's continue to fight, and let's continue to tell the world that justice is coming. Jacob, you won't get away with this.
To this day, if you look up Jakob Jarl on any search engine or social media platform, you'll find video after video painting him out to be a monster. It is an absolute travesty, and that's exactly how Alatra wants it.
It's interesting, I don't know if you know, but this summer holidays, Alatra is again visiting Tanzania. They're going there with like 20 volunteers for 2 weeks. And you know why they do it? Because the children we were helping, they discovered all their orphanages. And now they're getting into the orphanages. Of course, when they give those people money, you know, of course they will take it and they will be happy. So now they're going there and visiting those children we cared for years. And they're visiting them, and they will try turning them into this Alatra member in the future. You know, they have like this whole campaign, and that's the real torture thing, right. You know, because they can't hurt me with lies when I know it's a lie, you know, but they can hurt me with those children we helped them medically, we put them in school, and now they go there. You know, now they made all those people crazy. You know, they're spreading those things, so I can't visit Tanzania anymore. So I can never visit them again, the children, nor any of the volunteers. We like traveled there with a bunch of people for years. We cared for all of them. No one can visit them anymore, and all of those children are getting indoctrinated into Alatra culture.
Now that you're saying that, I had never considered that as one of the negative effects that Alatra has had on people. That I will say is probably one of the most grim out of everything, and I never knew that, so thank you for bringing that up, because I want more people to know about this.
Yeah, so that's like the real thing that's hurting me. That's the only thing I can't like be laughing about. But the other things that so they will kill me somewhere, you know, that's like something I can laugh about, because I don't care so much anymore when I know that it's much more important to fight against them. But this is something that hurts me, and I also feel guilty, because if I would not visit those children and would not investigate cults, they would not be indoctrinated by this crazy cult that's now targeting them.
At the end of all of this, I'm simply left feeling shocked. Shocked at the fact that something so random, so minuscule, A simple live stream by Destiny and a Reddit post to accompany it could morph into something so far from where we started. This entire time, Aegon Shalakian has been nothing but a cog in a much greater machine. A fraud in so many aspects of his life. Alatra to this day is operating around the world and is doing everything they can to entangle themselves in world governments to further their cause. Like with Robbie Wells and Mark Burns, their strategies have been undeniably effective. However, I believe that shining a spotlight on groups like this can truly help prevent them from weaseling their way into where they don't belong. What they've unleashed upon Jakob Jarl and the handful of other journalists that have exposed them is cruel and inhumane, and it reveals to me just how effective the internet can be at swaying public opinion. If you had never watched this video and had randomly stumbled upon Jakob's story, I wouldn't fault you for believing everything that Alatra has been peddling. I wouldn't fault you for believing their climate disaster reports, considering the changes our planet's seen in the past few decades. And I wouldn't fault you for giving these people credibility, given the seemingly endless images and videos depicting them with powerful figures. While Igor Danilov to this day remains at large, his group continues to operate in capacities that I still don't fully understand. Who knows how many women are still under his grasp, worshipping him as something he isn't, coerced into satisfying him whenever he demands it, and being tormented into an agonizing silence. I can only hope that someday they wake up and realize how fraudulent everything about Alatra truly is.
Dave, can you hear me?
They used a different strategy. You know, in the past they used young women who were lured into the cult. Now they use young women who are daughters of couples who are already members. So it's more like a prestige thing that the parents are like offering their young daughter to Igor, you know, to be a heavenly bird. They transformed it, and thus they can be sure that the parents will not start an anti-cult or anti-Alatra like campaign, you know. So that's one of the main things what they changed. Also, I think now they could not bear a heavenly bird to run away. So I think, like, honestly, that if a woman would want to run away, they would just bury her in the lake, you know. Like the lake where they are is like famous for being like, they find every half year they find someone who was killed and buried in that lake, you know. It's like very famous. So it's not like a difficult way, you know, and place to do that. But I'm sure they're manipulating them heavily, and they have much more of them now. They have 24 of those women now. And I don't know if you remember.
Hello. What's going on? What the fuck?
Are you using a voice changer?
No?
Disable that shit or get banned.
What do you think?
Turn off your voice changer.
Who are you?
If you don't fix it, one of the moderators may fix it for you. Like turn it
Who are
off
you?
completely.
I don't give a fuck.
Suit yourself. Fixed. I love his little comment. I think, therefore I am. Well, I think I'll use a voice changer, therefore I am muted. You might as well go and talk to a brick wall, Encrypt.
Yeah, I'm here to talk with real people. Hello, Felix.
Hello. Hello,
Do you have
teacher.
an argument for the globe Earth?
I don't know.
Do you believe in a globe Earth?
Is it a robot?
I mean,
I don't know.
globe
I
Earth.
don't. Global. Yeah. This is global channel. Really? Yeah.
No, I mean, do you believe in a spherical Earth?
Thinking high quality global arguments. Are you the one?
I'm asking for
No.
arguments. Do you believe in a spherical Earth?
Spherical? I don't know what you're talking about.
This channel
But
is
I not.
about
Yeah,
the debate
I
around
Chinese.
spherical or flat Earth.
Yeah, I Chinese. Um, I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe I should change the channel. Goodbye, goodbye.
Hello, Myra.
Hello?
Hello. Do you have an argument about the globe Earth?
Who is from India?
Nobody?
Is anybody from India?
I don't know.
Your
I
accent,
think I think that that buddy is
let me introduce yourself.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Sorry,
I'm not
but
from
okay. Then introduce yourself.
Do you believe in a flat Earth?
Yes, I believe Earth is flat.
Excellent.
There is no evidence to be a Earth is a globe.
Who can guess my language?
You are speaking in English.
That's
Yeah, I'm
nice.
speaking. But my language, I have another language.
Um, talk something.
Like I'm from Arabic country.
No, no, this is not Arabic accent.
شلونك؟
Where are you from?
I'm from Lebanon.
Lebanon. Yeah,
Yeah,
from the country of Mia Khalifa.
yeah.
Do you know her?
What?
Do you know her?
Whose hair?
I said, do you know Mia Khalifa?
Mia Khalifa?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's from Lebanon.
What is your name?
Ali.
Are you boy?
Of course.
Your voice comes clear.
I'm not Leia. I'm Leo.
What are you studying?
What I'm choking with you. I
What are you
I
studying?
study English, bro. English.
I spoke English, but tell, what are you studying?
My God, what? I'm saying English. I'm in 6th grade.
That's nice.
You going to be on here?
I mean, now I'm in.
Do you know the biggest planet in our solar system?
I think they're old enough to be on Discord.
Leo, hello, Lebanon.
He has been muted by a moderator.
Leo, can you hear me? Hello, anybody hear me?
Stay on the topic. This voice channel is currently being live streamed on the YouTube.
Is there any guy here believes that the Earth is flat?
Yes, I
Yeah,
was
it is.
believe.
Get the hell out of here, bro. How the hell do you believe in this bullshit?
It's not a bullshit.
No, it is. How did you know it's flat?
First of all, how do you know it's spherical?
Then how do you know it's globe?
What?
How do you know Earth is globe?
Is a what? Globe?
Globe, spherical shape.
Whatever.
Do you have any evidence about the
Do you have
sphere?
evidence Earth is have a spherical shape?
Firstly, you'll answer my question, and after that, I'll start thinking about yours.
Think. Then give me a few minutes to think about your
Answer
question.
my question. You don't have an answer.
Okay.
We do have experiments that are repeatable, measurable, and verifiable, and they prove that the Earth is flat.
What?
No.
We do
What
have
proves the Earth is
experiments.
just quickly? What proves the Earth is flat is zero measurable curvature on the surface. The surface of Earth doesn't curve, and water stays flat and level at still. You can't have
Well, this is so stupid. This is
flat.
because of the Earth gravity. This is because of the gravity of Earth. The
So
power,
you're
the
saying that
force.
the gravity curves the water? Is that correct?
What?
Are you saying gravity curves the water on the globe? Is that what you're saying?
I say that the gravity pulls the water and stays it, and it will not, like spill or something.
No, you said gravity, yeah? What curves the water, is that correct?
Curves? No, I didn't say that.
No, you answer the question. What makes the earth flat, yeah? You said the question.
Okay, so I asked what's the evidence of that the earth is flat, and what did you
Yeah.
say?
I said there is no measurable curvature on the surface.
No, there is a curve, but it's really, like a tiny curve, not a scene. Not a
Yeah,
scene
if
one.
you have that measurement, then please post it in the side chat for panel members to validate.
Okay, so give me
That's
a
all you
second.
need to
I'll
do.
search stop. I'll search stop. Okay, we're good.
Encryption, encryption man,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Is anybody watch Hollywood movies?
What?
Hey, on the mic.
Do you watch Hollywood movies?
I think, yeah. I think.
Huh?
I think, yeah.
Which movies do you watch recently?
No, I'm not watching a thing. I think, yeah, like, I don't remember when I saw the last one.
Do you do you know Tom Cruise?
Yeah, I know him.
Then do you watch any movie of Tom Cruise? Like Mission Impossible, The Mummy.
I don't really think. I don't know.
You never watched Mission Impossible series?
No. I know it, but I didn't see it.
Hmm. Is it really Earth is flat?
What?
According to this server, is Earth really flat?
I don't know, bro.
Where are you from? Hello.
Hello, what?
Hey. Where are you from?
Oh, okay, I'm from Iraq.
What?
Iraq.
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 Iraq. Oh. You are the neighbor of Iran. Neighbor country.
Yeah.
That's it. Kidding. Are you good friends? Good.
You mean me
Good
and
relationship?
Iran?
No, you, not you. Iran and Iraq have a relationship. Have a good friendship.
I don't know, yeah. Because Iraq is split into two people. The southern people and the northern and eastern people. So the southern one are good friends with Iran, yeah.
Good. Nice one. Can you please rate my English?
Can you just give me a second? I'm just looking up for
Give
something.
me a rating to my spoken English. How I
It's
can speak.
understandable, I can understand you.
Give me a
You can
10,
understand
10 out
me.
of.
So,
I
We
was
are waiting for your birth proof.
what?
What?
We are waiting for your globe Earth proof.
Are you still waiting for the proof, that bullshit proof? Earth
Okay,
is
give me.
Earth
I'm
is
listening for
flat, bro. Do you
Give me a sec.
need to learn science book?
There's a guy now asked me about the curvature on the Earth and the planets, thing.
Yeah,
I looked it
exactly.
up. It's 7.8 meters per 10 kilometers.
That's a claim, not a proof.
What do you mean by not approved?
We need real proof.
What?
We need experiments that are repeatable and verifiable.
So give me a second. Let's say, and I know it's bullshit, but just let's say that the Earth is flat. How the hell there is night and day difference between countries?
Because the sun moves in a circuit above the earth when each day the earth is above your head. And
No,
when
that's not
it's
true.
night,
Because
the
if it
sun is
was going circular movement, so when it's at, let's say, a country, a
It's a
night, and
circuit.
in a country, when it's a
yeah.
day in country and night in country, this shouldn't be happening, because if
Why
it
not?
You
was
can
flat, we will
Why not?
light
24/7
come
see the
Why,
sun.
everywhere
why, why do you think that?
What do you mean by why do you think that?
Why would you think you'd see the sun the whole time?
What would the sun do?
Why do you think you would see the sun the whole time?
Because we're flat, as what you say. Because the Earth is flat. I mean, the Earth is flat.
So there's no other reason why it couldn't possibly just illuminate one part and not the other?
Yeah. On your theory, there's no way.
There's optical limits.
The problem is that I can't explain this with just talking. I
You
should
know, air's
explain on like a drawing or
you know,
something.
air is opaque, right? You can't see through it forever.
What?
You can't
After
see
all,
through air forever after enough. If there's enough air between you and a light source, you won't see the light source. Its light will
yeah, it's
be
a medium.
added.
It's not
That's
a
not
void.
true.
It's
Because the
not a
light
void.
doesn't.
It is
Because
true because it's not a void.
the light doesn't. What?
No, it's not a void. There's something there. There's something present.
So you mean that there's some things are blocking the something,
Does gas
sunlight
exist?
or whatever?
Do gases exist?
What about the gases? The gases.
Exactly. What about the gases?
look into the
Yeah, I
side
mean
chart.
it will not like make the sun doesn't like you can't see it.
Yes.
Yeah, after enough
S3MK,
distance,
I
you wouldn't
think what
see it
you
through the air.
What?
With enough distance, you would not see the sun's light through the air.
This cannot be true. Even it will
It
be
is
real.
true
Even if it
because
will be real far, you can't
there
see
is
it. Even if there is
okay.
any amount of air between you and it.
All right. Can you tell me why the sun gets darker before it's set, before it's gone down, even before it's touched the horizon? Why does it seem darker and less light?
Because the sun is going down and disappearing from our side
No,
of the earth.
even before it's set, even before it's reached the
No,
horizon,
before it
starts
doesn't.
getting dimmer. It starts getting dimmer, right?
red.
Yeah, and
Yeah, that's
red. Even though
happening because it's
why
going.
is that? Why does it seem
What is
dimmer
what?
when it's near the horizon?
Because a big part of the sun's light is going
Through the air,
is
through
what?
the air, through the thickest part of the atmosphere. You can look this up. This is not a lie.
the sun will seem dimmer at sunrise and sunset, and not as
Yeah,
bright when
dimmer,
it's
dimmer, but
as
it's not gonna be
as
like
at midday.
if there's no sun, you can see it.
You can look this up, sir. I'm going to repeat myself, and I'll
I'm not
keep repeating
saying it's
myself
a
until
lie.
you allow me to finish my full sentence, right? My full statement.
I'm
At
not saying
sunrise
that
and
this
sun,
exact information is a lie.
bro,
Okay,
why are
it's
you
not a
talking?
lie.
Why are you talking? Why are you talking? Let me
I'm
finish.
trying to say that you are not
Let
lying, and I
me
know that.
finish. Let
Let
me
him
finish.
finish their topic. Talk.
You can look this up online. You can look this up in a textbook. You can go and check this with the experts. The
Why do I
sun
need to
will
check it out?
appear. Oh my God! I'm done with
Don't
you. You are not worth my time, sir. Talk to someone else.
Bro, I just said you are right.
bro, listen.
Why the hell should I
Don't
check it out?
interrupt him.
I believe this.
The problem is
Don't
you
interrupt
can't just
him.
wait 1 second to let him finish his thought before you add on to it. Just be patient, man.
You can speak now.
So, look, you
It's not
probably
like I
have
don't
the
want.
wrong idea. You
It's not
probably
like that.
have the wrong. Why do you talk whenever somebody talks?
It's not like I don't want him to talk.
But
His
anytime
point, and
someone
I
talks, you
believe in
start
it.
talking. You just did it again.
No one's talking now. See,
You
no one's
Yeah,
always
talking.
interrupt
exactly.
him.
But as soon as see, you did it again. As soon as someone starts talking, you talk. Crazy.
It's not like I start when anyone starts. We just starting at the same time.
No, someone else will start, and then as soon as they like halfway through a sentence, you start talking. Try not to do
No,
that.
that's not true.
Let's finish your topic.
What keeps happening? Okay. What's up, guys? Good morning.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good
Good night.
ball.
Whatever.
Evening.
Good anything, whatever the heck it is, it's good. Oh man.
So you see, no one now is talking. But when I start, some guy will show up and say, "You're not talking." Whenever no one's talking, get the hell out of here.
Well, earlier I
Okay,
was
but
listening to somebody saying, well, if we could prove what the Earth is, if we were to do X, Y, and Z, and then somebody else said, yeah, but somebody actually needs to do that in reality with a real empirical demonstration. Do you understand the difference? And it didn't sound like the other guy understood the difference between something you could do hypothetically versus something that was actually done. So, I don't know, was I picking up correctly on that? I was only passively listening. I'm jumping in right now.
yeah, he leapfrogged it and went to the sunset, sun, whatever, night and
Sunset.
day,
Good morning. Good morning.
night and day.
Dude, I used to think sunsets too were
I'm up.
such that
I'm
you
up.
could watch like a semicircle of the sun and then like the top third of the sun and then the top fifth of the sun and so on until there was like no into actual sunsets on the horizon. Dude, the bottom moves up as the top moves down. It squishes and then it disappears and dithers above the horizon line. Not much above the horizon line, but you can see clearly the bottom lifting up, and what would be like a circular bottom becomes flattened, which is kind of weird. It's not that unless there's an actual ridge line cutting it off in a nearer field. In the far field, you just see the dithering. You see a bottom up squish. The bottom squishes into it, and it looks like a flat rugby ball.
Yeah,
Am I
you
wrong?
all.
Can anyone else show otherwise?
I don't really know how to answer this question, but can I just give a YouTube video? I'll just now on the chat. I'll give you the video. You just see it and understand what I'm trying to say. Yeah, anyone here can see it.
Okay.
It's a video about this flat Earth thing.
Do you have any issues with it, or is there something in there you want us to pay particular attention to? Something specific?
About what?
Or just general? Just in general, what is this for?
Oh, it's not a thing. It's just if there is any guy who believes that the Earth is flat, I'll give you a video that gives you proofs that the Earth is not flat, and you can talk about it.
Oh,
it's fine. The problem is that you have to use it translating because the video is not Arabic, is not English, is not in English.
No, thank you.
Copy. That's
okay.
it.
Let me see what this is like. Dude, I turn on closed captions and it's just closed captioning in Arabic. I don't
What do
know
you
if
mean?
I've ever watched. I've never watched a foreign video that would be translated, but I'm in YouTube and closed captioning is only keeping it in Arabic.
Okay, just give me a second.
I mean, there might be a YouTube feature I don't know about.
Yeah, this voiceover thing that I think you mean the feature that makes the video English.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's I don't really know. I prefer having translation.
Well, for what it's worth, I'm going through this, and I mean, it's a lot of this contains arguments that we've come across a million times before, you know, and I think all of us on the panel
You can skip whatever you just talked about. It's not about
are
this.
equipped to discuss
Yeah.
any of
There's
these
things you
objections.
talked about.
So, like here, yeah, I skipped to
It's not
32 minutes. For example, there's like the flight routes, right? Showing like Sydney, Australia to Santiago, Chile, compared to Los Angeles to Sydney, Australia, and the time difference. I mean, I do get a lot of that, but you know, we've had these discussions before.
So whatever.
So
I believe that if there is a guy, if there's a guy who believes with this flat Earth thing, if you watch this full video, he will not be believing this anymore. And you can if you want, but it's an hour video.
Yeah, I know, and I'm expressing that I doubt that because I'm scrolling through looking at what it is they're presenting. I don't understand it, but I see what they're presenting. And these are all discussion points that we talk about in here on a daily basis. None of this is new to us. So if you want to discuss any of these points with us, like the flight times, for example, from the video, I'd be more than happy to get into this with you if you want.
Give me an opportunity to speak, please.
What?
Sorry for inconvenience. Give me an opportunity to speak and explain my. I was explaining Earth is a spherical shape, not a perfect circle, but a spherical shape. Can I speak?
Yeah.
When do you know Mount Everest?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard of it.
When we climb to Mount Everest at the high peak, at the high point, we can show the curvature of our Earth. And this is the proof that the Earth has not and Earth is a globe, have a globe shape. Do you understand?
I'm not sure what you mean. I have to go, guys. Sorry, I can't chat right.
What? Hello. Do you understand?
Anyone talking to me?
I'm not sure why.
Say something. Hello, bro. Say something.
Nothing. Play the best video games, of course, Pepper.
What?
Yo, yo, yo. Y'all know, like, how AI works, LLM, right?
No
Yeah.
idea.
It's
If you,
basically
if
a
you
glorified calculator for words. It's nothing more than a hyped up chat bot.
I know how LLMs work.
okay.
Okay, good for you.
Yes,
If you have the opportunity to unite all the knowledge in humanity, that enough to prove Earth is not flat?
No. What the heck?
Okay. It is I like, so even if you have all the knowledge in the world, it's not enough. Y'all are saying that.
Yeah, exactly, because it won't involve the Earth being a
Yeah,
sphere.
but why would you know all the knowledge in the Earth?
What?
Like, how would you know, like, affirming that if you have all the knowledge in the world, it will not be enough?
Because you'd know that the Earth is flat if you had all the knowledge in the world.
Oh, what knowledges? Name like 10.
What? Name 10?
Yeah.
Oh, the Earth is flat. That's one of them.
Yeah, I want to know the other one.
Oh, sky's blue?
Is that enough to put the Earth is flat?
There's liquid, gas, and solids. What else do you want to know? There's a lot of Nick Cage movies.
So how many experiments do you need to prove the Earth is flat?
One
experiment. So with one experiment, can you like do diversions of this experiment? So counterparts of the same experiment. Can you do that? Yes or no? Like, let's say if I have one experiment, how you prove the experiment that you do, it's the proper way to do experiment. Do you understand what I say?
I understand. You can go now NASA and tell them I was going to space, then you can watch Earth is not flat. When you go to space, okay, this is only one experiment you can do, but it's very expensive.
Very expensive. Oh, if you have the money,
No,
what experiment
no,
would you do?
you do
Yeah,
not need to do that.
money.
No, that is not the
No
only
one,
way. That's not true.
If y'all have all the money to do experiment,
Contrary to
what
popular
experiment y'all
belief,
would do?
money does not make the world go round.
Okay. What money makes you then? What money makes you then? If not do experiments?
If only people with money can know, then you don't know.
Okay, you are saying even if you have the money, you will not be able to prove the Earth is flat. That's it.
You're
I'm saying all the money in the world ain't gonna. Never mind. Go ahead, man.
Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, no. It's already experienced as flat, man. Why are you trying to prove that reality's real? Doesn't make any sense. Why do you need an experiment to tell you that your experience is actually true?
I agree with you.
The burden of proof is on the claim, and the globe is the claim. When you experience the Earth to be flat and level, the claim is the thing that's outside of your experience.
Yeah. Do you think your eyes is the only way to experience things?
Nobody
No,
said that.
all your senses are telling you. Your whole being just is experiencing the surface underneath you as if it is flat and not moving. In fact, you kind of feel uncomfortable when it's not flat.
Okay. So no experiments, just like better eyes. I got you.
What the heck, bro?
Do you know what the
Didn't you just hear
vestibular
me?
system is?
Can you please
No, he wasn't
stop
listening to you at all.
talking about the topic? Just change the topic.
Your whole living experience of being on Earth is the experiment.
Is
And
the
if you want to
experiment?
take it,
What?
if you want to take it
do you
further,
know? How do you know?
if you want to
He's
take it further, if you want to, why is there sound while I'm trying to talk?
Therefore, he was burned.
If you want to take it further, then we can look at like how the Earth's surface is utilized, right? Not just how it's observed and experienced and how we feel getting around it. We can talk about how it's
How you
actually
feel the Earth?
used.
How you feel the Earth?
It looks and feels flat and not moving.
Looks and feels flat. How you measure that?
It just looks that way and it feels like it's not moving, right?
What is a feeling?
Like I said, when the surface beneath you isn't flat, right, you feel less comfortable. It means you have to exert more energy to feel stable because you're on a slope or a curve, right? Your body feels it. Your whole being feels it when you're not level, when you're
How
not
you feel
balanced,
something?
right?
How do you feel something?
Are you serious? You don't have a sense of orientation?
What is a sense of orientation?
We have inbuilt systems like the vestibular system that helps us gauge when we are actually off center and not horizontal or not vertical,
You
right?
guys know Earth is globe.
Okay, what is being vertical and horizontal in your reference? What is your point of reference?
Your point of reference is the surface beneath you.
Is the surface? Where is the surface located?
The surface beneath you and the environment surrounding you.
How much meters?
Right?
How many meters? How many meters?
It's pretty obvious to you when you're tilted, right? If you're walking uphill or downhill, right?
Mm-hmm.
If there's a slope, if there's a change in elevation, your body senses it. You know it. When you're nice and flat and on level surface, right? You feel very comfortable. A lot more comfortable than standing on a slope, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, your whole experience of
know-
reality is built around wanting to remain level and upright.
If you have the opportunity to dig a hole underneath the surface, would you? Like a giant hole, like to search for the Earth's whatever bottom, you know? Would you do it?
Sorry, what is this hypothetical?
So
Can
the
you repeat
question is, if you have the opportunity to have equipment or a drone or like a giant diamond digger, you know, digger like digging the ground to dig the ground, and this diamond digger will go underneath the earth and place RF signal interpreter of the bottom ground of the earth. RF signal is radio frequency.
Well,
Okay.
I'm
Would you
concerned with I'm not concerned with any of that. I'm sorry.
Okay. How to measure something? Do you know how to measure vestibular thing? How it's measured?
Usually when you measure something, you compare it with something else.
You compare with something else. What is this something else?
A tool, for example.
A tool. Yeah.
Or you
What
could
tool?
use. There's very rudimentary measurements. I mean, I can stand next to somebody and gauge that their height is taller than me. I can describe their height as taller than me. That's a measurement. That's a comparison, right?
Comparison. Mm-hmm. How to know somebody like?
Then we could get. I could like use that man's height and get cut a piece of wood that is the same height as him, and then increment it into sections and use units to describe that height. That's all
Mhm.
measurement is.
What's the biggest object in the Earth? What is the biggest object in Earth? Do you know? Like, is there a big
No
object?
idea what's. I don't even know what's relevant.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna say something. Do you know Himalayas? The Himalayas, like the most visible thing, like the most high part in Earth, right? How do you think Himalayas were generated, like created, let's say, or everything? How do you think that happened? Is there a thing?
I wasn't there.
You wasn't there?
I wasn't there.
Do
I have
you
a
know
question, guys.
what is a
Hello.
seismic? What is a seismic like tremor? Like I forgot the name in English. Temlar. Like seismic events.
Earthquakes.
Earthquakes, yes.
Yeah,
Seismic.
it's like when the tectonic plates are like moving or colliding with one
Guys,
another.
it was nice talking to you. I'm going to head off. Sorry, AG, you can take over, or somebody else. I don't know. I'm not up for this. I got to go.
Head out. I got points.
You can go.
Cheers, guys.
Y'all know what is a tsunami? How a tsunami happens usually?
Earthquake. When
Okay.
earthquake formed.
Usually a tsunami happens with an earthquake.
Yes.
How a seismic event like earthquake happens? Y'all know?
Because of volcano of your earth crust was do something and earthquake formed.
Okay, so do you know like what is a tectonic plate thing?
Tectonic plate. I didn't understand.
Like for an earthquake to happen, this happens in a tectonic plate. I'm gonna send the map for y'all. Wait. Tectonic plates live.
Wait, let me search it.
Tectonic plates. So those are the tectonic plates I placed on the side chat. Okay. How on Earth, flat Earth, do they exist?
I know. I don't know, bro.
Yeah. Earthquakes change the surface of the Earth by default. You can type on YouTube and see it. Like it's like you just type. I'm gonna type for send on the side chat. Earthquake change video captured. It's a well-known thing.
Know which most abundant element in the Earth atmosphere?
So when I say Earth changed the shape of the surface, I just send the video. You don't have to believe me. Like when the surface is changed. Why does that change happens? It's not. What do you mean? Like how tectonic plates work? Do you know? Is there an explanation? How volcanoes work and etc. Volcanoes. Is there explanation?
But nobody owes anybody replacement lore.
It is not tectonic plates. It's AI, bro.
What's the name?
AI. It is
You
the
realize that
video.
he's not a flat earther. You're both globe earthers speaking to one another, right?
I'm not sure, mate. I'm just saying like tectonic plates exist.
And I never said they didn't.
What do you think
difference
about
would it make? How would that change anything?
a lot of things, mate? How the like the center of the Earth usually, like magma, etc. Like, how do you think volcanoes work? Like, do you know Mariana? Like, what's the name? Mariana.
Notice at no point have you focused on measurements. Like you're going everywhere except for measurements of the surface. You go up into the sky or deep underground, but you can't focus on measurements of the ground.
Do you know what is Mariana
That's where the
Trench?
conversation is.
Or
You know how flat the coastal plains are?
Sorry?
You know how flat the coastal plains are, how flat that trench is, like everything around it. None of this matters though, because all we really need is measurements for curvature.
Measurements for curvature.
Yeah.
How an isle is formed on the sea? Like, let's say, do you know like the volcano? How a volcano works?
Yeah, again, that's non sequitur to measurements of the ground.
Would you like to know?
Talking about
I
Mariana
already
Trench.
know how this stuff functions. You have to understand, every single person here began as a globe earther. We learned all the same exact stuff that you know. In fact, we probably know more about your worldview than you do.
Show me the theories then. You have no theories.
It's completely non sequitur to measurements of the ground.
I know y'all have a bunch of theories. I was a flat earther also. Just show me the theory.
Yeah, you're a liar. You're LARPing.
No. How do you know the questions that I make? Like
You've
the
just been
room is
yapping.
like
It's been
the more
nothing but yappuccino since you joined the room because you've been jumping from one question to the next, gish galloping, and yet you haven't made a single point.
Would you like to know how volcano works? Show me how it works.
I don't care at all. I would like you to provide measurements for curvature.
Yo. Think that I am flat earther. Talk if I
If you
am as a
can't
flat
provide
earther.
measurements for curvature to prove that the Earth is curved,
No, don't think me as an enemy, mate. Think I'm a flat earther like you. Like I know how the community works.
yeah, you can identify me as whatever you want. I identify as being a worldview collector.
Yo. Just share it, mate. Share the theory. I know how it works on the community. Just share the theory.
You don't.
See, that's the problem. That's the problem is you think there's like just a few of us, or that we're like all one entity, or we share the same mind. This is a different place from most quote unquote mainstream
I know
flat
there's
Earth
flat
communities.
earthers who are religious, there are flat earthers who are not religious. I know
Yeah,
that
well,
shit.
we don't run off on a bunch of theories and stuff we can't prove. So we stick to what we can prove. So the Earth, it's flat. Globe doesn't exist.
Because y'all
Moving
know
on.
if y'all show the theories, it will be embarrassing to just show the theories then.
It's because it's non sequitur and it doesn't go anywhere. The entire
Does
point of the
it go
conversation here is for you to be able to have the opportunity to prove that the Earth is round, but clearly you have nothing.
Okay, and what is this discussion for? To prove what?
To give you the opportunity to prove that your worldview is real and not founded in a religious claim.
Bro, I just said, just show me the theories. I know how the community works. Just show me the theory.
Okay, well then you would know that the burden of proof is squarely on the shoulders of the one making the claim, and the globe is the claim.
Nah. You are embarrassing the community.
Yeah, you're not qualified to make that determination. Meanwhile, the burden of proof is on whoever's making a claim, and if you don't understand that, that's more of a you problem.
Oh, no theory then.
Can I ask a simple question?
It's so brave of you to be so wrong in public.
Wow. That happens sometimes.
Can I ask a simple question, please?
Yeah, do it.
Why the sun rays not harm to humans?
What?
Humans what?
Why the sun ultraviolet rays are not harm to human?
To women?
Human.
Human? Oh, right. Right.
Tell me the reason.
The sun rays aren't harmful to human
Yeah.
because
a-
they come in levels, and the level we like receive that
Mhm.
gets to Earth is not harmful. So you've got a lot of other things that are harmful, like ultraviolet and much more, but our Earth does not absorb that. So we just absorb the unharmful ones.
Nice.
Well, then you give the wrong answer.
Sorry, what was that?
It's not relevant.
What?
Like how the sun rays work? This is a really good question. I like this question. How flat Earth like
Do
thinks
you
about
mean
it?
how the sun rays are formed? What are you talking about?
How sun rays are formed? What's your question? Like, I'm very confused, and I think everybody is.
NASA is satanic. I like this phrase. They are just masons on the the astronauts are just masons, and they fake them on landing. That's the shit. Yeah, I'll agree with me.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, 100%. Everyone there is just masons.
You're the most smartest person in the world.
What? What you said?
You are the most smartest and intelligent person.
Yeah. There is no other astronauts in the world besides NASA.
Hmm.
Just NASA have astronauts. Only they can take the moon landing.
Can you tell me the first person who's land on moon?
I don't know. It's it like the bald dude, like the I forgot his name. NASA first guy. Moon. It's Neil Armstrong, right?
Yes.
Big step for
That's
big giant leap for mankind. And then they say the moon is round. Of course, the moon's not round. The moon doesn't even exist. It's just a projector.
Oh, oh, really?
Yeah, the moon is like a projection from
Do you
the from.
believe the Earth is like flat or like round?
moon
What?
is a bright night.
What?
Hmm. The don't you know like the moon is like a projection?
No, I'm asking a different question. I said, do you believe the Earth is flat or like round?
What
What is your
my eyes see, I can with only my bare eyes, I only see flat. Yeah,
Okay, you only see flat.
yeah, with my bare eyes, yes, it's
No,
definitely.
other than your eyes, because there are things that we don't really see how they work, but we know how they work. What?
Give me a scientific reason why the moon is a shine in night.
Because it does.
What?
It's like a light bulb. You know.
Lights in the sky don't change measurements of the ground.
Then who supplies the electricity to the light bulb?
Me.
Christ. This is a stupid line of questioning.
Now turn off your mic.
Oh.
Pepo, can you explain?
What? How the moon works?
What?
Sorry?
Talk, you talk.
You don't know how the moon works.
How the moon works? Like it's as a reflection from the Earth, mate.
because
And that's the story. We just don't believe it.
Yeah.
the sun rays come
But
to.
in the case, it is a reflection. Like you
It is
have
a
this
reflection of
this thing.
sun.
Don't you saw like the? Oh my god! Y'all didn't saw that?
Like the sun rays.
Lights in the sky aren't going to change the measurements of the ground. So it doesn't matter what the moon is or how it functions. It doesn't matter what story you give it that. It's not going to change the ground that we all walk upon.
Yeah, I can measure the ground with only my bare eyes, right?
No, you cannot measure the ground with your eyes.
How do you measure it? I forgot.
Jesus Christ. I'm not going to dignify that with a response.
Yeah, I usually use my eyes to measure the ground. I don't know, y'all.
Really?
Yeah, I never did any
Wow.
experiment. Do you did?
These are some impressive eyes.
Yeah.
Maybe AI
With only
taught us.
my feelings, I can feel why the Earth is flat.
You just interrupted somebody. That was rude. What were you saying, Joms? P. Dot. Okay, never mind. Anyways, Peppo, you said you believe Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Why?
Warping.
Yeah, the
Oh,
Earth is.
Because Jesus same.
because Jesus. How did what?
Don't
Don't you
listen to
sound the
him.
Bible
It's
like?
Jesus?
Jesus tell him Earth is flat.
Oh, Earth is black? Now
Flat,
oh,
flat.
flat. Oh, right. That's beautiful.
I'm going to start passing out mutes.
Saying some religious text says the earth is flat is
Next
the reason why it's
question.
flat. It's one of the more ridiculous things, possibly to do as a human. Go out there, take a measuring tool like a laser and measure it, especially over the surface of water. Frozen water also works especially well because it keeps temperatures above and below the laser from distorting the laser as much. And we have 10, 16, 21, even up to 36-mile observations over water, frozen water, and even land that shows that it does not curve. Land, water, they don't curve. When they're horizontal and stationary at rest, they don't curve. There is topography like mountains, valleys, and all of that. But the surface is a horizontal plane. It stays level. It does not curve, especially water. So if 70+% of the earth is water, like we're taught, and it doesn't curve, you don't have any kind of curved earth. It's flat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well done. Impressive.
Aditya, do you believe that Earth is flat or round?
Why are you misrepresenting the word belief? The definition of the word belief is acceptance without evidence. So you accept the earth without the evidence.
Okay. Do you think what in the world word am I supposed to use then?
Do you know or do you believe?
Okay.
When
Okay.
you know something, yeah, you experience it directly, yeah? You measured it directly, yeah? You gain the knowledge. Yeah? That's knowledge. You know something. Yeah? It's not a belief. When you believe something, you accept something without evidence.
Sure.
Hey kid, what is your name?
What?
What is your name?
Oh, it's supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. If you can
Okay,
read that.
supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Can you please tell me what is the speed of light?
I didn't measure it.
You didn't
Really.
measure it. What are you pursuing?
I'm just answering your question.
What are you studying?
I study subjects.
In which grade?
That's like private info.
It's completely non sequitur anyway. He's setting himself up to commit a logical fallacy.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
That's me, AG. But yeah,
Oh,
he's setting
hi.
himself up to commit a logical fallacy against you. I'll go ahead and stop him.
Oh, sure.
And your boundaries are your boundaries. Stand on them. We got your back, by the way.
Yeah.
Who, me?
Yeah. You don't have to share any information that you don't want to. It's okay.
Oh yeah, right. That's true. Thank you for respecting that.
Yeah, no problem.
Alright, yo, what's up? Nice to meet you. What are you talking about here?
Earth.
Is it?
Yeah.
Do you have a proof
Proof
that it's not
of what?
that it's existed?
It
Yeah, but
exists?
yeah,
Well, I don't need to have a proof for that.
bro. What do you mean?
I'm not a bro, I'm a ma'am. That's
You're a man?
like
Okay.
no,
So
ma'am.
how did you play a Pac-Man game? You know?
I said ma'am. Madam.
Yeah, yeah, like it could be useful. So do you believe that Earth exists or not?
Kind of.
Question is that.
What I believe in no Earth theory, bro. It's all simulation. It doesn't exist.
Okay,
I
good
mean,
for you.
have you seen it? Have you seen
Nice
it?
to meet you. Yeah, I have.
Where?
Like I'll tell you, like usually on Thursdays or Mondays, I would go in space and I would like wave at the people from Earth, you know, give it a
You
little
seen
like
universe?
hi.
Do you believe in universe? Universe.
Kind of.
How? I mean,
Just
have you seen it before or not?
yeah, I have.
Mm. I
Yes.
mean, I believe in fake reality. Like we live in
Good for
simulation,
you.
right? I mean,
Good
have you
good
seen the
for you.
reality? Nah, I'm just asking you.
Not sure if I'm familiar with the name.
Okay.
Yeah. Nice to meet you though.
Nice to meet you, cheers. So, do you have any questions or not?
Me?
No.
Yes.
No.
Okay, good. So that's quick debate. Right.
Debate.
Think that forget about it. Ooh.
Sure.
How did he come to such conclusions? So like it's interesting.
Who?
That's just like it's fucking impressive. Like it's like all people muted here. Think I'm talking to myself? Yeah, it's better to talk to myself because
You okay?
are you okay? Checkmate.
Okay, brother.
Get a flabbergasted a little bit. Nobody else wants to. I'll be building it a fucking fake anyways.
Hey, is anybody able
Oh.
to summarize what Kay is saying in like one
It's
sentence?
not English, like I'm just like super confused.
Yeah, because like you believe in flat Earth. Yeah, that's like you're super confused every
Okay.
day. Like
Okay.
it's not
Hey.
clear.
Oh. Hey, dude. Hello. Yeah. You've been in here for like 5 minutes. I haven't heard you really say anything coherent.
Oh yeah, I'm
Do you
working.
think you could
I'm working,
do you
right?
think you could summarize? Do you think you can summarize the bulk of what you were trying to say in one sentence? Catch everybody up.
That would be beautiful.
Yeah, I
No,
think
can you
so.
prove that Earth exists? There
No,
is
you
no Earth,
can't.
bro.
Can't summarize the shit that's been spewing out of your face hole over the last 5 minutes. I don't want to talk to you. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
Yo,
Hello.
how's it going, man?
Man?
Oh, she? My bad.
She?
You're not she or?
No.
Them.
Yes, say that.
Hello? Hello? No one talking here.
Hello, hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How about you?
Me too, I'm good. Thank you for asking.
Of course.
Why all people here are mute?
Because they can.
They can what?
Uh,
They can do what they want.
yeah, that's right. You got it.
So we
Yeah.
mean we can answer.
You can what exactly?
We can do the mute.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, what's your name?
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Oh my god, how I can remember that name? I asked you like I want to remember your name for the next time.
You can call me Super.
Hello. Is
Hey,
someone
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, how are you?
I'm great.
supercalifragilisticexpialidocious?
Yes, that's me.
No, that's not you. I'm didn't talk about it. Okay, Sir, oh, it is live. No, it's you.
Oh, okay.
What's going on, guys?
Great.
Yeah, we're just talking about Earth. What do you think of Earth? Okay, that was beautiful. I support you.
I said I want to remember your name. Your name is Super. Where are you?
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
It's a
I can't remember
supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
that name. It's too long.
Use the mnemonic then. Go
It's
supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, even though the sound of it is really quite atrocious.
Yes. Yep. If you say it loud enough, it's always. Who the
Yeah, I'm
fuck?
pretty
What
sure.
the fuck is happening?
I don't know. I'm just probably okay with calling her super cal. Am I right?
Super or super Cali, you know, anything.
There you go. I figured.
Yeah.
No one is speaking. Why?
Because why not? Exactly.
Everyone has mute.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
No, I'm just listening. But everyone is silent, so I just trying to say.
Okay, let me ask you a question then. We were talking about Earth. What do you think of Earth?
I don't have any idea.
Oh, you don't have any idea.
Sorry, I'm going on mute. Just listen.
Okay. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh my god, what's that stupid game? She's not.
The S word is not allowed. It's very offending.
Trying to move that, like, are you watching this?
Why are you playing Farmers Valley in Flat Earth Discord channel? I think there are channels for like hangouts or like games, right?
Is it lagging?
Okay.
Okay, I will quit. So how can we save? So how can we save the game to see the favorite without even knowing what to call? Cartoons, what are you talking about? These are time. Because there is nothing to the thing to say, to say, to say, even know. No.
Hello. Is there any flat earther? Hello. Oh, hello. Hello.
Wait, what is this? What is this?
Well,
Hey, welcome to 24/7.
Hello.
Hello, welcome, and to all the newcomers arriving and quitting.
Hello. I'm here for the nitro.
Oh, are we offering free nitro?
No, I
Yeah,
don't want
Or is there a
nitro either.
condition?
change our mind and get a free nitro.
All right. So what's up,
Um,
guys? Can we get some get some decorum here in the channel?
It's what?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth, where the Earth. Hey Ryan, it sounds like you're hot micing. Thank you. Okay. Put you on. If you'd like an unmute, please get a control of your mic and let me know in text chat. So welcome to where the Earth is flat 24/7. It's all we talk about in here, and it's wonderful because it's truth that we can prove. Does anybody have any objections to this?
Yeah, will I get a nitro?
If you can prove that the Earth is a globe, yeah, you get free nitro. Free
Yeah.
with
You mean
Mostly like
it's like an egg?
I've
mostly
heard the
like
same thing. How do you know? How do you know it's like an egg and not like a squished football instead?
yeah, I can say like mostly like the visible horizon would be like 20 kilometers, right?
From how high up?
Yeah, like like when you look at the horizon, usually like you see like maximum 20 kilometers, right?
If you can, from a beach, then you're seeing too far for it to be a globe. In which case, it's no longer a globe.
I have something to say.
Okay.
Do you agree? Do you agree it's 20 kilometers?
If it's a globe, no, it's only going to be about 5 kilometers from 2 meters off the ground. So if you're seeing 20 kilometers, then you're seeing too far for it to be a globe.
No, I'm trying to like prove that if it's 20 kilometers, what's like that's what's visible for you.
Yeah,
Connect,
if you can
connect.
show us a 20 kilometer observation from 2 meters off the ground, then yeah, I mean you're proving that the Earth is not a globe. It's good evidence.
It's flat, I guess.
I was gonna
Hello,
say like
DJ.
Can I say it now?
you can
You
connect like
finished.
point A and B
Hey, DJ, how
like
are you?
on a globe, and then you can like measure the slope of the segment,
Circumferences of Earth.
and you can find like it's 0.004 degrees, so it wouldn't be like visible for you.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, you're coming in loud and clear. Welcome.
Okay. Look, when I was study like I was I think 30 no like 11 years old. We study about one sea captain who have a big really who did a tour like go from the west of his country, and after I think 5 years 6 years he came back from the west from his country to prove that earth is not a flat, it's like a circle. I can give you the name of this captain if you want.
But a circle is flat.
What?
A circle is flat. So what do you mean?
No, sorry, my English is not good. I mean, like, not flat, the other shape.
If he was going around a curve of the Earth, he'd need a measurement of that, right? I mean, how do you know he's going down and not just around?
Because he have machines, I guess, who
Yeah.
can guide him. Because he said he go directly from the west, he came back from the east, quite the opposite.
Yeah. Well, I mean, west and east are uh, relative directions, right? And circles to one another, relative to a northern point or
I
a southern
didn't get it,
point
bro.
of common rotation, right?
You said that he was going in a circle.
Yeah, east and west are circles on a map.
So what about north and south?
North and south are directions that you go,
Yeah.
and you can actually go to an absolute position called north and an absolute position called south. Those are coordinate positions that are absolute, and they're
Do
not
you
relative. There's
listen,
no
listen.
place you can go that's east, right? You can always keep going east, and it's not like once you pass east you start going west. But it's definitely that case with north and south. With north and south, you can actually get to somewhere where that is considered north, and after that, everywhere else is south again.
Wait.
So
I'm just gonna give you something. Wait, I'm looking for it.
yeah, no. So what you're going to show me is a path that went a giant circle on a flat map.
Wait a second.
Yep, and a giant circle on a flat map doesn't prove that the Earth was measured to have curvature.
So he doesn't know he was going in circles.
Well, I mean, he doesn't know that he was going around a globe. He hasn't had enough information to determine that.
Wait a second, I can't give you that. I'm just looking for the one who did it. That. His name is Fredina. Wait, I type it for you. Take a look about this. Fredinar Magellan.
Okay, what are you presenting here? Can you describe it for the audience who's listening? Ferdinand Magellan. Is that it? Ferdinand Magellan?
It's it just talking about his trip that you say it was like in a circle.
That's what he shows you, right? I mean, that's what he did. He circumnavigated. He went in an east and west direction around a north pole. That's like tracing the pizza crust around the center of the pizza.
Okay.
Right. How did Ferdinand Magellan reckon or measure that he went upside down relative to where he used to be at one point?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question. My English it's not that good.
Yeah.
Just slow.
Okay, I know, and this is a funny way to ask the question too. It's a funny way to put it. How did Ferdinand Magellan reason that he was upside down halfway through his journey?
Can you type it?
What are you
Okay.
talking about?
What are you guys talking about?
I do not understand what are you talking about.
The Earth is not flat. That's fact.
That's what we thought too until we looked into it. Now we know better.
Wait a second. I'm just gonna translate it. You mean like how he know if was he in the right track?
No, how did he reason or know that he was upside down? You know, if he thinks he's sailing around a globe, around a ball, then he starts at the top side of the ball and rotates till he's upside down on the bottom of the ball and continues to rotate until he's right side up again on the top side of the ball. How did he measure that he was rotating upside down? Because there's an absolute claim of a rotation that must take place if Earth is a globe. And I don't think he measured that rotation.
Look, Magellan, he doesn't feel like he was upside down in any time of his trip. You know something
okay.
called magnets of Earth.
Yeah, like for a compass.
You know physics. You know natures.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, that's because of the magnets of the Earth. I don't know how to say it in English. I guess
Yeah,
I'm
the
right.
magnetic
Magnet
field.
of the Earth. Yeah, exactly. And
yeah, so yeah, Earth doesn't have to be a globe to have a magnetic field.
Sorry?
Right? Earth doesn't have to be a globe to have a magnetic field.
You don't believe in magnetic field, you say?
No, we have a magnetic field, yes, and Earth does not have to be a globe for there to be a magnetic field.
Did not understand what I'm saying. So that's it. That's my answer. I don't have any more.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's talk about MCU communism. Don't you say in Hindi, when all people are quiet and sitting in group, सन्नाटा क्यों है भाई?
Hello, hello.
What's the topic today?
It's not possible, man.
You broke up a little. What's that? I can't hear you.
Topic is how to be in silence.
Ah, okay. I have not yet mastered this. You're breaking up bad, D-Town.
I'll fix it in a minute.
Roger that. I picked up.
Everyone is silent here. I don't know what's going on.
We're waiting for the Globers to bring us some solid evidence, and there is none.
How long will we waiting? 1 or 2 years?
How long will we wait for globe evidence? Forever.
Yeah. Okay,
Forever.
let's do it. Let's do it.
There is none. We'll be waiting forever in silence.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Any nitro giveaways yet? Guess not.
Yeah, nothing I know of. I just got here though. I don't know if you guys have ever tried to put shoes on a horse in the middle of fly season, but it takes the fun right out of it.
Do I sound better now, Wild Bill?
Yeah, that's coming in.
All right, cool. I was saying, as you asked, the topic was said the topic today is Earth and how awesome it is.
Most excellent. Most excellent. That's a good topic.
Yeah, I'm standing out here on the grass with my shoes off, walking around in the sun. Beautiful, man.
Beauty. Beauty. I'm still loving life, although I'm trying to get shoes on a horse with fly season. Makes it miserable. But it's still a good life.
Oh yeah. Horses are such amazing creatures, man. Wow.
Yeah, they are.
You
Can't
need
blame
to,
Can't blame them for twitching at flies.
yeah, we went up to Chincoteague earlier this year. We got to see the wild ponies running around and stuff. That was really cool.
Oh yeah, I've seen videos of that. They swim across the water, don't they?
Yeah, well, yeah, they can. Plus, it's also, dude, the bay out there. We took a boat ride out there. He said even out in the middle of like some of the bays out there, it's only like 10 feet deep. It's really
Oh,
shallow.
wow.
Yeah,
Huh.
really shallow.
That's cool.
You know what's cool about those Mustangs, D-Town, is that you can have them under saddle in like a week because they have no ingrained fear of humans.
Yep, I've done it. I've
Yep.
had Mustangs. I've had Mustangs going riding out in the open in 2 weeks. That was a little fast, but I have done it.
I hear you filing the hoof there, Bill.
Yep, I was just complaining to D-Town. Trying to put shoes on a horse in the middle of fly season takes the fun right out of it.
While you talk on Discord, multitasking.
Yep. Yeah, those Mustangs are fun to get started. I've started about a dozen or so, and gosh, they're smart, good horses. They're not always real nice at the beginning, but
They are really smart. Yeah.
And
they don't tend to shy at the same things that, domesticated horses will freak out about.
That's true. Yeah,
Like
the
a
one
blue
thing,
piece of plastic on the ground and suddenly you're off.
yep. Yeah, the one thing I love about them is you show them something once, and if they get it and they understand it, you never have to show it to them again. They just have this. They're real sensible. They're not always easy, but they're sensible.
I haven't got to ride horses like 25 years. We used to have horses growing up. So I used to be able to, but I haven't ridden in 25 years. Gotta do that again sometime.
Oh, you should, man.
Hello, guys. Anybody here? Hello.
Howdy, partner.
Do you hear me?
Yep.
Do you hear me?
Yep.
What's the name?
How's it going? Going good.
Hey, Bill,
What's your name?
it's a bit loud.
Oh, okay, sir.
Aditya, is that you?
Hi, guys.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
I just thought of a question for the panel. Anybody with satellite understanding, what response can we come back with on Doppler shift observation in radio frequency satellite identification? Is there a good response to that?
It's not a question I've ever heard one.
Yeah, the only thing, and I'm not super knowledgeable on satellite technology claims, but the only one I can come up with is if there's a ground-based source that was using like a reflective signal, like a troposcatter airwave propagation of sorts that goes longer distance than what they claim. I think the biggest radius they claim for that is like 100 miles on either side of the transmitter, something along those lines, the military. But the angular speed of that antenna moving would not have to be very much for the linear speed of the transmission to mimic 17,500 miles an hour, let's say. I don't know that that's a legitimate claim. It's just something that comes to mind. Maybe technology we don't understand that's not admitted to. But I just wonder, because I keep running into that argument with Globies that, well, of course the satellites are orbiting. We can observe the Doppler shift in their radio frequency from where they're supposed to be predicted to be at that time, and the speeds that they're, but I don't know if they have their eyes on that satellite as it goes by, or they're just picking up a radio frequency. I just don't know enough about it.
Yeah, I mean, well, without knowing what is fundamentally happening behind the scenes, we can only speculate. There is such a thing as Doppler spoofing. You can absolutely spoof the Doppler shift of a claimed radio signal that's been accepted and processed. Typically, it's done with some kind of time varying frequency mechanism, like a phase shift or something, to which is transmitted or retransmitted from the original waveform, so you can trick a receiver into receiving a false relative velocity that way. We know that GPS, from news reports, GPS is being spoofed by pretty much everyone out there. The Iranians, the Israelis, the Russians have all spoofed GPS here and there. There's a famous case where I think the Israelis had moved the GPS coordinates or something of Ben Gurion Airport to some kind of like Hamas or Hezbollah hideout.
Okay. I think I did. I heard about something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is going on all the time. So for people to act like GPS signals provide like this open source, completely immutable technology that is absolutely self correcting, and it's more this technology hubris I keep talking about. People think that technology works in ways that aren't really fundamentally the way they believe. So
it might not need to be some elaborate adaptation of known technology like I'm thinking. It could just be an existing technology that's being spoofed.
yeah, and I suspect I know a possible way it's being done. So, and this is using the mainstream claims, because right now your GPS, just using what are claimed to be from satellites, just the pseudo ranging from satellite born signals, your GPS system would not give you very precise accuracy on Earth. Your accuracy is about as good as the old Loran system from World War II. Yes, with the satellites. which is
Mm-hmm.
coincidental. That is a big coincidence in my book. Now,
Exactly.
how this positioning is enhanced is through what's called real-time kinematics, RTK. There are 1,300 ground towers. Some of them are called like core stations. And these provide like a carrier signal that is helped use to, in some differentiating method to against the satellite signal to offer enhanced triangulation with a fixed ground receiver. And I think what may be done is spoofing of ground towers. The intercepting and retransmission of ground tower signals may be involved in some of that. There may also be something deeper, like screwing with the ephemeris and almanac data that's downloaded to receivers, which are absolutely required before the pseudo ranging can provide any fixes. Baking in the globe. So if you bake in a different kind of coordinate reference system, or you alter on the receiver end some kind of, the coordinates that are used, then yeah, I mean you'll be able to take that raw signal and put it where it shouldn't be. So
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, just kind of shooting off the hip here with ideas. I don't really have much more to offer on this topic than that right now.
Good to know. That's more than I had, and I keep running into that with Globers. And I need to look into that spoofing technologies and occurrences. So I've got some ammo to hit these guys with. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And you know what? I don't think it even takes a state actor, like a government-funded entity, to pull this off. I think independent hackers are capable of doing this too.
Makes sense to me. It's just a bunch of digital signal, right?
Or something. I don't know. Yeah, something. But yep, GPS is spoofed.
All right. I got some notes here for stuff to look into. Appreciate it.
Caesar Alvin. Calling Caesar Alvin? Is there a Caesar Alvin? It's your turn, sir. Your AI. Your AI is screwing you up and butchering upward and downward bending light. Sorry to tell you that. But it does that all the time. It's kind of crazy.
It does do that all the time. It
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
figure out if the ground should be default curved or not, and then it screws it up.
Listen, look, this is how bricked his AI is. It just completely contradicts itself. But this guy's too dumb to, he doesn't even read it. He just, posts it. So it says, you just failed basic physics. Light bends towards the denser medium, which is cold air. Under a normal lapse rate, the colder, denser air is above you, and the warmer, thinner air is below you. When light from a distance travels horizontally through this layout, it travels from a less dense medium, warm air below, to a denser medium, cold air above.
Whoa.
According to Snell's law, when light bends towards the denser medium at a shallow angle, it curves downward.
Yeah, that screwed up 2 times. It was, if I'm not mistaken, did it back and forth. It got 2 things backwards.
This downward curvature causes looming, which means light bends around the curve of the Earth, right? But at the start, it says light bends towards the denser medium, which is the cold air, and under a normal lapse rate, the denser air is above you. Your AI is an idiot, right? And if you yeah, like what's this? Like BombayEye.com or something?
This is what gets the conversation so twisted up, right? I mean, it's like untangling the double contradictions of globetard madness and trying to straighten it out in live time for the audience. It can take a lot of practice to do. How about that?
Yeah.
Someone in the side chat said that he was muted earlier for using a voice changer. So I wonder who it is.
That's funny.
Yeah, so Caesar Alvin. Get your butt, right, in the VC, unmute your microphone because your text privileges are over.
Uh-oh. It's your mic.
Fabian says he has a question in the side chat. Maybe he'll mic up. Okay. Hey, Fabian.
So
Welcome in.
I'm just very uninformed about your kind of idea of the model of the Earth. So I just want, like, I'm just interested, I guess, in what your what exactly, like, I guess I have too many questions. I guess how wide the Earth is, how I mean, how flat exactly are we talking, and how I don't know. Like, is there like a resource you can link to that you guys a good model to?
Well, we're not claiming a model, right? Like you've probably seen some propaganda online showing flat Earth being a flat planet in the heliocentric model. That's not our claim.
What is okay, I guess what is the claim then, I guess?
The claim is just that we measure the surface as flat. It exhibits no curvature when we measure it, and that we know that water is flat at rest, and the claimed Earth is over 70% water, and so you cannot have a 70% flat ball.
Wait, but so the claim is more like that there's a contradiction and not that there's like that you guys don't like have an alternate, like.
No, we're not creating an alternative cosmology because that would just be making things up, right? That we can't prove. We're interested in empiricism. Go ahead,
Alright.
Yoder. Is that
Yeah, I was
Yoder?
going to say, it's how we got to the globe in the first instance. I mean, we have untested claims.
So you more have like you more like you want to more disprove certain claims that are
We just fact checked. We just went out there and fact checked the claims, right? And said, hey,
Alright.
okay, so yep, they said NASA says that Earth is a globe. The globe has these dimensions, and the globe should curve this much. So we're like, okay, let's take our lasers out and go on a test.
And you
Take
found
our
that
lasers
is
out.
not the case.
Yeah, I can't measure curvature anywhere. Nobody's able to do it. And that's what it's baffling. It went from being kind of quirky and funny to really frustrating to then mind-blowingly freaky. And that's why we're here. And for a
Alright.
community that's been doing this for 10 years, we're still freaked out.
Yeah, I guess you have like some people coming in like claiming that they have done it, and then it's like, and then you realize that for you it's like not like there's always
Yeah.
like
So
some weird technology
we were told
going
our
on.
entire lives, right? Like most people were told, hey, everyone knows the Earth is a globe. Look at all this technology. Somebody out there must have measured it.
And but are you like interested in like in like alternative like because obviously
Maybe
if
later on.
something is being told you all the time that is true, and then you realize it's like doesn't make sense, then for me personally, I would like I would
Yeah.
try to find like some
Yeah, I
what else
understand.
can-
It's kind of like being told that you were adopted and that your parents aren't really who you thought they were. You
yeah,
have
who are
other
my
parents
parents
out
then?
there. Yeah. So, I mean, you don't have to go find your real parents to debunk that your adopted parents are adopted parents. You just have to debunk that your adopted parents are adopted parents. You don't have to find out who your real parents are to know that you were adopted, right? So we don't have to have an alternate cosmology to know that Earth doesn't measure the way they told us.
All right, gotcha.
Yeah.
But I feel like
that's
that's like lots of things. Then you'd have to like, I mean, I guess you're saying that you don't measure the curvature. So, but I mean, that alone has like so much implications, doesn't it? Like
it really does. Oh,
like,
big
and
ones. I mean, we're talking like entire institutions and
But
famous people with claims stand to
but
have
not
their
all.
reputation utterly destroyed.
Yeah, but I mean, there's so many claims that are presented as like truths that you would all like. Wouldn't you like need to test all of it? Like, I don't know. I mean, there's so much like I don't know from
Yeah,
the
I get you. Like, how much of the Earth do you need to test to be satisfied that it's not a globe? So,
yeah,
with
because
that said,
you
it's
have like the
understandable that if
one.
you only test a few miles in one place, it may not be a big enough sample size.
Yeah, like and also even if you like found that the curvature is like wrong, then you still have like so many other claims that still point to this curvature or like make only sense if there is curvature. So like it's
Yeah.
even then for me kind of difficult, or just in general, it would be difficult to like say, oh, okay, well, I guess I have this wrong thing, but all the others point to this. So what am I
Yeah.
going to believe, one or all of the others? So how do you have also
Well,
like
so we examine their claims, right? We say, why do you think this is the case? What happened? Who did what to justify this position? We examine all the evidence that's brought to us. We love new evidence that we haven't seen before. But from our vantage point, there really is kind of like a technology of belief. To steal a quote from James True, the globe is a belief technology. It operates because everybody believes that it's true. And everybody believes that it can't possibly be flat. That's the starting point. And when we actually go there to test to see if the Earth is a globe and can't find any actual measurements being done, it's kind of weird. So the reason why people accept the globe so much is because they think everybody else has accepted it and somebody else out there, some phantom science guy, actually measured it. And that isn't the case. The best measurement for a globe that we can find goes back to an ancient Greek man that may have never lived, named Eratosthenes.
I've heard about it, yeah.
Yeah.
Like
That's it.
sorry, yeah.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say the problem is that's it. Like, are you telling me that some Greek caveman with sticks, his measurements are what NASA relied on in order to successfully orbit a satellite?
Did they though? I thought they was using like other measurements. But
I thought so too, but no. No. And then you read what Eratosthenes' actual methodology was, and then you
I
come
mean,
to
but
find
like,
out it's not globe exclusive what he did, because a different set of assumptions would yield a flat Earth and a local sun instead of a globe Earth with a non-local sun.
but like, if I mean, obviously, if I now look at, I'm assuming you found like you have like arguments against what I would find online if I was searching for how did they measure it, like because if I look for how what data is NASA relying on, then I'm sure I won't find like they used the data of him, but instead like they did some measurements through this technology or that technology. So I'm assuming you have like
Yeah,
ways of
we
this.
got a lot of information. We understand that we understand the epistemological ladder that was used to come up with the globe. Okay, so this idea,
Yeah,
like the cosmic distance
I know,
ladder,
I know that, I know that one. Yeah.
yeah. So the whole thing is based on an assumption. Then this is how I can interpret this information. And that's what's been going on. This is just a gigantic interpretation.
But aren't there like now other thing? I'm sure if I look it on, I would look it online, and I would find things like, yeah, I mean that was how they did it like historically, but now we have other things to rely on, like other claims. I mean, I could yet now look it up and like give you exactly what I like. I don't know. Are these all you all have you all like these ideas how to discredit those claims? Like,
Yeah, so we're able to actually reconstruct how it is they are interpreting this information into a globe, and then point out through that process why this doesn't prove anything either way. And that's an issue. Is there exclusive evidence that rules out a flat Earth? That's the question. The answer is no. And we can get into some of this depending on your appetite for the discussion, my ability to hang here for a while, and anybody else's ability to hang in with us.
I mean, the thing is, it just the globe Earth model, it just works so well for everything. Like everything falls like pieces, like
Yeah.
puzzle pieces. It all fits together like perfectly, and
You,
then
you
you
think,
have
yeah, I mean, for most people's experience and practical purposes, it does, but the professionals actually run into issues with it all the time. On our home
like
server, I've posted several dozen links to surveying resources, navigation resources, where people on the ground who conduct measurements for navigation for long distance, large infrastructure projects, they're using multiple methods, including um, spherical coordinates, in order to build out their plan maps. And they're finding that it doesn't comport to reality. And if they swap out the spherical coordinates for flat planar coordinates, that they get much better accurate results and simpler math at the same time. So there's a famous paper, I think it's famous, 2006. A surveyor released a paper basically saying, how come my electronic distance measurements that I take with lasers for laser ranging don't match the globe coordinates? If you take a laser, shine it from A to B over X number of miles, record the distance using time of flight, and then look at what the coordinate distance is from GPS from point A to B, you're going to come up with discrepancies all the time. They find that
isn't
when they
that
swap this out for a flat datum instead, that it more closely matches the electronic distance measuring, which comports with all the information and resources we've done independently.
well, I feel like I mean, for most distances, like you travel, there's probably not that much of a difference, and that
Yeah.
that difference can all be attributed to like measuring errors. Isn't
Yeah,
that like
exactly.
a problem you run into?
You got it. You got it. The globe only exists within the range-bound errors of the math.
Well, but isn't it like couldn't it be like said the other way around as well? Like the flat Earth only exists in like measurement, because if you have like a certain like interval of uncertainty, then there's and the and if you measuring for the flat Earth and the globe Earth lies within that, then if you measure for the globe Earth, then the flat Earth data like will be also in that interval, right?
Well, yeah,
Isn't
but
that
we're
like
able to reject the null if the null is set up as a globe. when we conduct measurements and can't find any curvature.
Okay, interesting.
Yep.
What is a? I mean, but I think I mean, aren't there like certain things that you do have to find like an alternative explanation for, like for example the time zones?
No, time zones are political.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the time zones, at least in the United States, are set by the U.S. Department of Transportation.
Okay, but okay, I mean, I guess not time zones, but time difference. I mean, like time difference. Like,
Well,
why is the
depends how you're
time?
measuring time. If you measure time by the sun, like solar noon for everyone's local time, then everybody has their own independent time zone.
Yeah, but why? Like, why is the sun setting at different times? Like,
Because it's closer to you at different times than someone else. So you're going to see it set
You can
before or
say
after
about
someone else.
different time zone in different countries.
so
Do you
sorry,
understand?
come again?
You can talking about different country as a different time zone. It means
Yeah, I mean,
in
different.
US.
Technically, every individual has a different relationship with
Yeah,
the
but
sun. How so?
But I in my mind, a sun setting over an object with no curvature would like they all would see the sun disappear like at the same time. Or is there like?
No, I think you're thinking about it a little bit wrong.
Never
You're probably
disappear.
thinking about a flat planet, floating around in space
Yeah,
or
all right,
something like
but
that.
I don't know. I don't know what to imagine else. Like, what is the?
That's the best part. You don't have to imagine anything. Empty your cup.
Okay, so you can just say, well, the sun, it just does that, and you don't like need a way to
The sun does what
find
the
it.
sun does, man. And we
Yeah.
try to measure curvature on the ground with lasers and long distance observations from surveyings. We can't find the curvature. So
But I mean, it's so I feel like it's so difficult to keep this to keep that your what you like your to have all these claims that you disproven claims you're gone trying to like to keep all this these like not connected instead of like having this nice thing that's all tied up together. And
well,
I
the
think
globe doesn't work though. It's been hacked like software patches for hundreds of years. There have been all these add-ons and they contradict each other, like what DJ was talking about with regards to refraction. Like what
Yeah,
surveyors
and
encounter when they go out to measure millimeter precision over miles of distance and GPS is off.
I mean, surely you would have to agree to this logic, right? Like, if the Earth is a globe, then the water should be curving at a specific rate. We can calculate that rate of drop over distance. Gravity should be pulling everything towards the center of mass, right? So that curvature has to be there if it's a globe, right? So let's say we had a 20-mile lake, right? If I was standing on one side of that 20-mile lake and there was a 20-story building on the other side of the lake, right, sitting on the shoreline. If the Earth's a globe, I wouldn't be able to see any of the 20-story building. The entire 20-story building would be hidden behind the horizon. But when we go and test over a 20-mile lake or any 20-mile body of water, whether it be the ocean or a lake, we can zoom in across that 20 miles, right? We don't see the horizon where it would have to be on a globe, right? Causing that obstruction. And we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. We can see the buildings, that are on the shoreline if there's buildings on that particular lake. We can shoot lasers across the surface of the water and hit a target on the other side of the lake. No problem. right? So that curvature that has to be there isn't there. So, I mean, when it comes to things that we can't really go and validate empirically, like, you know, the inner workings of the sky, right? The lights, planets, moons, stars, etc., in the sky that we see moving in cycles, right? We know that whatever's happening with those is not happening above a globe Earth because the curvature's not there. The necessary antecedent to that globe, right, or necessary byproduct of the curvature, it's not there. And it's not like we're just testing once, right? There's hundreds, probably thousands of tests, right? We can present countless amounts of very, very well done tests. And the great thing is it doesn't require any faith, right? You could actually go and repeat these tests yourself.
Yeah, take for instance a laser test. You say, I'm going to test to see if Earth is a globe. So I'm going to set up a laser here, 40 kilometers away, set up an observer over there. I'm going to say, hey, observer, why don't you go get a really tall tower about 320 feet high, whatever it is, and set up an observation point up there, because that's where you're going to see the laser. And then you do the test and they don't see the laser. And then you say, okay, guy, you have to climb down the tower a little bit because of atmospheric refraction. We're going to use standard refraction, which is going to flatten the arc of the beam a little bit that we're imagining takes place around the globe. So you're going to have to go down a little bit flatter. So come down maybe 20, 30 feet. And they do, and then they still don't see the laser. You know where they have to go to see the laser? All the way down to ground level at 1.5 meters.
All right.
Like over 40 kilometers.
Well, I guess thank you guys for like clarifying things a bit
Yeah.
about like some misconceptions I had about like
Yeah, you got it. I mean, people did this. We have the data you can look at.
yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Right. And then so we say, okay, where are all the scientists out there doing this, and where's their data? Where are their sources and methods? Nobody's got any.
I feel like no. Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm not. I I'm not convinced to be honest. Like it's
Sorry,
I do.
because of
This
societal
was
pressure.
no. Yeah, it was, but it was still like interesting for me. I still got like any new, and I don't know. It was, I guess, nice talking to you guys.
All right,
But,
man,
yeah.
go ahead and think about it. Come back, chat with us some more.
Yeah. Have a good one. Bye bye. Peace and love.
See ya. Another satisfied customer.
I might have a question about the sun setting thing you talked about earlier.
I can't really chat right now. Maybe someone else can.
Yeah, what did you want to ask about sunsets?
Yeah, so not really sunset, but also related to the sun. If you sit in a plane and just fly west the whole time, the sun in a plane, the sun doesn't really set. How does that make sense with a flat Earth?
Easily. The sun is always above the flat Earth, and you've just followed it around in a circle from east to west. You can observe a 24-hour sun where you can sit inside the circle of the sun and watch you for 24 hours. How does it work? The sun is always above the flat Earth.
Okay, but when it's always above the Earth, when does it get night or when does it set?
Why it's night is because that light source is too far away from that point that's in darkness. So, for example, the observation our sun in the summer in the north, in the south, it's winter and it's perpetual darkness. This is because the sun has moved away from one location to illuminate another location. The reason why sunset appears for an observer is due to how the observer views the world due to perspective. The sun isn't actually going down, but as it's moving away from the observer and it's above the observer's eye line, it will appear to go down.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Hi, everybody. I hope you're all doing well.
Hello, Jedi.
Hi, I'm being very positive today. It's a bit scary.
We're running an event at the moment, and Auntie Nur, who's one of the administrators, has put up free nitro for any globe earther that can change our mind and convince us that it's blue.
That is fantastic. Well, thank you to the admin for that. That is brilliant.
All I'm seeing is AI, though. It's kind of disappointing.
Yeah.
No one wants to come and defend it.
Not only is it disappointing, but AI is butchering everything and contradicting itself consistently. It's actually shooting the Glober in the foot.
Yeah, I saw that. Like, they're not even reading the things they post before they post them.
Hello, Fences. How are you today?
I'm good, Jedi. How you doing?
Does it sound really freaky when I start being polite to people? I am sorry. It creeps me right out.
It was a little creepy, actually.
It's so funny to me when you say hi in that like high pitched voice.
I thought I'd come in and try and be positive and notice that I sound like a 13-year-old boy because my voice has to go higher. It's crazy. But anyway, I hope you're all doing well today. Like DJ says, we got an event, so I appreciate the nitro for that. Hopefully somebody can come along and convince us and change our minds that the Earth is a sphere with direct measurements of that Earth curvature. That would be fantastic. I love jumping in the side chat from time to time. I think it's awesome. The first comment I saw was by Luffy at 58 minutes past the hour. Go to an engineer and tell him or her, thank you very much, the Earth is flat, and see his or her reaction. By the way, after telling that, try and run as fast as you can. Do you think that there are no flat Earth engineers? I think we've got a few flat Earth engineers that are actually in this channel, in this chat. Maybe not right at the moment, but I can think of a few. Why would an engineer know the Earth is a sphere? Why? Why is the engineer so important, Luffy?
Well, unfortunately, Luffy is not in the VC and is refusing to join, so Luffy's tenure may be brief.
I believe Luffy is a mute, if I remember correctly from the other day.
Okay, but
Do you know how
Luffy's,
many people claim that?
interestingly enough, and I love
Yeah.
we've got memory, but Luffy's just told us that mic is broken. So, I mean, if your mic's broken, that's not going to make any difference to you if you're a mute.
Yep.
Unless you're also retarded and you think the microphone might give you a voice.
Oh dear. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth, where your words will be used as evidence against you.
I just find it amazing how Victorian engineers, without the benefits of lasers or GPS or anything, were able to construct the Catesby Tunnel perfectly flat for 2.7 kilometers.
This is the thing about railways, right? Is they really want them to be or lie as flat as possible with the minimum amount of grade, because going uphill is really hard for trains, and especially coming downhill as well. Got to put those brakes on. So really, they like to keep those as flat as possible. Now, I've just got off the train about 20 minutes ago, and yeah, that thing's really, really flat. Now, I'm not going to say that around a sphere, it would also be flat, but let's look at it and let's measure it. And let's get the engineers to see what they actually do. Because apparently, if we tell an engineer that the Earth is flat, we've got to run away really, really fast, according to Luffy. But I reckon trains and railway tracks, like Rayleigh just pointed out, going to be on a flat Earth.
Yeah, because they use expensive machines called tampers, which bring the rail up to a as level as possible over an area, in order to reduce wear and tear on the rails, wear and tear on the rail cars themselves, and it also allows them to travel faster, which saves them money.
But then the clever Globy, right? They'll shoot back and say, well, mathematically, 100 square miles of the curving globe is 99.7% flat relative to a flat surface.
Excuse me.
So maybe they didn't need to. Maybe they need to be that precise or accurate with their tamping and joining.
Hello?
Hello there.
Can I know how to write anomaly?
Yeah. Assemblies.
Can I know how to write anomaly?
You want to know how to spell anomaly?
Like that.
Yeah.
Google it.
So in response to the astute glober, the flat earther could shoot back. Well, I guess they were, when they built the railroads, they didn't really have to take the globe into account, did they? Not proof of a globe.
Yeah, the same way they didn't take into account for the Suez Canal.
Yep, for the Erie Canal.
No.
A funny story about the Erie Canal. They say they built that in just 8 years.
How long is the Erie Canal?
300 some odd miles.
Jeez.
And when you look at the logistics of it, you had 1,000, draft horses to pull all the stuff, all the debris out of the way. They each need 500 pounds of feed every single week.
Go for the ice cold water now.
Hey, David, you're hot micing. They do. Okay.
He's the biggest hot micer.
Yeah, the
Hey, if
original.
you're not using your mic and just gonna hot mic, can you give it to Luffy?
Yeah, the original Erie Canal in 1825 was 363 miles. Then they enlarged it in 1862, and that became like 350 miles or so. And the modern day canal is 351 miles.
Using modern equipment, how long would something like that take? You think?
I would figure it would take at least 8 years.
Yeah, I know. I was just thinking about
Minimum.
like the big dig in Boston or something like that, you know. They can't even widen a highway in years.
They just need to use more dynamite.
Because remember, they're also weather dependent. You know, they can't work when it's raining because everything turns into mud.
It's pretty cold in Erie during the winter. Just gonna say that.
You can't
Hello,
work when everything's frozen in the wintertime.
I'm back.
And who wants to work during the heat of the summer?
All right, so
So guys,
Caesar, you
could
said
you
you're
please
back.
unmute me for message?
Oh, he's gone? Damn it. Unmute you from message. Who was that?
A
That was
broken mic.
Luffy, who's been mysteriously, like miraculously cured. I text muted Luffy, and suddenly they found their way to the VC and found their voice. It's a miracle.
I hope it's not Rich Evans with another female voice changer.
I'm sure it's a regular customer.
That sounded like a wine decanter.
That's me clicking my tongue on the bottom of my mouth. I'm so sorry. I'd make it sound like pouring water. That's just sorry. How
I'm
embarrassing.
thirsty, man. I need some wine in my decanter right now.
Oh dear.
A bottle of water.
A bottle of water.
Is that
There you
Brenda?
go. Do you feel better now?
So Luffy, you've been unmuted, untext muted, but only in the vegan channel, right? So if you want to type anything, go ahead and type it in the vegan text.
They're saying they're using a 3-man team and one team of horses, mules, or oxen. That team could dig roughly 1 mile of canal per year.
Wow.
And when was it initially done? What was before it was enlarged? What's the claim?
The early years was like 1820s.
What was even, the population of that area would be incredibly sparse at that time.
Yeah, and the amount of farms needed to provide the feed for the animals.
Right.
You would need like multiple 300-acre farms.
And a short growing season up there.
Yep.
And plus, so they claim it was only it was 365 miles approximately in 8 years.
Yep.
I will totally believe that.
And they said they cut through dense old growth forests, and they had to use teams of oxen to rip out only 40 massive tree stumps per day. And then it gets worse. So once they finished the canal, they needed 9,000 horses and mules just to pull the barges on the towpath. For cargo boats and passenger boats. Even more feed needed for those horses and mules.
Just out of curiosity, I looked up the date when there was the extreme cold in that area due to that volcanic eruption where there was no summer essentially and all the crops failed. And so they would have still been recovering from that just shortly before it was commenced, theoretically.
What happens over fences? Hello, can I say something to you?
Sure. What's up?
Close your eyes. Hello, close your eyes.
Is this related to the room topic?
Yes.
Okay. Continue.
What do you say? What do you see?
The inside of my
Flat Earth.
eyelids.
Yes.
Is this where we live?
What do you see?
Y'all
The
know
white
about radio astronomy?
Okay, so we see the inside of our eyelids when we close our eyes. Now what? Like, dude, I've got my eyes closed. Like, what's happening?
I'm about ready to fall asleep.
Really need to go to the toilet. Come on. All right, I'm opening my eyes. Fucking hell. I was with you and everything then, dude. Why did we need to close our eyes?
Like driving into trailer parks, and all I can see is the mobile home I parked this truck into.
I guess we'll never know. Okay, my friend, you keep your secrets.
Guys, can I post something on the side chat? I'm banned from the side chat. It's a really nice thing.
Can you post something in the side chat? You've been banned from the side chat. No, you can't post anything from the side chat. You've been banned from the side chat. Do you want to be unbanned from the side chat so you can post something in the side chat?
Yeah.
Why don't you just tell us what it is?
Oh, it's a video.
Okay, but can you describe what the video is?
Radio telescopy.
Looking away from the Earth. Awesome. What's this going to prove? Is it Doppler shift?
Maybe.
Black hole.
Okay.
No,
Why?
it's actually like the hydrogen thing.
Sorry? Pardon?
It's a teaching about how you can take some like molecule or element, and you can see what element a place has using telescope. You know.
Gotcha.
And it's relevant because
What?
Sorry. Why is the radio telescope that looks up things in the sky, and you're telling us what they could possibly be, got anything to do with the ground that we're on? Remember, my friend, this subject is about the Earth. When you bring up a radio telescope, that's going to be looking at everything else but the Earth.
Have you touched a telescope?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. But do you understand? Do you understand what I was saying? I really want to know how the radio telescope is relevant to the shape or not of the Earth.
Good question.
I think I'm going to use my powers of invisibility for evil.
The shape of the Earth? How big is Earth?
I don't know. But I'm still fascinated to know how a radio telescope that isn't looking at the Earth is going to tell us what the Earth is.
You don't know what Earth is?
I'm still asking this question. I'm fascinated, my friend, how a radio telescope that you brought up that's looking up at the sky and not the Earth is going to tell us about the Earth. I think this might be the third, possibly the fourth time I've answered this question. Please answer it, otherwise I think I'm going mad. Okay, cuckoo.
So you know what Earth is then?
Somebody else talk to him, please.
oh, what do you mean? You know what Earth is? I mean, we know what Earth is based on what we experience.
Yeah. What do you experience?
Yeah. The same as yours.
Same as
Same
yours.
as yours. I see, yeah, like as far as the Earth goes, Earth claims go, right? I noticed that water is flat and level, especially at rest, and is used as a universal leveling device, such that the water that is over here has the same horizontal reference plane as the same body of water over there. And knowing that they are at the same elevation, with no part higher or lower than another, then the distance between them is flat. And this would hold true whether you were looking at a large lake, a wide mouth of a river, or looking out over the ocean from San Francisco, wondering where Tokyo is.
Mhm.
I know that you experience a flat and stationary Earth too. You've never seen curvature. You've never felt the globe spin under your feet. You watch the sun set and the stars move, just like I do.
Mhm. So explaining Earth with Earth, is that what you're saying?
Explain what?
May I ask the
Sorry?
Explaining Earth with using Earth, is that what you're saying?
Explain Earth with using Earth?
Yeah, like the planet Earth.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, I guess that works. You know, we could explain Earth using Earth. If I were to explain Earth using planets, I would not be explaining Earth.
So I can't use other elements in the equation to measure an object, right? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, you can try. We can see how far you get with relevance.
Mm-hmm.
The logic of relevance. You know, we can see if there's any necessary relationship between objects of comparison. It depends what you're bringing. But generally speaking, I don't think you can. I'm willing to be wrong. Do you have something in mind?
Like, do you think like when they tell us they send like James Webb? You know what is James Webb? Think.
Yeah, I'm aware of I'm aware of the story about it.
Yeah, like when
Yeah.
they say like they have James Webb out there in space, do you think that's a hoax also?
I wouldn't call it a
Like,
hoax. Maybe
not
maybe
true.
a modern technical misinterpretation of reality. I mean, what did James Webb do for you to convince you
Mhm.
that the Earth is a globe?
Oh, I think James Webb sent like a picture of the Earth, right? Isn't that telescope? I mean,
I don't
big
know.
telescope on James Webb.
I don't know. Did it?
Sorry, from my recollection, the Hubble and the James Webb, they don't look at the Earth because of how big mirrors are and apertures. Yeah, that would fill up the entire screen.
Yep. They're
They
focal
don't look-
points on infinity. Yeah.
Yeah.
Assuming there's even a traditional focal point. I don't even know how the hell it works. You're definitely not going to get distance measurements with a telescope like that, looking at stars. Or size measurements or size. You don't have size or distance of stars with a telescope.
How do you think light travels in space?
How do I think it travels? Is that a philosophical question or a physics question?
A physics question, definitely.
Yeah, how does it travel? How does light travel without a medium? I don't know. Do you have an answer to that? How does light travel without a medium?
Like without a way to travel.
Yeah. Because I mean, don't get me. I could be wrong, but I think radio waves also constitute photons, but just like trillions and trillions more of them in massive waves, and so the photon energy isn't really sussed out. So the whole thing is bulk treated like a gigantic wave.
Yeah,
But with
there's
light,
also,
it's not the
there's
case.
yeah, there is whenever you have a light source, you can have like magnetic field. So any energy that you emit you have a small light magnetic field. And kind of what happens is when a radio transmits, you have this alteration of magnetic field, you know. So it's like a transmission, and there is different types of modulation. You have AM amplitude modulation, and then you have FM, and then you have two more types of radio transmission modulation. But the most famous ones are the frequency modulation. The frequency modulation, when you take frequency modulation, you have you have your microphone. Like say we speak in the range of 20 hertz to 20k hertz, something like that. I don't remember, but we listen in that range. 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. And what happens when you when you are have your microphone? There's a like a membrane inside your microphone that kind of oscillates, and that oscillates a thing that generates a magnetic field. And this magnetic field alters the current. What is the current? Is when you have in this case on the microphone is a DC current. It's a current that is not alternate. The DC current, what it is it is a current that is steady and doesn't alternate in amplitude. Okay, and what happened is your microphone right now is on the DC current and uses whenever this magnetic thing vibrates on the microphone, it changes the current, and that change on the electricity is interpreted by your computer, and you have a codec to interpret the audio signal. Okay, what I'm meaning by that, when you have this audio signal, probably using it will enter your computer. Actually, it will go to the motherboard, and then the processor will process it. Okay, and with this,
well,
what?
Before we get off the rails, my brother, you're asking if we knew how electromagnetism propagated, or how light propagated specifically. That is a very specific question that we're kind of deviating from. So I was curious to get your thoughts on specific propagation mechanics, like wave mechanics.
I download Minecraft Far Friday.
We know how they occur, but the medium that you are saying is not verifiable right now, because it's not something you can say it exists. Like some people say ether exists. I didn't test it. I'm not into this research, but what is tested is on other measurements that the scientists do. Usually they have really big antennas that they capture cosmic. I think these are the cosmic rays, right? Cosmic. I'm not researching into the topic. I only know a little bit. Cosmic rays.
What's good, my
how do they got?
All right. So how do you use this information to prove the Earth is a globe?
Oh, how do you use it? This info? You can
to prove the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, you can use those type of radio signals to get distances that some objects are. So radars, you know the concept or radar or radars. You can
Yeah.
have those. Like you know there is an like the DARPA was actually DARPA invented this shit in 70s, something like that. Like you can see through walls using radio frequency. You know
That's
that
pretty
concept?
cool.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. So how do you use it to prove the Earth's a globe with
yeah.
distance
Then
measurements?
you can see if our object emits some certain radiations, and right now for Earth I think they have like sensors that can listen the Earth underground, you know what I'm saying? I don't
Yeah.
work in the field of sensors,
What it
but
looks
it's a
like.
good field, really good field to enter, because like let's say US and other countries, they work taking oil. Do you know oil, like the thing you put the gasoline, make the gasoline? The how the oil is made, is it high pressure? I know the one of the concepts that some guys use, is it high pressure the wood? You can generate, there's a concept that you can generate oil from high pressure in wood and etc. But part of the most accepted theory is that oil was generated from really large sums of biological material, and then of course you have these other theory that I have listened, that you can have the
Oopsie. What happened?
you guys there?
Yeah, you're back now.
Okay. No, I was saying like the theory how some certain things under the earth were made. There's those theories about how they are made, like the oil, the thing. And then let's say there's several companies in the world that gather oil underneath Earth, right? So several kilometers you can take from underground the ocean. The
Okay.
oil.
Still trying to get to the point of the Earth as a sphere. So far, we've got oil underground and theories about how it was. Okay. Sorry, my friend. You started with radio telescopes. I asked you, how's this going to prove the Earth is a sphere? You spoke to Yoda for about 10 minutes, and we're now talking about oil and theories about how it's produced and companies that dig the oil up. And I'm still trying to get to the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, do you want to talk about geophysics or the
Not radio telescopes then.
what?
So you brought up radio telescopes. I thought that was going to be the thing that was going to lead to the Earth being a sphere. It seems to be it's not that. You want to talk about something else now. I wonder why you brought up radio telescopes in the first place.
There's a distance thing that you can have.
Which is relative to the surface of the Earth, not at all, because we're talking about things in the sky. You were talking about radar. We understood that.
Okay, radar. Do you know the radar concept then?
Yes, I live in Kent, underneath the area of the Battle of Britain, where radar was invented.
Nice. That's really good. Do you know how far a radar can operate?
Depends on the power and the frequency. I know of several radar installations that are ground based that have a radial value of up to 800 miles.
800 miles. Hmm.
I think maybe there's larger ones if we talk about military, but the
Yeah.
one that I know that's in Australia, North Australia, Jindalee, is about 800 radar radius value.
Hmm.
This picks up aircraft as they take off and boats on the ocean.
So, do you want to think? Do you want to talk about the things that are under our feet or above our feet? And
I
what
want
is Earth for you?
to talk
Like,
about Earth being
like
curved.
you want to talk about how to measure the curvature?
How? Yeah, yeah, that curvature, just a measurement of Earth curvature.
We can measure it using systems that operate in a high altitude.
Okay, that's ambiguous. Carry on.
Yeah, and that's it.
Okay, still ambiguous. Can you provide me with the information?
High altitude. You have altitude that you can go. Then you have the curvature thing. Like, let me
Okay,
check.
so I go to 35,000 feet. This is a measurement of Earth curvature. How?
They're gonna check it. I have to check it.
I'm parallel at 35,000 feet. What's going on?
45,000 feet. Is that the thing? 45,000 feet altitude. I'm not a scientist into it right now. I hope you are a good scientist.
When we talk about science, you'll know whether I am or not. At the moment, we're just talking about geometry, and I'm trying to figure out how 35 or 45,000 feet in an aircraft is a measurement of Earth curvature. I'm still waiting for that answer.
How high, do you think we need to go to see the curvature?
I don't know. That I guess that would be your claim. How high have you gone and seen Earth curvature again?
I'm typing on right now.
Oh, okay. I forgot. You don't answer my questions, do you?
Okay. At least 35,000 feet. Is that what Google says?
Okay. So if Google says that you should, and we do, see curvature of the Earth from 35,000 feet, I wonder if Google is thinking that we see at 35,000 feet, or wonder if we're just taking one observation, like out of just one window. Because we always point this out that maybe Google or AI doesn't have eyes and doesn't know that if you turn around, keeping your eyes on the horizon the whole time, you will understand that the horizon is a circle around you. It's not having one part higher or lower than the other, which would denote it. You think that you see one part higher or lower than the other because the parts that are peripheral of your vision, when dead towards the horizon, are trying to wrap around you. So if you turn around, the horizon would still be. It's a circle around you. It's not curvature. Let's put it like this: AI is really slow, but even if you live on a sphere and you keep gaining altitude and altitude and altitude, it's like having a horizontal slice out of an apple. It's just going to be a circle around the observer. The only thing that's really going to notice as you maintain a horizontal gain in altitude from the Earth is not the Earth curvature, but the Earth disappeared beneath you until you can't see it.
Nice.
Yeah, I know what Google and AI says, but really, when we think about the response that they've given, it's not good enough, is it? We see curvature at 35,000 feet, do we? No, we don't.
Why there's people muted on this chat? Why should?
I don't know.
Yeah. If the Earth is flat, where it ends. I like this concept.
Okay, it ends over there, or turn around and point in that direction, and it ends over there, or point downwards and say it ends down there. If you're inside a system, then logically every direction around you is outside the system. So point in any direction. Now, how far you would have to go and what it's like when you get there, I have absolutely no idea.
Guys,
Yeah.
come on, let's talk about Palestine case. I think it would be interesting to hear everyone's perspective and discuss the legal and political aspects of it.
You're right. That would be a good thing to discuss in a politics server or something like that.
Yeah, you can start about this case.
No, I'm saying it would be a good thing to discuss in some other server with a different topic.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I want to know how high I can go on flat Earth.
Without Benjamin Netanyahu, you can't go high.
Like there is a limit of how high you can go, right? I want to know
Without
that.
Benjamin Netanyahu, there is no limit.
There is no limit.
With Benjamin Netanyahu, there is no limit.
There's no limit. Benjamin Netanyahu. What he said, mate. Like, oh, okay, I get the joke. It's just not a joke. It's the sky's the limit, right? Is that the thing?
I received $7,000 from Benjamin Netanyahu, and I'm very thankful.
But I don't know him. SpaceX, is SpaceX like a hoax? Like they are using rockets just for fun?
It might not be rockets just for fun. It might be rockets doing what you don't think they're doing, but they've got a cover story. I don't know.
What they are doing? You don't know?
Yeah, like I said, I don't know, but we have to weigh up all possibilities. And you laid out one. Well, if they're not doing this, they're doing nothing. Or it could be they're doing this to make us think they're doing that, but actually they're doing something else. We've got a few choices. And at the end of the day, we don't know unless we're going to say that SpaceX shows pictures of the Earth being a sphere. And we know that can't be true because we would measure that curvature. We don't measure that curvature, like we said.
How high do you think we have to go in order to be on Earth still? Do you have this answer?
Yeah, I don't understand the question.
So let's say if I go 100 kilometers, can I go 100 kilometers high?
I don't know. The highest I've ever been is about 37,000 feet in an aircraft. I've been no higher. So I wouldn't be able to tell you how high you could go without my own personal experience. I don't know. But you must remember this as well, and I know you guys have.
I really want to help you, like
I know
study.
I really want to help you. At the moment, you've got lots and lots and lots of questions. Unfortunately, the majority of the answers you're going to get are, I don't know. Because just because we measure the surface of to be horizontal, flat, it doesn't mean we know what the sun is, or the distance to Jupiter, or what's under the Earth, or how big the Earth is, or what actually the shape of the Earth is. We don't know these answers. We've just got one verifiable claim. The Earth's measured flat.
Do you think like the NASA asteroid thing? There's a website from NASA. They capture like asteroids. So, Eyes on the Asteroids. I just got it. Eyes on Asteroid. It is a website that you can check like where some objects are. And do you know Halley comet? Comet Halley? Do you know that? Okay. Do you have an opinion about it?
There's a lot of phenomena in the sky. Comets, the Perseids and Geminids, meteor showers that kind of act like clockwork every year. There are a few of these phenomena in the sky. I'm not going to be able to tell you what they are. I can observe them, and like I said, the Perseids and Geminids and the Draconids and these types of meteor showers happen like clockwork. Same with the comets in the sky, right? Was it 85 or 75 years, Halley Comet returns or whatever, and every other comet appears, apart from some recent ones, to have that kind of cycle. So all I can really turn around to you and say is, up in the sky, there appear to be lots of cycles. The moon phase, the sun cycle, the Geminids and comets, for example. Now, I don't know what they are, but I can observe them happen, and I can observe them happen periodically and repeatedly, which is interesting.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I like the picture that the guy sent on the side chat, like the GIF. I like the magnetic thing that is happening, like the demonstration of a magnetic field. Do you have any explanation to Earth magnetic field?
Well, as in what causes the phenomena of the magnetic field? No. Obviously, we've got an idea from like the globe proponents, right, that the molten iron core is producing the electromagnetic field. Okay, but the Earth isn't a sphere with a core, but we have an electromagnetic field. I guess something is creating that, yeah. Just because I don't know what is creating it isn't really going to invalidate a flat Earth measurement.
You don't know what is happening, so it will not invalidate. Thank you. I understand it.
Yeah, it's an electromagnetic field core.
Yeah. Do you know if your energy cable on your house has a magnetic field or not?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I understand it's caused by something. Okay.
Yeah, it's caused by something.
Yeah,
it's caused by the current. You take your right hand, you put your opposite polar upwards. You close it's called the rule of the hand, right? So whenever you have a current that is upwards, you have a magnetic field that it turns to left side, let's say. So it's like, take for example, like you have a hammer in your hand. So the right hand law and the magnetic field, you can use it. So you can search it like how a magnetic field, a current magnetic field works.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I agree. I've heard this loads of times before. That's true. Yeah.
That's verifiable. Like you can see the way that the magnetic field is moving.
Yes.
Do you think if there's a magnetic field from Earth, what type of energy produces this magnetic field? Do you think it's electric? What type of energy do you think it is?
Usually we have
Like,
some kind of
what?
usually we have some kind of electromagnetic energy within the idea that the Earth's a sphere. We've got a lot of metal involved, an iron core. Now I understand just basically a metal that's beyond its point, it will no longer hold a magnetic charge because it's now, when we get to the Earth having a molten iron core, we also have the Earth spinning, or molten iron core spinning, which we're told is the thing that produces the electromagnetic field, which I haven't really seen replicated. You understand what the Curie point is, right? Of a metal?
What's the name? What's the name?
The Curie, Curie.
Curie.
It's the temperature a metal gets to when it loses magnetic field or charge, it becomes incoherent. So, say for example, I've got a steel ball and it's magnetized, and then I add temperature and I melt the steel ball over, let's say, 1,000 degrees or whatever. That steel ball that is molten will lose its magnetic field and charge.
How does Earth magnetic field Earth core generate magnetic field when molten iron loses its magnetism? Let me see here.
I think they spin it, don't they? I might not be completely correct. I think we have two. So we're told.
So, if an object has a magnetic field, I have a question. Can we calculate how much energy do we need in order to make this magnetic field? Do you know this answer?
I guess it's a little bit out of my scope, though. I would presume there's some kind of mathematical equation to find these things out, but it's a little bit out of my pay grade.
Okay, I'm gonna search it and then bring. I search here. It's the concept. The concept is magnetic energy density. This is the concept. So there's an equation related to how you can take the magnetic field and do some mathematics around it. And I just typed here how to measure the magnetic field. There's the Tesla name, like measurement unit, and then you have a sensor called Hall sensor. I'm also researching into it right now, so it's also good for me because I like to understand things also. Like I'm not a geo what's the name when you study Earth, geo study geophysics. I'm not a geophysics, but I think this is a very good concept. So you have a sensor, Hall sensor, and magnetic energy density. Probably those are the concepts that we need to look a little bit in order to like know how they work. My only problem here is like how it's such a like probably according to the modern science. I'm not saying you have to believe. Okay, I'm just saying what they say.
Peppo, just for you in the chat there's a video if you want to check it out sometime. It's a PhD geophysicist who says that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I know him, Dr. Afonso. I know he's Brazilian. I watched at least 50 videos from him 7 years ago. I know he's a flat earther still. He's geophysics. His model, one of his models that he works, he studied this Earth concept, and one of you have the models, of course, and one of his models is like there's the tectonic plates. Okay, I'm not, y'all know that, and then plates, why they organize with each other, and how the tectonic plates organize with each other, you know. And then there's a specific model that he said. It was long time ago that I saw. I had to take, but it's not the NASA geo thing. Dr. Afonso is smart too. I like him. He worked in the field, like he did lots of experiments. It's really nice.
Yeah, interesting. Yep, that's cool.
Like Dr. Model. Yeah, plan. I think I have to go to the bathroom, no joke. But just to make sure, like, we stand on the point. Like, I really love the idea of magnetic field, and I think there is a lot of energy involved in order to produce this magnetic field, and we have to understand um, um, where is this energy located? What is the position of the energy? How far away is this energy being transmitted? Let's say generated or transmitted, almost the same thing. I mean, energy doesn't generate. Energy is a form of transformation, but it's transformed. But also,
Yeah, so I can send you some interesting videos on the magnetic field sometime.
Yeah,
I
send me
think
some.
yeah. One of them's interesting. It's a NOAA scientist, right? NOAA.gov, NOAA scientist, and he's explaining how they really have no idea what's going on with Earth's magnetic field, and how they can't really predict what it's doing and what it's going to be doing in the future. It's an interesting video.
Why you think?
I have no idea. It's not something that I've done a lot of research on.
Oh, I think the Earth's magnetic field is North Pole and South Pole, according to science. Like, and why there's a. Of course, you have the North Pole and South Pole, and then you have the sun position, and then you have the North Pole and South Pole, and you have the sun. The sun heats the surface of the Earth, right? Do we agree with that? The sun heats the surface. Okay.
Yep, I agree with that.
Okay. When you agree with that, is there an explanation on flat Earth about how the South Pole and North Pole have this magnetic field? And is there anything related to from the flat Earth? Like you have the sun, right? Is there anything related to sun magnetic field going to the Earth magnetic field, like interference? Do you believe that there is an interference between Earth magnetic field and sun, like explosions and disruption of this field? You know?
Yeah, that's not something that I've taken a deep dive into. I'm more interested in optics, observations, that kind of thing. It's something that I look forward to researching in the future.
Do you know optics is part of the the range of EMF range, so electromagnetic EMF? No, oh my god, it's in English. So you have X-ray, and then you have vision fields. We humans see on the optic range, right? And then you have the other range. Do you know this concept? Like,
yeah.
Okay, you have like infrared and other type of things. Do you think we can use those type of things to look out objects that are like on the sky or not? Do you think we can use other frequencies to
Yeah,
look
I
out?
think there's a lot of assumptions that get made when it comes to objects, so-called objects in the sky.
Okay. What do you think generates energy? Like, or the energy is being transformed. What do you think energy is? How do you think sun energy is created, or something like that? Do you
Yeah,
have
I
an
don't
idea?
I don't make claims about the sun because I can't validate it, right? So
You can't validate the energy that the sun generates. You can't validate it.
yeah, you can validate certain things, but you're not going to be able to validate exactly what the sun is, what medium the sun is in, how far away is the sun, how big is the sun, etc. So it's all based on assumptions, and
So we
yeah,
can't know.
I don't know personally, right? So
yeah.
I'll just say I don't know, but whatever it is happening above a surface that tests as flat.
Mhm. So you can't know the type of energy the sun emits based on certain frequency that he emits. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's not going to make a difference to whether the ground is curving or not. You know, it's not going to make the ground curve, whatever it is. It's not going to make the water start curving, so it doesn't really matter to me that much. Although it would be good to know, right, and interesting to research.
Yeah, it's very interesting to research. Do you know what was the Chernobyl incident?
It's fine. It's a little bit of damage, and they don't mind it.
Do you know that?
But anyway, this car is in because the car.
Chernobyl. Do you know what is a fusion reactor?
Yeah, I do, but I can't really talk much at the moment because it's late here, and I do have to go to bed in a second. So I'm just trying to get some work done quickly before I head off. So hopefully someone else can jump in and have a chat with you about this.
I'm gonna go bathroom real quick. Okay, be right back. I am back. Now I'm gonna search what type of radiations the sun emits in order to know if he emits or not. He's using fusion energy or not.
Can you hear me okay? Does my microphone sound bad? Really, buddy, bro. All right, can you hear me better now? Much better. Appreciate it. So, where'd that guy go? What was his name?
What? What name do you want?
Who is it?
Who what? What guy?
Peppo has been asking DJ questions, but DJ's busy.
Yeah. Oh, Peppo. All right.
Yeah, talk.
All right. So, lots of things can exhibit different types of light and radiation. That doesn't necessarily mean we understand how it works, right?
Oh, okay, wait. Bunch of stuff emits radiation, and we don't know how it works. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, you would have to go there to verify it, right? I mean, you could make up a story, and then that story could fit certain criteria, and because of that criteria, you could say, "Oh, it must be that," but that doesn't necessarily mean it's true.
Yeah. Do you know how radiation propagates? Like, what? I mean, not how is like can be like usually can be any means. Some radiation, let's say X-ray, you use it to like to see the bones you have under your skin, right? So some radiations are used medical uses. to verify some things. X-ray. X-ray was invented like on the last century, right? Do you know?
No.
And then it was discovered that use some types of energy to interact with the matter, the let's say the atoms. So what happened is like some energy, like the X-ray specifically, I think it tries to interact with the. Let me search here. How X-ray interacts. How X-ray interacts.
So what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
What radiation has to do with the shape of the Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. We're talking about the sun, and then we're talking about the sun emitting X-rays, and we're so far off topic about how we measure for the curvature of the Earth, and we're talking about anything but that.
Good question. I like your question. How radiation has to do with the Earth? We were talking about the Earth magnetic field and how it's generated. And there's this theory that Earth has like the nucleus contains like moving things, and those moving things create the magnetic field. There's this theory, right? We didn't put a sensor over there. It's just calculations. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not.
It's moving with magnetic field.
What?
You said that things that are moving they generate magnetic field.
Yeah, there's the let me put on Google nucleus image Earth.
Am I talking to a person or am I talking to Google and AI? Because anything that you are saying is just the same thing that we can research. If I tap the same sentence or question, the AI will repeat the same exact thing. So am I talking to a person that can think, or am I doing research in a website? So you don't have any
Usually
information.
in the science community, we do like research into things, and then we reference it.
Yes, exactly. But are you trying to argue about something by researching on the fly?
Yeah, there's concepts that we can research, and some concepts I don't know beforehand, you know, so I have to research them.
Okay, so how can you generate magnetic field by moving something?
Good question. I don't know.
Nice. So why you claim that?
Oh no, like how magnetic field is working? It's when you have a current. Usually when you have a current, the Earth magnetic field is almost the same thing, but I'm not that sure. Like I know how, like if you take your smartphone that is on your pocket, it generates a magnetic field. Your body itself generates a magnetic
Yeah,
field.
generate magnetic field because it have magnets inside, like the magnet that is on the speaker of that microphone. There is tons of magnets in the phone. So yeah, it generates. There is permamagnet and there is also electromagnetic magnets.
Do you know how a magnet?
You will have a magnetic field if you have a magnet.
Yes. Do you know how a magnet is generated? Like the object they call magnet?
Yeah, not necessary to know. It's irrelevant to. The question is just irrelevant. I think that you are asking the question to run away from the topic. Yeah, I don't know. I know, but it's irrelevant.
It's
It will just
irrelevant.
generate a discussion that is on the topic of how things generate a permamagnetic field, like those elements or metals. So it will just turns us from the topic. that you claimed
What is the topic?
that top things that are moving inside the Earth, they are generating magnetic field. How?
Yeah, they can generate.
How? If I move a spoon now, if I take a spoon and I move my hand and very fast, or I attach that spoon into a dynamo, so will that spoon generate a magnetic field because it's them moving?
Sorry, when you move a spoon, sorry?
Yeah, if I take something and move those things, if I take something and move it so fast, a piece of iron or a piece of wood, plastic. So, like you said, also a rock. So you said that if something is moving fast, it will just generate a magnetic field. That's what you claimed earlier.
So I'm seeing I just asked GPT and like pretty simple. There is the inner core and the outer core.
If I want to talk to ChatGPT, I know the website. I have the link to the website. We are not trying to talk to ChatGPT. I
What
have
you're
my
trying to talk.
ChatGPT already open, so I don't need someone to tell me what ChatGPT
ask him
is
then.
saying.
How a magnet is
I need
generated.
to ask
We can ask
ChatGPT. ChatGPT is not a person that can verify informations to be real. ChatGPT can't verify if the scientific claim is following the scientific method. So yes, so tell me, how can you generate a magnetic field by moving something?
How you can generate magnetic field by moving something? Good question.
You forgot to ask it
You know the concept of let's say the nuclear power plant. Do you know that thing?
It's completely irrelevant. It's not related to what I
think I know
asked.
how it
How can
works.
you generate a magnetic field by moving something? I'm not
I know
talking
how.
about nuclear plant and fusion
You don't
reaction.
know
When you
how.
are moving a spoon,
You don't know. Okay,
when you
mate.
are moving a spoon, you are not doing a fusion reaction. Inside the Earth,
You're-
there is no
you're-
fusion reaction. You're telling us
Yeah.
that there is a magnetic field because of things that are moving. This was your claim.
Yeah, your question is about how a magnetic field is generated, right? Is that the question?
Yeah, how can simply something that is moving, just moving, can generate a magnetic field?
Yeah, that's a great question. It was answered
Yes,
by,
you
I
didn't
think,
answer the question.
Thomas Edison.
You complimented the questions now 3 times.
Yeah, it was answered
You
by
are
Thomas
about to do it for the 4th time. Yeah, I know that it is a good question. Can you just tell us?
Thomas Edison answered. Thomas Edison, right? He invented like the energy, the thing that generates the current, right? So
What is the thing that generates current? Because there is nothing that is named the thing that generates current. What is that thing that generates
Did you
current?
finish
Can you name it?
Did you finish your high school?
Can you name the thing? Because you said the thing that generates current. What is it? Is it a solar panel?
Maybe it can be a solar panel also.
Oh, it is. It's not a moving piece. It's not a moving thing that generates magnetic field. The question was, your claim,
energy can be
magnetic
transformed.
field is generated by things that are moving. So now you are telling us that Thomas Edison invented the thing that generates electricity. Solar panel is not a moving thing.
I think
And it's
it
not
was
Thomas Edison who invented that. So you just have to research more.
Maybe have. Do you know Nikola Tesla also?
Yeah, I know Nikola Tesla, and it
What he
completely.
created? Do you know what he created? Do you know what he created?
I didn't
Doesn't
create
matter.
something more than
To your question,
generate
doesn't matter? Okay.
field. Yeah, it doesn't matter to the question that I asked you. Are you trying to just go past all people that lived on this surface of the earth? You'll tell me, do you know Nikola Tesla? Do you know
Yeah.
Madonna? Do you know Chris Brown?
Yeah.
Do you know James Brown? Do you know?
James Brown.
Yeah, that's what you're doing. You're asking me if I know people's names.
Yeah,
And
I'm
it's
asking it. Do you know them?
completely irrelevant to my question to you. How can you generate a magnetic field by just moving something?
By just moving something.
Yeah, that was your
Don't know.
claim. You forgot. Do
You
you
don't
have
know.
Alzheimer?
Yeah, a magnetic field.
You
A
have
magnetic
Alzheimer.
field can be done by one thing called inductor. Okay, this like you can have an inductor by having I think the name is inductor. But when you move your hand,
An inductor is not a piece that's moving. It's not something that is moving. It's not even nearly close to your claim, which is
it's
about
called.
things
I
that are
forgot the name
inside
in
the
English.
Earth. They are moving inside the Earth and they are generating a magnetic field.
Oh, you have a coil.
Can
So
you try? Just listen.
do you know the concept of
Try to
coil?
think about what you claimed earlier
Yeah, what I
and
claim.
validate your claim. I
Yeah,
asked
what
you
I claim.
direct question related to your claim. So can you answer the question in specific and don't dance around the question?
Do you know the
answer
concept
it.
of coil?
Oh my God. Yes. Yes,
Do
I
you
know.
know?
And it's
What
not
is a
relevant.
coil? What is
It's
a
not,
coil then?
it's not relevant to
Not
the
relevant?
question that I asked you. So are you
Okay.
telling me that there is coils inside the Earth?
Kind of.
Because your claim
No, I
earlier is the Earth is generating magnetic field, not by coils, not by a
Listen.
solar panel, not by something invented by Thomas Edison, and not by something invented by Nikola Tesla. So you trying to run away
So
from the
Nikola
question.
Tesla is not important to it, right? You're saying that.
Try
To
again.
Bro,
I
listen,
couldn't
listen.
hear.
Nikola Tesla is not important to energy
listen.
researches. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yes, he is important to energy researches. Yeah, correct. And he
What
is
type of energy
irrelevant.
researches
He is
he researches?
irrelevant to a molten magnetic core inside the Earth that is claimed that its movement is generating a magnetic field. So that was your claim. We are not talking about inventions. We are not talking about phones. We are not about AC current, the thing that Nikola Tesla developed. The AC current compared to the DC current developed by Thomas Edison. It doesn't matter if Nikola Tesla worked with Thomas Edison and Thomas Edison didn't want to pay Nikola Tesla. It's these stories that you are telling us to just run away from the question are completely unnecessary to the question.
Unnecessary.
Yeah, to the
Okay.
question. Yes, because the question that I asked you is your name.
How a magnetic field is generated from a current, right?
No, it's
That's
not right. It's not right. You also forgot your own claim. You forgot your
what I
own
asked
claim.
then.
What I can suggest to you, what I can suggest to you, you are recorded live on YouTube now. So you click on that box that is next to me. It's on my right. It's on the left of my profile photo. You click on it. You go to the YouTube website, the YouTube page. You just rewind the tape and listen to your claim. Your claim was not about electricity generating a magnetic field. It was about things that are moving inside the Earth. They are generating a magnetic field because they are
Wow.
moving.
Yeah, probably I did that. Yeah, I did that.
Yeah,
And
you throw claims left to right without any evidence. So
Mhm.
it's not something good
Not
to
something
do.
good.
Yeah, it's not something good to do.
Do you
Throwing
know?
claims left to
Yeah.
right like
Mhm.
that, it's not a good thing to do.
Not a good thing to do, to throw claims. I got you. So, what do you think there's in the middle of Earth? What do you think? What type of elements do you think there is there?
Hell?
Do you know the periodic table? Do you know that concept?
Hell, maybe there is hell. Who knows? There is many claims. People made many claims. No one validated any claim of those, but there is many claims. So you claim that there is a molten core. Some people claim that there is hell. Nordic claim that there is Helheim. Yeah, you can't know. No one could verify what is underneath the surface of the Earth.
Underneath the surface of the Earth, you can't know if there's something that generates some energy, right?
You can't know if there is something that generates energy. All over the earth, there is things that are made of energy and they can generate energy. The claim of molecule itself is something that can generate energy by itself. There is electrons that can fly from that molecules, and that electron is just energy by itself.
I recommend searching for how a coil works.
Yeah, I know. It's not a molten object that is moving and generating a magnetic field. It's completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
A Tesla coil is
Maybe.
completely irrelevant. It's not a molten object. Not something that is molten, that melted because of temperature, like the core that you claimed inside the Earth, and it's not moving. There is no moving part in a Tesla coil. If you never
moving
knew,
part?
because you never research what is a Tesla coil. You don't know that the Tesla coils don't have any moving part on them. Your claim was about something that is moving and generating magnetic field because of that movement. Are you stupid? Are you that stupid to not understand what you say? You said something, and you're talking to me about Tesla coil.
Yeah, it can be
Not
Tesla
relevant
coil,
to
whatever
what you
coil.
claimed earlier. It's not a moving object that is generating magnetic field because of its movement. You can claim dynamo, but dynamo doesn't necessarily need a magnetic field around the moving object to generate electricity or to generate movement.
Yeah. So there's
it
no
completely
coil in the
irrelevant.
world that is moving right now. Is that what
Sorry?
you're saying? There's no coil in the world that is moving right now. Is that what you're saying?
There's no coil that is moving?
Like anywhere. There's no one. Is that there
there
is? Is there?
There is many on cars. The shock absorbers are just coils. So when you run the car and you accelerate, that's the car moving, meaning that the shock absorber, which is a coil, they are all moving. So many
Do you
cars
know
with the
how?
shock absorbers,
Do
so
you know
coil,
how a
all moving.
hydroelectric works? Hydroelectric power plant works. Do you know how that works?
No. Will you tell me?
Yeah. What happens is whenever you have an object that is high on ground.
Is it relevant to my question? Will it answer my question?
Yes,
Because my
100%
question to
it
you
will answer.
was how you
Yeah.
generate a magnetic field by simply moving an object.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
You have like water, and when water falls, it hits like another object, and when this object moves, it on the part of this object has one thing called a coil, and once this coil moves, it generate the famous electricity. That's
Oh, okay. But we are not talking about electricity. Are you that stupid, brother? We are not talking about electricity.
what we are
We're
talking about. What we are
magnetic
talking
field. Oh,
Oh,
you don't
magnetic
remember?
field.
Oh,
Okay, we are
brother,
talking about magnetic field.
yeah, I'm wasting my time.
Oh,
I guess that you have a reset button that you have your hand pressing it constantly. So your memory is reset all the time like a fly. I can't do that. So you don't know what are you talking about. It was you, the stupid person, talking about a magnetic field. Now you, the stupid person, is jumping from a magnetic field to tell me about something that is generating electricity. That's so stupid. I'm so sorry. I can't continue.
So I have a question, like sincere question, no joke. Last question. Does magnetic field is related to electric field, like electric current? Do you know any of that? Because my idea is that whenever you have electric current, you have a magnetic field. That's what I think it's happening. But
no, that's wrong.
I could be wrong, right?
That's 100% wrong.
Oh, I am wrong?
You
Am
can
I
have
wrong?
a magnetic field using electricity, but they are not related to each other. It's not whenever you have electricity,
Not
you have a
related
magnetic
to each
field.
other?
They are both separate. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You just have to
So
learn.
those
You
two
never
concepts are
learned
different from each
anything.
other then? So those two
Sorry?
concepts are electric field and electric current and magnetic field separate from each other? Is that what you
Yeah.
are saying?
Yeah, that's why they have different names. One is called magnetic field, and the other is electricity. Yes, electricity can generate a magnetic field. A magnetic field can generate electricity by creating a dynamo, but
Just
they
let
are not
let me
related.
speak. Let
It's
me
not
speak,
whenever,
please.
because your claim was, you said that whenever you have electricity, you have a magnetic field, and that's completely wrong.
Let
You
him
can have
speak to
electricity
ensure.
without
I
any
just
magnetic field.
want this to be recorded.
Yeah, it is recorded. You can have
Yeah.
electricity without any magnetic field around.
Mhm. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you
Meaning that
say
you
in
were
the name of
wrong.
Flat Earth Society
Your
then?
claim was,
That phrase, please.
if you have electricity, whenever you have electricity, it's your claim. You can rewind the tape. You said, whenever you have electricity, you have a magnetic field with it. No.
Yeah, you
You
have.
are wrong. It's not the case. You can have electricity without any presence of a magnetic field.
Hey, very
And you can
quickly,
have a
I'm sorry to
magnetic field
interrupt.
without
Someone just connected
Go
us to Flat Earth Society. We are not Flat Earth Society. That's a parody, you realize, right? Peppa, I'm talking to you.
Oh yeah, I was listening to WhatsApp. So no, I it's just
Flat Earth
my bad.
Society is a parody site meant to make Flat Earth sound ridiculous. Yeah, we don't make those claims.
Okay, my bad. What is organization you are into? Do you have any?
We're not an organization, but we have a home server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Okay. Is there any like motto, like is there like, oh, we believe this and that, like a list of things?
Well, we don't
you know?
believe anything. We measure the surface of the Earth as flat.
I have a question over as his the other Necros said, like, does magnetic field like have something related to electric current? Or
Well,
yes or no?
here's the thing, Peppo. That's really a side conversation because that's not the room topic. I mean, you're welcome to discuss those things. However, those do not prove or disprove the geometry of the Earth.
The geometry.
Yeah, I mean, we're interested in what we can empirically prove, which is that
How
the
lasers
surface is
work?
not curving.
How a laser works to measure the surface?
Okay, I don't need to get into what do you mean how a laser works? Do I need to explain how a laser works in order to measure the surface as non-curving? Is that what you're saying? Just clarify for me because maybe I misunderstand your question.
Like a laser works with light, right? Can we agree?
Yep, it sure does.
So what I'm claiming is, in order to have a laser, you need some sort of like thing that produce the energy to make the laser works. And
Okay, so why can I ask you why you're getting off into the weeds on that rather than addressing the issue that there's no drop over distance that would be necessary for the Earth to be a sphere?
drop.
Yeah, there's no surface curvature measured anywhere.
How you measure things?
You can measure things many different ways. You can use a laser over a large body of water since water is flat at rest. And it shows that there is no earth curvature in the way, blocking the laser hits its target at the same height on the other side of the body of water every single time at any distance that it's tested.
Is there any other method that I can do it?
I don't know, have you ever well, let me ask you this. Why do you believe the Earth is a globe?
I don't believe. I don't believe in anything.
You don't well, that's not true. Everybody believes in things.
So
So,
you
are
don't
you just
believe
telling
Earth
me you're
is flat?
not are you a flat earther? Are you a globe believer? I mean, it's one or the other. Or you're learning.
What you believe then?
I'm asking you, I'm a flat earther.
So you
It's not
believe
a
in flat
belief,
Earth?
it's a knowledge. I know that the Earth is flat because there's no surface curvature.
Hmm.
And the fact that you're saying it's a belief tells me a lot about your perspective. So, Peppo, what evidence have you seen to support the claims that the Earth is a sphere? I mean, empirical evidence, not something we can't validate.
So empirical evidence about why Earth is not flat?
Empirical evidence to support the claim that the Earth is a sphere with a
What
radius
do you
of
think? What do
3,959 miles.
Why do you think it's empirical evidence?
No, I'm asking for empirical evidence.
No.
Don't do this. I'm not going to play these games. You know what empirical evidence is.
What is?
Okay,
know
so
what
you
is?
have okay, well, I'm just going to conclude here that you have no evidence and you just want to talk about, secondary topics that don't address the room topic at this point because you're waffling when I ask you very clear and direct questions.
No, I want to know what is empirical evidence.
Yeah,
Do you know what is?
it's repeatable and testable. You can go and validate it for yourself.
You never think for yourself ever before. You were using AI, so you can still use that same exact
I use AI. I love AI.
Definition of
Don't you use AI?
Yeah, we
Okay,
are not
we're not
here.
going to talk about AI now, Peppo.
We are not here to spoon feed you every bit of information.
Well, no, he's not asking. I don't really think he's wanting to be spoon-fed information. I think he just wants to talk about anything except the reality, which is that the surface of the Earth is indeed measured flat, and there is no evidence to support the claims that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, I think empirical evidence are really good. I love them.
Okay, so what empirical evidence exists to support the claim that the Earth is a globe?
When I go to the beach, I see everything flat. Yeah, really flat.
Okay,
I
so
have the best eye in the world. I know it's so flat. I can see like 200 kilometers away. my
No,
measurement.
you
is
cannot
with-
see 200 kilometers away. That's not true.
Oh, how many kilometers you can do with
Well, you
your
just made the
battery?
claim, so you're going to have to validate that claim, or you're just making stuff up. Because I don't know if that's a troll or what. Because that's just ridiculous.
No, it's a well-known thing.
From
Actually,
sea level, you're not seeing 200 kilometers through the atmosphere.
on the beach probably not, but you can see in the high altitude.
But you said at the
200
beach.
with a binocular or something like that, probably.
You're not seeing 200 kilometers with binoculars at the beach.
Is it 112 kilometers?
How much curvature should... Okay, are you claiming you're a flat earther?
I know a little bit.
No, that's not what I'm asking. Okay, let me phrase this again. What are your beliefs, Peppo? Is the Earth a globe, or is it flat, measured flat?
I have no belief.
No, that's not true.
That's not true.
No, everyone has beliefs.
Everyone has beliefs.
And you just made a claim that's patently false. We know you can't see 200 kilometers from the beach.
No, it's 112. It's probably 112 the last time that I saw something like that. But
Okay, well, what is your point of saying that? Is your point, are you trying to say, yes, you agree with us that the Earth is measured flat?
like with your bare eyes, you can see everything flat, like on the beach. Yes.
Okay, so how do you know that the way it appears to your eyes is actually what it is? How do you validate that?
Oh, that's a great question. Then you have the measurement equipment, right? They use.
What
good.
measurement equipment? That and
So
who's
you have
they?
yeah.
Peppo is
they
one
have the-
massive lie.
What?
It's obviously flat, bro.
Obviously flat. Maybe. Like,
No, I'm joking. It's all.
We'll get to you next. So you don't want to like commit to anything, right? You say it looks flat, but you don't really know how it's measured or anything. Is that correct? Is that fair?
there's this saying that what we can see, and what we cannot see, right?
Okay, but this isn't
And-
a philosophical debate, right? If you see something and it appears to be flat, and then you measure it and it also is flat, what is it then?
Of course it's flat. I'm looking on the beach.
No, but what if it's an optical effect? How do you know that the way it appears is how it actually is?
Like the fat effect. What's the name? I was searching it like 7 years ago.
Okay, I'm just
don't
trying to get you
really-
on topic. I don't know. I'm not trying to make this more difficult, but I feel like it's kind of a struggle with you. Like you don't want to commit to anything. Okay. So if you think something appears to be flat, how do you validate that it is actually flat?
How do I validate if something is flat?
Yeah.
You can use optics, or you can use other tools.
Okay. What kind of tools are used to validate that the surface is not curving?
You have geometry, right?
Geometry isn't a tool to measure, right?
Isn't a tool to measure? Okay.
No, geometry would tell us what kind of curvature rate to expect if the Earth is a globe with the given radius, right?
So you can measure stuff with geometry, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying geometry tells us how much curvature to expect. And so we go out and we test, we measure for that curvature, and none exists.
Can I use geometry to anything flat Earth, or
Well, zero slope, is that what you want? That's all you need.
no, do you know like the what's the name when Archimedes thing? Do you know Archimedes?
Okay, yeah, I know Archimedes, but what does this have to do with what we're talking about?
Like he measured the position of the sun and the
Yay, but how does that change the surface description?
It's to measure the curvature.
Okay. Okay, so you admit that you're a glober and you believe that someone measured the position of an object in the sky and therefore that determines the surface of the Earth is curving? First of all, what is the sun? Where is the sun? What's the sun's composition? Sun has an apparent, not an actual position in the sky. Things in the sky do not determine the surface of the ground.
Do not determine the surface of the ground. Okay. So
No.
anything in the sky can
The sky
can
does what it does, but the surface of
so
the Earth remains unchanged, right?
so I can't use what is far away to measure a thing that is close, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying why would you point to objects in the sky to validate the surface? If you need to measure a floor to make sure that it's flat and level, do you look at the lights on the ceiling to do that?
The lights in the ceiling? Oh yeah, it makes sense. Like if like
We have access to the surface of the Earth, so therefore we can measure it. We don't have access to the sun or the moon or the stars, and even if we could, they would not change the nature of the surface of the Earth.
Do you like to travel?
Okay, is this going to be related to the room topic?
Yeah.
Yeah, I travel quite a bit, actually.
Would you want to go to Antarctica?
Maybe, maybe not. I mean, that's very low on my
Guys, what
list.
are you talking about? Excuse me, guys, what are you talking about?
Well, just if you listen, look at the room topic, 24/7 flat Earth. We're discussing that the Earth is measured flat. Okay, so what's your claim
Okay.
about? Can you just get to the point and tell me what your claim is about Antarctica, Peppo? Because I think I know where this is going.
You know where it's going?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. So
Yeah,
why are you
since you
asking me if
know,
I want to
you-
go to Antarctica? How is that relevant?
Yeah. What do you think is relevant? I think it's pretty relevant because
Okay, go
Antarctica.
then. Tell the room why it's relevant.
Antarctica might be
Me
a
wanting to
place
travel
where there's
someplace is relevant. How?
so you can know what this place looks like.
Okay, I can go to Antarctica on a tour and see a very small portion of it. What's
a
your
very
point?
small portion of it.
Yes.
Why?
Okay, I'm not playing this game with you. I'm really not. This is a big waste of time. So if you want
What?
to address the nature of the surface of the Earth, we can do that.
You can do that. Do you think NASA is satanic like NASA?
I don't know in here. But it's gotten extremely tedious. So, are you going to present any evidence that the Earth is actually curving at the rate that we're told?
What type of evidence do you want?
We already discussed this. Empirical evidence. I want a measurement of surface curvature that we can validate.
Empirical evidence. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, you said that already.
You can go really high in the sky and see it.
You can. Where is it? Just because you can doesn't mean it's been done.
How far away we can see on flat Earth, like on the beach?
Can you try to
I
stay
have
on topic, Peppo? He asked you a question. Please answer the question that was asked instead of going off on another tangent.
What question you asked?
Well, you said you can do X, and that's fine, but has it ever been done? And can you provide that accomplishment?
Oh, provide the accomplishment, like how high we can go. Do you know a thing called balloon?
No, do you know? Because we're asking if you know.
Okay, you know what is a atmospherical balloon?
Yeah, you just provide it, and then we'll discuss what we know about it.
Yeah. Do you know something about it?
Hey Yoder, maybe we should see if there's somebody else in the room we can talk to.
Yeah, this is going nowhere. I'm saying yes. You're making me repeat myself. This is boring. Can we move
Yeah,
on to
it's like
someone
some
else?
kind of advanced sea lining, you know. Yeah, we have several new people in the room, so if anyone has any questions about flat Earth or they want to present any evidence of the globe, feel free to open your mic and join us.
Hi guys, flat earthers, how do you explain everything else beside Earth in space? Every large object being a sphere.
Well, first of all, we're not making claims that the Earth is a disk in space. We are completely discarding the heliocentric model entirely. Okay. So we measure. Hold on. Let me
Yeah, okay.
finish. So we measure the surface as non-curving. That's how we know the Earth is flat. As far as the objects in the sky, what they do or don't do is irrelevant to that.
Why do you think Earth must be something different than every single planet that exists?
Well, first of all, are you claiming? Okay, first of all, if I go into a forest, it doesn't make me a tree. And you have no evidence that the Earth is a planet. If it was a planet, it would need to be curving at a specific rate, and when we measure it, it isn't. We see objects in the sky. Well, we call them objects. We don't know that they're objects. They're lights. We have no way to validate their shape, their size, their distance. There's no way to validate that. So why would I assume that the ground that I stand on, which measures flat, is anything like the lights in the sky?
Well, do you agree that the Earth is many billion years old?
Why would I agree to something I can't prove?
You don't need to. Well, I mean, you can.
No,
prove it.
I'm not really
You can-
interested in beliefs. I'm interested in what I can empirically prove, right?
Well, you can dig in.
You have no way to know that
on
the Earth is
scale.
billions of years old, though. You have no way to know that. That's just a belief you hold. So if we see lights in the sky and we call them planets because the planets are wandering stars. They don't move in the same fixed pattern as the other stars. That doesn't mean the surface of the Earth is suddenly curving, right? When we measured the surface of the Earth and all the water on it is flat.
See, when you have a large object, the gravity of the object starts pulling every single atom.
Okay, that's a claim, but when we measure the surface, it measures flat.
The Earth cannot be something drastically different than
Why not?
literally everything else.
Well, you don't know what anything else is. You just have beliefs about it.
You can go out somewhere dark, maybe in the middle of a desert, and look up, and you can see billions of stars and maybe some planets if you're lucky.
A planet is a wandering star. Yes, we can all see the same thing. I agree with
It's not
that.
a star. A planet is made up of.
You cannot validate that.
solid material.
No, that's your claim. You can't validate that.
What, you think the moon is light too?
I can't validate what the moon is.
You saw a video of a starship crashing into the moon. It came out.
Yeah, and I know that that's not possible.
Why isn't it?
So I don't just believe images that I see online. I would have to validate that the Earth is indeed a planet by confirming that it has surface curvature at the rate of approximately 8 inches per mile squared. So if we measure the surface and there is no curvature, then the Earth cannot be a planet.
But you know, there's a very famous video on YouTube where a bunch of guys were trying to prove the Earth is flat. And then,
Okay, tell me about that. Did you watch the actual documentary, or did you just watch like a clip that told you what to think about it?
You know what? How about you tell me about the documentary?
No, I know all about it, but I'd like you to. We talk about this several times a day, so go ahead.
Yeah. They set up 2 pieces of cardboards with holes in it. And one guy stood on one side of the cardboards with a camera, the other on the other side with a laser. And then he moved away, like, I don't know, maybe it was a few kilometers, I don't know. The light disappeared until he raised his hand above his head.
Are you saying he used a laser?
Use the laser, right?
So you didn't watch the actual documentary.
So what did he use?
The laser broke and they got out a flashlight. And also, it wouldn't be possible for him to raise his hand to that height unless he was like 13 feet tall. So you didn't watch it, but I'm not really interested in a bad like mockumentary. I'd like to see an actual laser test over a large body of water that shows curvature at 8 inches per mile squared. You know, some people with flashlights and holes in boards are not very compelling evidence for surface curvature. So I'd like to see something a little more technical than that.
Okay, right. Do you mind going back to the planets being lights?
No, there's no need to. You can't validate any of your claims about it. So there's
Well,
no
let's
point in
talk
us going on
you
about
said
it.
Moon is also some sort of light.
I
Then
didn't. I said,
how-
okay, these things appear to be lights in the sky. I cannot validate what they are. I have no way to do
Okay,
that.
then how does it change color to red every once in a while?
I don't know. Why do I have to explain celestial phenomena?
Because it directly
Does
relates
if the
to
moon
Earth
appears
being round.
red because of, could be the atmosphere, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. The surface of the Earth still measures flat, and that the
Yes.
color of the moon doesn't change the nature of the surface of the
It
Earth.
does. Well,
No,
yes,
it doesn't.
does. If you have,
Okay, so the color of the moon
do you know
makes
what
the surface curve. Is that your claim?
exactly? Yes. So
Do you did you I just want you to
Einstein.
stop for a moment and think about that.
Okay, I have thought about it. Let me
Okay,
explain.
so your claim is that if the moon appears to be a different color, that means the surface of the Earth is curving, even
Yes.
though we measured the surface as flat.
Well, yes. You haven't measured it's
Okay,
flat.
explain
You just,
how
yeah.
explain how
Okay,
the
okay.
moon's
Well, I
color
will.
proves that the surface is curving. I look forward to this.
So you know how Einstein explained that heavy objects like the Earth or the Sun or anything create dents in the fabric of space-time, right? So when you have the Earth in the center and the Moon in one side and the Sun on the other side, the Earth has this sort of bowl shape dent in space-time. So when the light from the Sun travels towards the Earth, some part of it passes from around the Earth and it gets trapped in this dent. Thus it bends a little bit, just a tiny bit. Now, when you look at the light, no, wait, let me finish. When you look at the light spectrum from the visible light, the tiny bit that we can see with our naked eyes, the color red is I think it has the longest wavelength. That's why it's top of the rainbow. So everything else beside the red light gets filtered out. It gets absorbed by the Earth's atmosphere. The red light goes around the Earth. Thus, you see the moon in red.
Yeah, I have a question.
Hold
Is it
on a
okay?
second.
Is
Just
it
a
okay
minute.
if I?
Just a minute.
Is it okay if I
Hugo.
masturbate as you talk?
You know what? I think you probably need to be institutionalized. So anyway,
I am already. I am already. But I'm still touching.
Okay. So anyway, that was a lovely story that you just told us. One that you cannot in any way validate. And your problem is that the surface of the Earth measures flat.
Well, you might not be able to validate it, but if there are
No, I'm not
other
interested in things I can't validate. That's what I told you. We want to talk about what we can empirically prove. So I don't want bedtime
there
stories.
are
I would
no
like a
other
measurement.
explanations.
Okay, I would like a measurement of surface curvature. Can you provide that to me?
No, it requires instruments that we don't have.
Okay, so how was it measured? How was the radius determined if we can't measure it?
I don't know.
So no one ever measured it? That's your claim? That's what you're
No,
saying?
I mean, of course, someone has measured it at
Okay,
some
who?
point,
Well, that's
but
your
I don't know
problem.
how.
You know, we've been asking for 10 years and no one else has ever provided any evidence of a measurement of curvature. So I
I
understand
think
you have a hold on. I understand you have a lot of beliefs. You've spent a good amount of time telling us what those beliefs are. Fine, you can have your beliefs, but that's not what we're going to discuss in here. We're going to deal with what we can prove. So you have a belief that somebody measured curvature, but you can't provide that, and no one ever has. We have 0 measurements of surface curvature in accordance with the claimed globe geometry. So therefore, all the stories that hinge upon the Earth being a sphere fall apart.
Well, I mean, you might be right, but I can return all your claims to you. How can you prove, like, so concrete that the Earth is flat?
Because we measure it as such. Because we know what the
No.
claimed globe geometry is, and we do not find it anywhere. We shoot a laser over a large body of water, and the laser hits its target on the other side and is not blocked by Earth curvature at any distance where we do this. Whether
So
we're
then
using
why?
lasers or infrared or anything else, there is never any detectable surface curvature, ever.
Why do ships disappear in the horizon?
Well, when things move too far away from you, you can't see them anymore. Are you
No, it's
claiming
not.
there's a geometric horizon? Because if there's a geometric horizon, then we should be able to measure that.
You know, if you go, like, stand next to a sea or something, and then look with binoculars, you see the ship going down bit by bit. It's not disappearing.
Okay,
like
so if you're
going out
so
of
at what distance? At what distance is what's your observation height, and what's the distance that the ship is disappearing bottom up by your claim?
I don't know. I can measure distances. I tell
Okay,
you,
well, you
you
know
can
what?
just
I
go
grew up
there and see
on the
with your
water
eyes.
all the time. I've spent a ton of time at the beach. I've never actually seen that happen. But if it is happening, and it is because ships are being blocked by the geometric curve of the Earth, then that requires it to happen consistently at the same distance in every case, right? I mean, depending on your observer height. And if that is true, then we should be able to measure that curvature. We should be able to shoot a laser over a lake and measure the curvature.
Well, you know that the Earth is, even if it was a sphere, it wouldn't be a perfect ball.
Okay, this
So
is irrelevant. It is, we're told that it is, if it was shrunk down to the size of a billiard ball, it would be smoother than that. It shows very little variation. So where is the curvature of any type that we can measure?
Okay, most of students they don't know where to start, but today let's change your first video. You just don't want to drink.
Rasapt, are you still with us, or you Googling? What's up?
Hey, sorry, I lost you for a few minutes. So, I heard what you said about it being as smooth as a. Oh, oh, that's what you said.
Well, the point is, if the Earth, I mean, and every quote unquote photo from every space agency shows the Earth as a sphere, right?
Right. Yeah.
As a perfect sphere, actually. So anyway, so where are we? If if the curvature is so noticeable that we can see boats disappearing bottom up every time at the beach, which I'm going to give that to you, but that's not what's happening. No, that's patently false. That's not true. But if that's your claim, then why can't we measure that curvature with a laser over a body of water?
Maybe the light gets scattered too much.
So you're gonna tell. Okay, first of all, I don't think you've seen boats disappearing bottom up. I bet you. It is possible you have seen it happen, but I would say it's very unlikely, and it's just something you read. What you
No,
have
I've
seen
seen
is
it with my
boats.
own.
What you have seen is boats disappearing because they have become too small for your eye to resolve.
I was
Now,
watching with binoculars.
okay, so tell me. Well, you understand that there's atmospheric effects, right? That can
Yes.
explain that as well. So, at what distance was the ship when the quote unquote curvature of the Earth began to block the hull?
I told you I didn't have any tools to measure.
You said
the
you used
distance.
binoculars. Okay,
Well, the
so you don't
binoculars
know.
just
So you
zoom
assumed it
in.
was Earth curve without any knowledge of what the distance should be for the Earth to start blocking the ship, right?
I wasn't trying to find out how much is the radius of the Earth. I was just
No, that we're told a radius, right? Here's what I'm trying to explain to you. The claimed radius of the Earth necessitates a specific rate of curvature. So if you want to claim that boats are starting to disappear bottom up on the sea because of surface curvature, then who's hold on. Thank you. Then you need to know at what distance that should start to occur. You should have an idea of that you can compare that to. How far away was the ship? Was it a mile? Was it 5 miles? Was it 10 miles? Why did you assume that it was Earth curvature without any evidence to support that?
I mean, other than thinking that the ship sank into the ocean, you cannot.
No, so
say
why did you
how
assume
else
that not being able
slowly
to see the bottom of the ship meant it was the geometric horizon of the Earth blocking it? Why did you
Because
assume
I
that?
saw the top of the ship, not the
Okay,
bottom.
no, that's
so
not my question. My question is, when you say you saw this, why did you then therefore make the assumption that what was happening was the physical curvature of the Earth blocking the ship and not some other phenomenon?
Because I see in a straight line, and when it curves underneath that line, it slowly goes down.
The straight line? Are you saying the Earth isn't curving from left to right, but it is curving from in front of you to away from you?
Well, when I'm looking over the ocean, the Earth is curving.
No. Okay, that's your that's your claim, but you haven't
From my-
validated that. No, that's your claim. How do we know that that's true?
Well, because the ship disappears.
No. Do you realize that that is circular reasoning? The Earth's the globe, so the ship disappears bottom up. The ship's disappearing bottom up proves the Earth's the globe.
Well, yes. Doesn't that make sense?
No, it does not make sense. So if the Earth is curving, then it needs to be measured as such. You believing that a boat appears to disappear bottom up, which can also happen on a flat surface, and we have plenty of evidence of that. And it sounds like you're unaware of that, but we can post some for you in the side chat. Guys, if you're in the room, could you help me out and post some of that? Yeah, objects can absolutely appear to disappear bottom up on flat surfaces. So that's not evidence for the globe.
Well, I mean, you say that when we shine laser lights from some distance away, we can still see it because
No,
the
it
Earth
hits the
is
target
flat.
on the other side. Yes,
Oh,
that's
yes.
correct.
Yeah, same thing. So that's circular reasoning too. The Earth is flat, so we can see the light from a far distance.
No. I didn't say we see the light from a far distance. That's not what I said. Okay, let me ask you a question, because maybe you don't understand. How much surface curvature should there be in, say, 10 miles of the Earth? How much drop over that distance?
I think you
Okay.
said like 8 inches per mile.
The radius that we're given necessitates approximately 8 inches per mile squared.
Yes.
Okay, so over 10 miles. I mean, you can look this up yourself. It's not my math. It's the math that we're given to comport with the radius we're given. So, over 10 miles, how much drop over distance do you think there should be?
80 inches. I have.
No, it's 8 inches per mile square.
Okay, so then 10 miles should be
Well, I was kind of interested in what you thought you should see rather than what, the math tells you to see. Because I bet you've never really thought about this, and especially based on your story about the ocean, you've never thought about how much curvature there should really be.
So tell me.
Okay, well, over 10 miles, it's over 66 feet, so over a 6-story building. And because it's
Okay.
exponential, over 20 miles, it would be over 266 feet. So if we set up a laser at one end of a 10-mile lake, at let's say a 5-foot observer height, and then we set up a target at the other end, also at 5 feet, and the laser hits the target on the other side, what that means that it is not being blocked by 66 feet of Earth curvature.
Has that exact experiment been done?
Yep. We have hundreds of these at all different distances. And, you said, oh, we're assuming it's flat. That's not true. Many of these laser tests have been done by people who believed that the Earth was a sphere, and they went out to disprove flat earthers, and now they are no longer believers in the globe because they went out and tested it for themselves. Yeah, I mean, we have them at 20 miles, 25 miles, 21 miles, 28 miles. Yep. No curvature anywhere. So,
When you're on, for example,
awesome. Thanks,
on two
Captain.
sides of the lake.
Hold on.
other factors-
Someone just posted something for you, and there's some laser tests for you in the side chat for you to check out later.
Come up. Okay, I'll check it. There are many other factors that can play a role, like, I don't know, your latitude and things like that. It can only be tested when you're doing this in the ocean, like 2 different spots on the water in the ocean.
Why would latitude matter?
Because, well, on the ground you have hills and canyons, and the surface isn't a consistent.
Talking about water, right?
I said from the shore, either side of a lake. I didn't say from a canyon and a mountaintop.
Yes, on other sides of a lake.
Yes, on the shore. We're measuring 5 feet from the water line. And water is flat at rest. So we use that as a horizontal baseline. Go ahead, Timbo.
Oh, it's all right. I was just thought it was getting very confused. You understand, dude?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I understand her.
Yeah, water conforms to the shape of the sphere, right? On the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the claim is. So all water should curve at the rate of the globe.
Right.
Right. So over 10 miles, it would be 66 feet.
But I'm thinking.
Do you agree or not?
Well, I actually haven't seen that number before. If you're saying it, I mean, it's right. I believe you. When you're testing this over a small body of water, I think there might be some. You might have some. Might off.
What?
By a little bit. Your measurements might be off. You're doing this over a small body of.
Why?
Because on the ground we have hills, we have canyons.
Yeah, but
the ground
sorry,
moves up and down.
You're doing it again. So we're talking about the surface of water, right?
Right.
So would you agree that at a lake, the shoreline would be at the same level everywhere on the shoreline? What do the hills and valleys have to do with measuring water? Like, hello? You there? You there? You there, my friend? Going to measure the surface of water, but surface is water. It's not going to measure correctly because of hills and valleys. Okay, why? Hills and valleys have undulation. This will affect the water. Really? Just because there are hills and valleys. A laser test over short distance would be less accurate than a laser test over long distance. What about Soundly's test? Shams P. Got it. Put your mic and explain Soundly's test to me. Let me guess. Can't talk right now. Issues with my mic. Of course. Should I? Should you what? Put in your explanation of Soundly test. Seen the video. I post the video. Tell me what he did and what he was testing for. The math he used. Was it the same on a different day? Just put all that in, or your explanation of what Soundly. Seeing as you're too scared to get on the microphone. What I'm doing right now is trying to Google something. Oh shit, what did Soundly actually do? I don't know. Better Google it. Let's find an explanation.
What is the Soundly test? I never heard of that.
It wasn't a test, you just sat in a hotel room with a video camera. Lake Pontchartrain?
It was a test using a telescope.
The test using a telescope. Okay, so what did he do?
Okay, I'm writing it down here.
Bring it down.
Hola.
Have you seen those transmission towers on different days? So we've got pictures of them looking curved and we've got pictures of it looking flat. Which one is it? Which one's the correct image?
Looking round.
Yeah? How do you know that? Round. You guys have got no answers for round. No answers. Not even answers for your own beliefs. You don't even know why you believe the Earth's a sphere. You have no idea. You say Earth's a sphere because everyone says it is. And you go, Soundly. Okay, what did Soundly do? He had a telescope.
I don't just believe actually. It is people watched from space. So how can I say that it is wrong and we have to measure it from the Earth?
Yeah.
And some
Well,
people
if you
did
see
this.
the Earth curving from space, then
And then will it be
you
flat
should be able to
actually?
measure it. Right? You should be able to measure drop over distance. Right? Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be
Okay.
able to measure it, right?
Yeah.
How come no one's ever measured the curvature?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So why has
We
no
should
one ever
do it
measured the
from here.
curvature?
We should make it new test maybe.
Well, we've already done it. There isn't any. No curvature. Shoot a laser over water, there should be a drop over distance. for the rate of a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles.
Did you read this sounding test? And I posted a link here.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
So
Images
what's
show.
your
So images show one day looks like it's curved. The next day it looks like it's flat.
okay? I did not know that.
Yeah. We've got hundreds of pictures of the same transmission towers. Great.
We should count like the 1,000, 2,000 images and can
And what's that
compare the
gonna do?
ratio. Can compare
We're
the
gonna count
ratio.
how many images there are. What's that going to prove?
Is it 50-50? 50 times
You're going to
spare,
say
50 times
you're going to
flat.
say these curved ones are the correct ones because we live on a ball, and I'm going to say nah, these ones that make it look flat, that's the correct ones because we don't live on a ball. The argument from those images, and then we say how are we going to confirm that one is correct or the other is correct? Let's measure the drop over distance over water. How about that? How about we shoot a laser over the lake and measure the height of the laser on the other side of the lake? Then that will confirm whether the Earth is dropping away at a rate if the surface of the water is curved. Wouldn't you agree that that would be the best, most definitive test that you could possibly do?
Light itself can bend with gravity. So how can
Okay.
you be 100% sure?
So the light bends to make it look flat.
Yeah. How can you 100%
Yeah.
sure?
So in order for you to know that, you would have had to have measured the surface of Earth to know that it's curving, to know that the light bends around that curve. Right?
Yeah.
The claim is the physical shape. You're saying that the Earth curves, and I know that the light bends around the Earth because the Earth's curving. Whereas I just say, well,
Space-time
the Earth's
itself is
flat
curving around the.
and the light is just going straight like it normally does. And I'm just picking it up on the other side of the lake because it's straight, right? So the observation is the Earth's flat. The practical use of the surface is that it's flat. And then a laser test confirms that observation. Now you say the Earth is curving, but it looks flat. The Earth is a sphere, but we use it as a flat surface. And when we do a laser test, it confirms it's a sphere because we pick it up on the other side of the lake at the same height because the light is bending around the sphere. So that's three claims that you don't have an observation for, right? Which is kind of weird.
So what about from
Can
space?
you just acknowledge what I just said? You
Can
agree
you
with
deny
what I
that?
just said?
Yeah, I agree with you. But
Yeah.
how
So
can you deny
you've got
the
three
measurement
claims.
from space?
Yeah, you've got three claims that you've got no observations for. And we've got three claims just there that are observed and confirmed. Right? Measurements from space. How do you measure something from space?
It is carving down there.
Yep. How do you measure things from space?
We need a telescope and
Get a telescope from space, or
no
what?
telescope from one point from Earth, and we should see the see me actually.
Well, what you think that's possible?
The yeah, if the Earth is flat, then I will be the existence of myself will be twice. I will be. I
So
will see
how
myself
far?
the straight
Let,
ahead.
all right. So how far do you think you can see on a sphere? Can you see forever on a sphere, like if through the atmosphere?
I don't know.
You know that stuff that we've got. You know the air.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Can you see forever through the air?
What about the time zone? Actually, how time zone is fixed? How you can make work the time zone
Tangent. We're
in
using one.
flat
We're
Earth?
using one. Using a laser.
So 10,000 experiments out there making it the Earth is round, and one laser denying everything else.
One. Oh, can you show me one?
No, that one laser test. I'm
Oh,
talking
you
about the
show
laser
me.
test.
You said there's thousands that show that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah,
What
from
tests? Yeah, you said there's
space,
thousands of
from
tests.
other perspective, like time zone and other things, other
Now you're going.
calculations.
So now you're not worried about. Now you're not worried about tests. You're worried about time zones. So you're going to avoid those thousands of tests that you've got, and you're going to go to time zones.
Okay.
Yeah. So just
I
one
can
test.
remember that. I can remember that straight lines when aeroplane flies
Now you want
between
to go
two
to
destinations.
airplanes. So can you prove to me that airplanes
So I
fly in a
have
curved
to must
path?
use the laser.
Can you show me that airplanes fly in a curve? Can you show that?
Yeah, I can show the calculations because flying
What
around
calculations?
takes less distance. If we draw a straight line, it is more distant from one point to other.
Tells me absolutely nothing. And
Okay.
you said airplanes fly in a curve, right?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
follow
So can
the
you show
curvature.
me that? Yeah. That's circular reasoning. You're saying because we live on a sphere, airplanes fly in a curve.
Nope, it is using the calculations of
What calculations? Of the Earth being a sphere, right?
yeah.
Yeah. What calculations?
I have to. I don't remember it actually fully, but I can show you the calculation. So that one laser test, it is denying everything.
No, you haven't showed me anything. I'm not denying anything yet. You haven't shown me anything.
Okay.
Yeah. So in order for you to show me that the calculation of an airplane flying over a sphere, you'd have to show me the measurement of the sphere to get the calculations, right?
Oh.
Yeah?
Trying to do this.
You got it?
I think I got it. Yeah. Harbinson formula. The shortest path.
You worked it out yet?
Yeah, I just got it maybe. I just posted it.
Right.
Yeah, I just copy paste it. I just
I mean, don't use like AI sheet, bro. It's definitely lying, bro. Come on.
So in this, where's the measurement of the sphere?
measurement. Oh, okay.
Well, you need a measurement for a calculation to start with, right? What are you basing your calculation on?
What type of measurement using laser?
Right?
You were saying that I need a calculation. What type of calculation? Using laser only, or formulas, science, or
Now you're saying
other
formula
things?
science. All right. So in order to have a formula, like a mathematical formula, like you need a base
Okay.
measurement, right? Otherwise, you can just make up a formula for anything. What's your first measurement to start the formula?
It can come out with a formula, but still, will you agree on that? I don't know actually.
I don't know what you're saying, dude.
Okay, take this. How can I this is okay.
What am I?
I am giving you a formula in two parts. Please look at this and say something.
What's up, America? How are you guys? Americans, right? Alright.
Yeah, I posted two pictures. Read this. There are two parts. Parts one, part two. Now, will you try to believe that this is the formula? will you ignore math now? Or math is not that much trustable? How people trust the laser? Right. So just deny this calculation and let us use lasers to test this one again, again, again. I read it in school. I couldn't remember, so I asked AI to make me remember. So how can I deny this? I can't deny this actually. I can deny the math, can deny the formula, whatever someone make a laser test or not. One laser cannot deny the math, the science, the whole part, mathematics, in the world.
Hello, freak bitches. Yo, what's up?
And they're using a few, like a few crazy assumptions in those flight distance calculations, right? Like we actually know the distance in between these places, that there's some kind of flat Earth map that we use that proves this. You're using a map that we don't use. You don't actually know those distances. There's also high altitude wind currents up high. You assume that the plane is actually going this maximum speed it can. There's a lot of assumptions in there. And you are also assuming that the Earth is a globe. So once you start making all these assumptions, you start realizing that these, these are just calculations. They have no basis in reality.
What is reality actually? The laser light, is it so much real than mathematics?
You're also assuming that planes actually use these great circle routes, which often they don't. There's huge deviations on flight math sites that show how much they actually deviate from the great circle route. So, they don't just follow the great circle route. That just is not what happens.
Then what happens? Can you come out with a formula with flat Earth explaining this?
We here in this room do not try to explain that because we don't know those things either.
Okay, so we have to turn your mind from belief to something concrete belief of not believing it that the earth is flat. What is your belief system work? How is your belief system works actually? Counting what actually? Just
We
you
don't
just
believe anything about
you just
being flat.
believe
We measure it's
anything.
flat, it's navigated flat, it's sailed flat, it's built flat, it's flat. And so we don't have to have belief, and we don't have to have belief that it's curved either, because then you go out and you measure it over, flat land like a Bonneville salt flat or any lake or any resting ocean like a frozen lake or something like that. It's actually really good too, because the temperature differentials keep it from causing too much atmospheric refraction when you have that frozen lake. It's flat. It's always flat. There is no downward slope deviation. There's zero measurement of any curve whatsoever. And so there is no belief required. We know it's not curving. And so, boom, it's flat. It doesn't require belief, it's knowledge. And yeah, you'll have a lot of flat earthers go out there and start assuming things and grabbing maps and being like, oh, this is where we live and this is the distance and X, Y, Z. And guess what? They're wrong too. They're making bad arguments. They're using things they can't prove. And we don't do that here. So we disagree with those guys who say that type of stuff as well.
Okay, so what is the scope of evidence? If I show you, you will believe that the earth is fair. What is the scope? If you don't follow the mathematics, curvature, airplane science, so what is the scope actually? Trust the scope. What your belief system can take and can believe.
Sorry, are you asking what would make me believe that it's a ball or curving?
Yeah, exactly.
There's nothing. I have my senses and the measurements and how everybody uses and builds on it and navigated on it and everything else. So I know, and so I therefore just won't believe. There are things outside of my scope of knowledge. I don't make up stories about those because that would me being I think or believe or this evidence points to this. No, there's knowledge and there's lack of.
Okay. Okay. Okay, let me think and I come up with something else. Later. Not now actually. I am confused. There should be a way to make you believe. I have to find this maybe.
Nobody makes me believe anything.
I think you live in quantum level where both are true actually. If you see the cat is there, if you don't see the cat is not there actually.
Yeah, we don't see any curve.
Yeah, that's true in quantum level actually. It depends on the observer how he want to see it. Yeah, in quantum world, you're right. I think I get it. You should not believe it actually, because if you believe the conversation ends here, it should not actually. It should going. It should be going forever, forever.
Damn, belief's not important. We all have things we believe or think or guess, especially when you see something like that. Like you're told, hey, the earth is curving. That's why the moon disappears from the bottom up. And you go, oh, cool. And you just go with that and believe that. But if you believe that, but you want to know, then you can go out and, do an observation, do a measurement, or in science, have something observable and repeatable, make an experiment out of it and test it. And then So belief, thought, these things, thinking about something, wondering why something is happening, those are all incredibly important. You don't have knowledge without some kind of belief or thought or examination in the first place. That's the first thing you do in the scientific method. Observe a natural phenomena. So the first thing you're doing is looking and seeing, and then you go test it to see if that. So you get past that belief, past the idea, past the thought. And to be fair, we don't here in this room, we don't go around saying, "Oh, this, that, and the other is happening." If we can't, test it, we don't know it. We aren't going to make up a bunch of stories about it, which is what the whole globe model does, and it's been doing it for a long, long time. And they keep adding new beliefs to it. When something breaks, they just add a new belief, and dark matter's here. That's why. And we don't do that here. We wanna be able to have it in our hands and test it, prove it, have it be repeatable in order to know.
Yeah, I get your point. You want anything that you can test yourself, and then you will believe it with your eyes, with your sense. If you can test it, you will believe it. I get your point actually.
So I posted a diagram in the text chat at 57 minutes past the hour. For those of you who live in most parts of the world where we operate on 1 hour incremental time zone standards, not 15-minute or 30-minute ones, 57 minutes past the hour has a diagram depicting the globe, depicting two observers with reciprocating zeniths and theodolites staring at each other. The idea is that the angle for observer A that is created by tilting the theodolite down, that angle that he has with respect to his local vertical is going to have to match the angle that's subtended 4,000 miles below the surface with observer B's local vertical. So the level of accuracy that you may obtain on the surface, how does that translate? 4,000 miles down deep into the center of your globe. Can you maintain that accuracy for the globe that you need up there on the surface? Suppose you're off by a few, arc seconds. How many miles would you be off from hitting the point of origin in the center of your globe and being able to subtend that angle with observer B's local vertical? These are big questions. And how much would refraction throw that off? Or how much would local plumb line deflection throw that off? All these things that people, the globers, who perform high-end geodetic survey functions claim that they need to do in order to make accurate measurements and calculations. I don't know. I have not seen anybody present any compelling case of this. I haven't. And we're told it's so easy that everybody's able to prove that Earth is a globe. And yeah, everybody does it every day. And surveyors measure the Earth, and they're always accurate by measuring the globe all the time. I mean, here's how they do it. Well, okay, let's get into that then. Here's the principle behind a common way that's often presented here. Can anyone articulate the amount of error and how you proved that you're operating within such margin of error with your measurements? Can anyone prove your precision in nailing that angle that's subtended? I imagine it's got to be hard to do because Earth's so big and distance so far. Not an easy endeavor, even if the Earth seems damn near impossible. And I think a more honest take would be, yeah, it's Earth is a globe, but just haven't quite got that precise measurement yet. We're just still dealing with possibilities at this point. We can seem to make it work with a lot of math, but we have a lot of way to go. I mean, that might be the most honest take. Oh well. Looks like Kathos was promoted to silver recently. Congratulations, Kathos. Welcome to the inner circle, that circle of trust, my brother. Shams P in the chat says, I think I misunderstood the reason, and you put reason in quotes, why people are here. Are those sarcastic quotes or quotes for emphasis? Typically, quotes are used in this fashion for sarcasm, but I've seen it used all over the place for emphasis, which I don't think is standard.
No, this is not funny, not sarcasm. I truly got the point, actually.
Yeah. We're very strict empiricists, and we think this level of strictness is necessary to combat laziness in academics, in what passes for science, and various other technical endeavors. This laziness isn't something just we produce that we point out. I mean, this laziness has been documented going on years before FE was on the scene, before Flat Earth. This laziness has been bubbling up and has been captured by publications like the Scientific American, who writes on the reproduction crisis, the replication crisis among academic journals and peer review processes. In one field, they found over 70% of, I think it was doctoral candidate papers that were submitted and were awarded, whose authors were awarded with postgraduate degrees or something. Might have been doctoral degrees. That nobody actually reproduced or bothered to actually perform due diligence on the claims presented. So there's a lot of dubious bullshit out there, folks, in the mainstream. We shouldn't rely on a peer review process for vetting. And certainly nobody in a modern peer review process is involved or interested in doing full scale or even scaled reproductions. I mean, reproducing a test or experiment or something like that, it can be very costly. Who's going to put up the funding for it? Depends what it is, I guess. If they're going to keep awarding PhDs for a lot of inconsequential trash, well, then you might start padding those numbers to get your replication crisis up to 70% of awarded degrees. It's insane. Imposter syndrome, pretender clowns everywhere, posers. We used to call them posers back in late 80s, 90s. Poser. Fake it till you make it, right? Sometimes you have to reinvent the wheel.
Hello?
Hello.
How are you?
Welcome to the chat. I'm doing great. How are you?
Nice. I'm from Egypt.
Good.
Where are you from?
The United States.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good at English, very good for you know?
Oh. Well, welcome to the English Hub server. You are in the Flat Earth room. We're a bunch of flat earthers, man. We love talking about the flat earth. This is what we do here. If this topic sounds fun, hang out and stay. It is a very advanced English topic. Otherwise, feel free to practice your English at any of the other channels below this.
To practice my English,
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, this room, this chat room, 24/7 Flat Earth. This is for practice and
So there is too many of
application.
people here.
So feel free to practice and apply your English. If you need help, if you need tutoring, if you have lots of questions about conversational English and grammar, I would recommend some of the other chat rooms. We talk about mathematics and philosophy, science, technology, geometry, physics. So,
What's your name?
yeah, welcome. My name is Yoder.
My name is Mansoor.
Hi, Mansoor.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Do you think the Earth is flat, Mansoor?
What?
Do you think the Earth is flat? Have you heard about flat Earth? No?
Lol.
Hey, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. How you doing?
I'm good. What about you?
Pretty good, man. You ever
Oh,
looked into this topic before? How flat the Earth actually is? Not a globe.
so am I talking to actual someone who's believing that is a flat Earth or
Yeah. Yeah,
no
you
way?
are. We are a Discord community. There are 30,000 members in our home server.
Okay,
We've been investigating the flat Earth for about 10 years.
no way.
Yeah. We've also recorded every conversation live,
Oh,
24/7, 365 on YouTube, Rumble, and X.
nice, nice. That's good.
Yeah.
So, like, is it that easy or hard to believe the Earth is flat? You think that we all washed up by Illuminati or some shit?
No.
Okay,
I think this problem is different than that. I don't really look at this like a conspiracy theory. I look at it more like a religion. Like this is a false religion. The globe
what?
is a false religion. It's a belief that people just have. It's like an urban myth.
Okay,
So
explain more.
yeah, well, the globe became a very useful mathematical tool for navigation hundreds of years ago, which is all it was served up to be. The globe was a useful mathematical tool because it combined the way that people conceived of the sky, a celestial sphere, which nobody believes in today, by the way. Like everybody knows there is no celestial sphere in actuality. But that's how people used to conceive of it back then. So the globe was a way to match the way the sky is observed with how the ground is thought to be. Because if the ground is curving at a rate that is proportional to the sky curving, then you can make maps out of the sky. So people made star maps and then using the stars created ground maps and
Okay,
performed
so
calculated distances between locations using the stars and fixed distances for coordinates, and off they went. And so we
okay,
tested that theory and
I have
found it to be
a
false.
really interesting question for you.
Sure.
Okay, it's just not a theory, but you can like it can be like a something you can like look at it. Okay, from a perspective, there is like 8 billion people right now on Earth living, and all of them, most of them, like I don't know, let's say 7 billion people are believing that the Earth is rounded and all of that. Why do you think? Like I'm trying to explain it, but so there's a lot of people believing about something.
Yeah.
It is so weak to believe something else against those many people.
Oh, yeah, I agree. The peer pressure to believe
Uh,
in the globe is extremely high.
and I think it's like you can't even how I can explain it. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
I think I know what you're getting at. Listen, it's for many of us, it's more difficult to accept that the world is mad with delusion
Okay.
than it is to accept the reality of the flat measurements that we have before us. I think that's a powerful statement, to be honest. I mean, true,
Interesting.
truthful with that. Yeah. The extent that I think the world is diluted with the globe frightens me much more than just finding out that the Earth isn't a globe for myself. It's the fact that everybody seems to have this globe belief and nobody bothered to fact check it.
But everybody fact check it. But I'm not.
No, that's it. Not
I have a
everybody fact
question.
checks it. No, not even
What?
the most
I have a
well-resourced
question.
scientists have fact checked it to our knowledge.
I think that theory about the flat Earth, it is the most like not vulnerable. I think that the most, can say it, most weak theory I have ever seen. Like it is
Really?
so
not a
weak.
theory.
What have you heard
Like
about it?
if you say like Illuminati, I
What have
can
you heard that's so
little
weak?
say, yeah, it is maybe,
Can I just ask you
but
something?
flat Earth, nah. Like
Hey,
everybody
bro,
know it.
can I ask you something, bro? Can I ask you something?
Guys, I have a question.
No. I gotta ask. I want to
Yeah.
ask this other guy a question.
One at a
What do
time.
you experience the Earth as?
Hamburger.
Guys, I have
What do
a
you think?
question.
What is your everyday experience of the Earth? Do you feel like you're on a big spinning ball, or does it appear flat and stationary to you?
Maybe a burger, maybe like a cheesecake. I don't know, not gonna lie.
No. The honest answer is for absolutely every single human who has ever existed is that it appears to be flat and motionless. That's the honest answer. So you saying
Okay.
that this is a theory? It's not. It's a lived experience.
Okay, so
And that's all I wanted to say.
I'm not very educated about this subject, okay? I can just search about it and I can get the answer. It's just so easy. Like I'm sorry so about the theory. I'm saying about the theory it's so weak, but I can just search about it. Just like fact check it. It's not that hard, you know.
Yeah,
Like
can I
I
ask
know
my question?
just if I say like if I say about
Yeah.
ChatGPT, you're gonna say, "Oh, ChatGPT is Illuminati or some shit." But
No. I mean, why don't you find us the weakest flat Earth claim that we've made, and we can talk about it.
I told you I'm not that educated about it. I'm just know that there is a flat Earth theory. I don't know. What do you
Yeah.
think? I don't think you think there is uh something weak about it, right? I can search it
No,
right
the
now.
opposite. This is one of the fewest topics that I have the most confidence in.
Like what?
Flat Earth is one of the fewest topics that I have the most confidence in being true.
Can I ask my question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if the Earth is flat, is it like a circular or is like a rectangular or square?
Flat Earth is not a planet in outer space. Flat Earth is not an outer space cosmology at all. This is not a pizza disk in space. Flat Earth is the floor of the universe being the vast sky above your head with the stars, sun, moon, and planets. As far as we know,
So,
there's no
do
outer
you
space
believe there
underneath
is
the ground
like
that
an
you
edge?
walk on. The ground that you walk on seems to extend and get hotter and denser the further you dig.
Do you believe there is an edge?
I don't know. I don't think that question can be answered by anybody.
I mean, if there is, I would love to visit like the edge.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
our
I
edge of
wanted to know
flat
like
Earth would
if
be the
Earth
edge
is
of the
like
known
a.
universe at that point. The edge, if there is one, would be the edge of the universe, just like the Big Bang has an edge in outer space. How do you describe the edge of the Big Bang in outer space? Like,
So,
nobody knows how to
are you
describe it. It's
saying
impossible to conceive.
the Earth itself is not flat?
No, I'm saying it's a topological plane. We have hills, valleys, mountains, ocean trenches. We've got high mountain lakes and sub-sea level
True.
ponds and rivers.
Yeah.
But the average of all of that is not a curve. It's a flat horizontal reference plane.
Yeah, I mean, my question is like then how the Earth looks like. Is it like, I mean, does it have a shape
That
from the
would
outside?
require a God's eye view. Nobody knows what it looks like in entirety, just like nobody knows what the universe shape should be. Like, what is the shape of the entire universe? It's asking us the same question. It's
But
inconceivable.
like, haven't we seen astronauts going outside and taking pictures of the Earth?
Yeah, how high up are these astronauts, you thinking? Which ones?
I mean, they went to moon and some went to
Oh, they went
outer
to the moon.
space. Yeah, the International Space Station. They can also see it from there.
Well, I don't think the ISS is high enough to see the curvature, even if it is a globe.
So are
I
you
mean, we've done the
saying,
math to check. That's our basis. It's not just some belief. I mean, the geometry, I don't think allows for curvature to be seen from the ISS, even if it is a globe. Not left and right curvature.
I see. So, I mean, how do you explain that? I mean, so far what we have seen.
What's there to explain?
I mean, people went out and taken like pictures of the Earth, and that's how we
Sure.
know how the Earth it is right now to us.
What?
So you have
I have.
a
I've
completely
gone out. I've
different
gone out
view.
and taken
So how
pictures of
would
the Earth.
you?
You'd have to be
Right?
specific. What sort of pictures are
Yeah.
you talking about? There's plenty of pictures. I've taken pictures of the Earth. That would just be me being outside in nature and taking pictures, right?
Perfect.
I
Yeah.
mean, not like
Response.
inside the Earth, but like out of space.
Out of the Earth system. That's a bold claim, sir. Do you think you can back that up?
I mean, if not me, I mean, it's all over the news,
Exactly.
and
I
also
wouldn't
they're being like,
go relying on an experience that you'll never have.
How are you, my friend?
I see. So you guys do believe, I mean, don't believe in newses and like government propagandas, I guess.
What? You want to ask us about our belief in like civics and the government and the role of?
I mean, I wanted to like
What?
know, like, I mean, how do you guys, I mean, how do you guys see the Earth, you know? And like, why don't you
Usually with
guys
my
like believe?
eyes. I mean,
There
usually
has
with
to
my
be
eyes,
some sort
bro.
of like strong evidence that, you know, I mean, people claiming the Earth is like circular sphere, but technically it is not. I mean, how did you guys
Well,
come to
let's
this
talk about
conclusion?
that strong evidence. What
To
strong
measure,
evidence is
yeah.
there?
We have people that gone out and measured it, and some of us have measured it ourselves. Can't find the curvature. Looks flat, actually. There's no amount of curvature for a globe that anybody's been able to uncover with measurements.
Have you been guys traveling to do this?
Yeah. Again, so we are a Discord community with 30,000 members all over the world who've done independent observations and tests and posted the results online.
Yeah, I know 33,000, but how many are this in this, you know, group? I mean, VC or well, whatever you like to say, flat Earth,
I mean,
Discord.
almost all of us, if you look, those of us who are mods are absolutely flat earthers. We have the mod tag.
I see.
Yeah, this is just a hangout. You know, we have a home server, like I said, but we occasionally go into other servers that we partner with and
I
spend
was
time in
like,
them. That's why we're here.
I was curious. like you said, I mean, you guys observed, or like, based on people view from all over the world, you guys come to this conclusion. I mean, like
Mhm.
how, like, I mean, how did they measure it? I mean, we're not like technical person. I mean, what knowledge you have to know to measure it, or like come to this conclusion?
Well, we have some people who are technically inclined and have taken very expensive lasers out into the field to conduct measurements, in some cases public measurements, demonstrations for random passers-by, like Dr. John Dee from England. I think he's a retired physicist living in southern England. I think he's taught at a university down there. But he's taken some high-end lasers, and he's an optical physicist. He's traveled across England at the beach, along the southern shore and other places, setting up his lasers and demonstrating that he can
Like,
shine a
I
laser
mean,
from one point to another, miles and miles and miles away, and hit the target without any drop over distance of Earth curvature getting in the way.
I mean, where did he publish his like observation or research?
Online, on YouTube, and other places, because, well, this isn't up
Well,
for
I
peer
mean,
review with the
if
traditional
he's a
establishment.
if he's a researcher, there must have been like a paper,
Yeah,
I mean, a
yeah. I mean,
research
they're
paper.
presentations.
Didn't he also do one of his laser tests
There's
live online and filmed it, videoed it,
yeah.
just to cut down the but this could be doctored or this could be edited and weird stuff like that. He did one
Right.
live online.
Yeah, and that's important because, I mean, anybody can type anything in a paper, right? We were just talking about the reproduction crisis amongst academic journals undergoing the award of advanced degrees, and 70% of papers that were submitted for like doctoral, I think master's candidates too, were found to be without merit, not actually reviewed. So there's a
Yeah, I mean,
crisis
there have been
in the
some
peer
like
review process
predatory
for many
journals.
people in many fields. Yeah,
Yeah,
the Scientific American has written at least one article on the replication crisis, also called the reproduction crisis. So yeah, I mean, just publishing a paper, good step, good effort. But man, what's more important is the data, the raw data, and nothing like a live stream, as Matrix pointed out, a live stream to show a recording in live time with the live audience what happened. Very valuable.
yeah. I'm just curious.
I
I
think
mean,
he's also
have
collaborated.
there ever been like a airplane pilot who measured something like this, or who claimed or found evidence of Earth not
Yeah,
being,
yeah.
you know,
We've had
like,
pilots ask flat earthers talk to people about flat Earth. There are flat Earth pilots out there, man.
yeah, because they fly all over the world, and if they claim this, it would be like,
There are.
much stronger claim.
Guess what, bro? There's even ex-NASA employee flat earthers.
Yeah, yeah, and
I mean,
people from the
do you guys
Defense
have like
Department.
links or like an archive where I can see all these like, documentaries?
Oh yeah, we got tons and tons and tons of terabytes of content to link you to. Isn't
Or
there an
maybe a
SR-71
YouTube
pilot who was a
playlist?
flat earther too?
Sorry,
There's,
are you asking
yeah,
me?
I think there's an SR-71 pilot. You know, what the SR-71 Blackbird stealth aircraft, I think there's an SR-71 pilot who's got a flat earth testimony.
Globebusters and Mark Sargent and Dave Weiss have interviewed like multiple different like military and Navy personnel and Air Force personnel that have come out and said that during their profession, they never once witnessed the curve or had to account for it in any way.
Yeah. That's a mature
And also, I
realization.
mean, had there ever been like a head of state, like president or prime minister, I mean, claim, Earth as not, sphere or something like that? I mean, that would be definitely a very, very, strong
Oh yeah,
evidence,
there
or
have
maybe,
been politicians who are flat earthers. But it doesn't mean that they're actually in a position to know. Just like politicians who believe in a globe aren't necessarily in a position to know unless they've done some observations and tests, unless they've actually looked into this.
Right. Yeah, why would you think that they're in a position to have some sort of special privy information?
Right.
Also, I was
We could
wondering, I
argue
mean,
that about
if there is
astronauts.
any like a politician who support flat Earth,
Yeah, there have been
that
out there.
will get
I know of one personally who was the governor candidate for where I live.
I mean,
He's
is there any like
also an electrical
senator
engineer, and
or like
he's a
a
flat
House
earther.
of Representative, you know,
Huh?
like on the top, like, a senator or like representative?
I don't know. I mean, it'd be great. It'd be great if they would be more out about it. But there have been some. I don't know who, but actors and actresses and famous people. I mean, we've got some of those.
Yeah, I know a
Professional
few
sports
actors.
players.
I mean, actors who support flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, lots of entertainers, they come out and say it and talk about it, or at least say could be. Like, like they're not like just like laughing at flat earthers. They're respecting them and saying you got good points. Oh, I should consider this. People from all different fields of profession and occupation like that. It's not just like dumb people that dropped out of high school. Like,
Right.
we're talking right across the whole social spectrum.
Yeah. Also, I saw a documentary where there was like a flat Earth countrywide event, like a seminar. I don't remember the name, but like, yeah, people like, gather around and talk about. I think that was also a good way to, advocate for flat Earth, I guess. Uh, by the way, by the chance, do you guys have the links to all these, playlists? Because I'm a bit curious. Hello? I mean, do you guys have the links to all the documentaries? Or maybe some? Hello?
Yeah, we're still here, mate. Don't stress. But after a couple of laser tests, let's see what I can dig up for you. There you go. Hit the side chat.
All right.
One you probably want to look at is the peer-to-peer 2.
So which one? You have pasted like so many videos. I don't know, it's like
it's good, isn't it?
yeah. Oh yeah, the last one I see. They are lengthy. Then I will watch them in my free time, I guess.
Actually, no, we're going to bolt you to the chair and make you watch them now.
I think this will take me a little bit of time because I would like to,
Some of them are quite
you know,
lengthy, yes. We're not going to
like
make you
a
do that,
little bit
mate.
conversation before I go into the videos, you know. By the way, I mean, are you guys part of, you know, like a physical community? I mean, not in Discord.
I've met up with, who I met, Shaggy.
Oh, like in your state, like, is there like an organized community for flat
Oh,
Earth?
I had
You
to
know,
drive for 2 hours, and he had to drive for 2 hours, and we met up at a pub in between.
holy.
Don't worry.
I mean, that's a commitment. Like you drive for 2 hours just to meet someone who has same view as yours. I mean, that's a really strong commitment.
And that's the closest one that I've got to me that I know of.
Well, that must be tough for you.
I think the next closest one would be T-Buggy, and we're about 6 hours apart. Then I don't know if it'd be Timbo or
Are you from like
AJ.
Texas or something?
Say again, please.
Are you from like Texas? It was like
No.
2 hours drive. Like,
No. Australia.
oh, mate, and Australia, it could take you like 50 hour, 100 hour to travel. Like, it's a huge country.
From one side to the other, if you drive non-stop, would take, I think it's 37 hours.
Yep. And also, like, if you get lost, you're pretty much screwed. I mean, if you get lost in middle of nowhere, you know.
Yeah, that's happened a few times to people.
I mean, do you guys have like, I mean, I know like in the big cities they have like good connectivity, but what about the remote area? I mean, like countryside area. Do you guys have good connectivity there? I mean, if someone get lost, how he you know seek help?
You don't get lost in the first place.
Okay, that's the first rule.
If you know you're going out hiking to very specific random weird zones, you can take one of those emergency satellite receiver things. So if you do get messed up, you can pull the plug on it, it'll activate, and the authorities will come and pick you up.
Yeah, I think I have seen some documentaries on it, like in early 90s. I mean, there used to be people who travel a lot and they get lost and I think they got dehydrated and died.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like back in the days when there was no satellite or like emergency, you know, communication. I mean, it's a pretty, I mean, rough country.
Out in a
If
few
you
country
live
areas,
in the,
the reception's non-existent. Like just in the town that I live in, we have phone reception in town. But as soon as you drive, if you go southwest, you'll lose reception within 5 mile.
are you like nearby like Melbourne or like
No,
I don't know,
nowhere near
or maybe
Melbourne.
Sydney?
Nowhere near Sydney. Sydney for me, 5.5 hours drive.
Oh shit, okay. So Sydney is on the, I think, right side. Yeah.
Yep.
And the Melbourne is like bottom side, I believe.
Yep.
So you must believe like top right side, I believe.
Nope.
Bottom right.
On the right hand side, if you were divided up into three, left, right, middle, right hand side, smack bang in the middle of it. Well, actually, that'd be
Oh,
teed up. Smack bang in the middle of it. I'm just a little bit
like
below
on
that.
the top side or bottom side?
Bottom side.
Yeah. Oh, I see. So yeah, you're like close. I mean, kind of close to Melbourne and Sydney.
No, not close to Melbourne.
No?
Melbourne is about 9 hours drive.
Oh shit.
Notice how they give distances, it's all time in travel. It's very odd, isn't it?
Yeah.
You get
Like
used to
9-hour
it.
drive. I mean, it's pretty rough because you gotta drive by yourself. There are no, unless you have some friends who can drive for you, or like family members.
No, you don't have to drive by yourself. You can grab some victim and take them with you, as long as they want to go that direction.
Oh, like a hitchhiking. I see.
There's actually a they used to, I don't know if they still do it, a Facebook page, and people wanting to go to like Melbourne or Sydney, and they just put in, yeah, I'd like to go on this day, and someone will be going, oh yeah, I go there, and get a free ride, so they don't have to spend ridiculous amounts of money on flights and things like that.
Yeah, because like 9 hours of drive, I mean, it probably costs them. I don't know how much, like $200 in fuel.
Let's see. Down to Melbourne, I could probably nearly get there on a tank of fuel. So what's that? $140. It used to only be about
Yeah,
$60. I'm not liking
I
these
mean,
fuel prices at the moment.
well, that's a lot. I mean, just to meet a friend, I mean, that's kind of a lot.
I did it years ago. There used to be a group called the Older Gamers, and we had a meet up in Melbourne. So a few of us flew down, a couple of them drove across, and I think there was all up. There was about 16 of us
Yeah,
that all
I
got
mean,
together. We
what
used
about
to,
the flight? I think flights are cheaper than driving.
sometimes.
Yeah, it's like $140. You can like fly to another country
Yeah.
in some places.
For me to fly from a couple of years ago from Perth to Sydney cost me about $1,100.
Damn.
Yeah, so that's from one side of the country to the other. But what's interesting is if you go to places that have mine sites, if you go before the shutdown and fly towards them, it'll cost you a lot of money. But if you happen to be going away from them when the shutdowns are about to start, you can get flights out of those places for $30.
Oh.
So if you're really smart and you know when major shutdowns are happening, you can get to and from places quite efficiently, and yeah, really, really cheap.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the tip. Maybe I will use it in the future.
Well, if you're not too scared to plane hop, you can actually get really cheap flights. If you're
Yeah.
happy to sit in airports for a couple of hours and wait, you can just
Crazy,
plane
sir.
hop and get around really cheap.
What's happening here? What's happening?
What's happening?
Yeah. What are you guys talking about?
Well,
We're
since
talking
you're
about flight.
new,
Yeah, like how I mean, like some, fly
In a couple of
hacks.
minutes, you'd know. Just listen.
I mean, how to fly for a cheaper price,
Huh?
Normally, Omar, we talk about how
Talking about
awesome. What? So what?
hell and paradise. Yeah.
I mean, it's
Some of yous it
also
might
helpful
be.
for this, group because, you can observe the Earth with cheaper price.
Fuck.
But the problem is you see it through distorted
bro.
lenses.
What is it?
Oh,
So
yeah.
Omar,
Yeah, that's also a problem.
What?
Maybe you should, open the emergency door and,
Yeah.
jump from there and see for yourself.
I have no necessity to jump from a perfectly good plane. Thank you very much.
Or
I have
maybe
no
do
idea what
skydiving.
Yeah, that too. Like I said, no necessity to jump from a perfectly good aeroplane.
Oh,
Or maybe, smack the pilots and take it over. Yeah, I mean, you can be free. I mean, you can go anywhere you want and
As
observe as you
entertaining as
like.
that sounds, life is not Con Air, so I don't think that would be a good idea.
I mean, that would be a one in a lifetime opportunity because when you're gonna land, you'll never see the Earth again.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones said that. He said his dad's like, I thought you could fly. He's like, I didn't say I could land.
Flying's actually really easy. Just throw yourself at the ground and miss.
That's good.
Yeah, I don't think the authorities would be too happy when you did land. I would call it compartmentalization. 9x9 box. That's what you'd be. I suppose it depends on what country you land in. If you're good enough.
I mean, if you're like in some African country, you might get away by hijacking a plane. You might. I think there should be a dedicated flight, or maybe dedicated flight to flat Earth communities, and where they can do their research or like observe more by themselves. I believe, because I mean, the commercial flights are. I mean, they're one for like going one place to another. But I haven't seen any flights where you can do like your scientific experiment or something like that. Maybe NASA has some flights, but they are purely for, I believe, physics experiments. Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here, mate. I was listening. Sorry.
Yeah, so what do you think about it? I mean, should Flat Earth community have flights, planes, just to, do some observation or maybe like some research?
What do you think
Because,
flights will
I mean,
prove? The ability to fly from one point to another doesn't really prove anything other than you've mastered the craft of aviation.
at least they can, experience, I don't know, I mean, if it can prove whether, how the Earth's shape is.
I'd be just up. Why don't you just measure it?
Yeah, I mean,
At
I
least
still
I'll
don't
give
know
you
what
credit
is the
though.
best way to measure it. Yeah.
At least you're looking in the right direction. We get other people tell us to look at the stars. That's how they know the Earth's a globe. Look up, look at the moon, look at the stars. So at least you're looking in the right direction, which is a good start.
So let's say someone is in like a US and another person is in like in Pakistan. So they're like completely opposite of one another. So let's say they are observing the stars and they have like similar pattern there. So from there we can easily come to a conclusion that they're under the same sky and same like angle, like 90-degree angle sky, I guess. So have anyone like done this sort of research, like where they try to look for pattern at the same time from two different places? That would be a really
Yo,
good,
who
like
believes the
very
Earth is
strong.
flat?
I don't know.
Sorry?
People were already talking before you just like barged
Oh
in.
shit, my bad. The Earth is spherical.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Have anyone done this sort of like research or whatever you like to call it? Hello?
What's up?
Have I done this research looking at stars?
Not you. Like, have anyone done this research, like sending two people on like two different sides of the earth? So far, what we believe on two sides of the earth, and make them observe the stars and find a common pattern. So if they find a common pattern, that means they are seeing the same sky on a 90-degree angle. So that means the earth is flat.
I don't think that's exactly how it works, right? Actually, within astronomy, for centuries, astronomers have performed their observations and angle measurements to celestial objects as if the Earth is an indefinitely extending horizontal plane, right, with a kind of like a perceived dome of the sky above them. And it's called the celestial sphere model, right? You're on an infinite plane of the Earth, right? And you gauge how far above that plane the stars appear in your field of view and in what direction with regards to like north and cardinal directions that they'll appear in the sky, and they map the sky that way. Yeah. That's how it's been done for centuries.
Okay, yeah, I see.
And then mathematicians come along with that data and then construct an idea of the Earth's surface being curved because the sky is curved. Yoda can tell you more about this than me. He's real well read up on it.
Yeah, I see. Maybe we need to do more research. I do need to do more research on this. Yeah, someone else was speaking. David, you all want to?
There is this convention that that people, like academics and experts agree. They agree on this rule of thumb that for every 1 degree that Polaris drops in your field of view, you've traveled 69 miles, right? And that if you add that up, if you consider that each degree is 69 miles, then you times it by 360, then you get the circumference of the Earth, of the globe Earth, right?
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, that's the convention that they use, right? And they think that once you get to the equator and you can no longer see Polaris in your field of view, it's because, like, you know, you move further south beyond that, you can't see it because the curvature of the Earth is in the way. But nobody's ever really established that this 69 mile per degree rule is actually true, for one. But definitely when you do, like, move away from, like, objects in the sky, in a particular, in the opposite direction, they do tend to, like, drop in your field of view, right? And that's just explained, that's easily explained on a flat surface. It doesn't dictate that the surface everything has to be curving, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
things in your field of view on a flat plane will, like, their distance above the surface will appear to get smaller as you increase your distance away from it, right? So, for example, like a flagpole, right? You're standing right next to it. You have to look right up at it, and then as you move away from it, the angle, your line of sight angle to the top of the flagpole will reduce significantly. If you got far enough away, it'd appear like it just converged with the ground, and you wouldn't be able to, like, make sense of it anymore. You wouldn't be able to even see it. But that's just like a perspective view of how we see the world, and how things, like, it can appear to change in angular distance and size, right?
Yeah. And also, I think, since you mentioned it, the world map is not, like, properly scaled. So if you look at the equator, the countries, they're like, we see them smaller, but actually on the equator, the countries are much larger. Yeah, I don't know why we're using this, like, not properly scaled map. This
Because
is
people
like,
don't understand how maps work. That's why they're quite functional and useful for various different things. But mostly nobody's really, like, pulling out a globe map and saying, I'm going to go here. They're not really using it to get around, right? Like the world map. Right? It's going to be more broken down into, like, sections that you'll then, I'm in this region here, so I'm using this particular chart. And if once I get past, the edge of my map, I'm going to have to refer to a new map, right? Or whatever, like. But it's all Cartesian coordinate systems, and
yeah.
based on flat plane
I
measurements
feel like,
and all that. But
we've been using
yeah,
a measurement for, like, for a purpose, not, for, like, what the Earth is really. And
if you
we're
think it's a
completely,
globe, right? If you think it's a globe, not you, but the royal you. If one thinks it's a globe and they think that all the continents are like laid upon its surface in a particular configuration, right? And they're set on that. That's how the world looks, right? Like, and then they want to use it for, like, displaying on a flat surface. Then they'll have to project it in a certain manner mathematically, right? And they'll have to scale it and give you a key and a legend on the map through which you can then reinterpret the globe, right? And people then say that, look, this is all wrong because, like, this country here is actually bigger than that, right? And that one there is too small, and, like, or whatever, like, or too big. That's because of the distortion that's taken place, right? By transferring a spherical surface into a flat format. That's going to happen depending on how what mathematics you use to transfer the surface of that globe onto a flat surface. Right? It's going to
yeah,
distort it. But on the
yeah,
map, they give
obviously.
you, right, the ability to understand that that's not actually representing it in its true way, right? So they'll say this line, this distance from here to here on the map is like 1 centimeter, and it equals 100 kilometers. But over here, 1 centimeter on the map doesn't equal 100 kilometers, and you have to use their basically their key, right? Their legends and all the information on the map at the sides and at the bottom, right? To figure that out and translate it into something that's useful for you if you're going to try and use it for any practical purpose.
Yeah, I believe, like the Google Map app, I think it has done a really good job helping people out with navigation and measurement. Um, do you guys think there is some sort of, shady business going on behind Google Map? Or maybe, they're hiding something? Because since you have said, I mean, there are some things on map we really cannot like measure or be perfect at it. So, and also you talked about like scientists trying to, I mean, in our early, conversation, scientists have some sort of difficulties to measure the Earth, you know. I mean, I'm still wondering, like, how did Google Map application, they like, that this reliable? I mean, they claim to be this reliable. And when measuring or like navigating, I mean, when you're on a flight, you can use the Google Map and it will tell you exactly how many like kilometers or miles you have traveled or you will be traveling. I mean, I still believe there are some errors, but there may be like minor errors, I guess. So I think they have done a pretty good job. But yeah, talking about like a flat map, yeah, I mean, I know like there are some uh, like imperfection because on the center of the Earth you have like the lengthy circumference where when you like project it on a flat surface, I mean, it is the large portion that gets projected, but as you go to the bottom or top, it gets smaller and smaller. So you just have to like scale it up to match the center, you know, uh, circumference, and that's what you know make it difficult to really project it accurately. I mean, on paper, I
Why do you need
guess,
a
because
projection at all?
I mean, like we were talking about, like I mean, the map we use is on like a flat
Yeah.
surface, and it is not really, I mean, properly scaled. Because you look at the
Well,
country on equator, you
why would
see
you need
them
to scale it?
there. Because people, I mean, their views are like pretty distorted because of this issue. Because on the equator, you see all these countries, they look like very small, but actually they're pretty
Mhm.
big because
But instead
they
of
haven't
scaling, you measure it.
properly scaled the top portion and the bottom portion of the map when
hmm
they projected the sphere or the globe on this flat surface.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
still, they use it for, I guess, sake of simplicity.
Yeah, like if they take something that's already been projected spherical, as is the case with latitude and longitude, and then reproject it flat, it's still going to be distorted relative to flat reality. May as well just go and measure it and get a real distance.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is, they're not even distorting it; they're projecting as it is. So they're like hiding the fact that the Earth doesn't look like it, or
I mean,
No,
they're
that's not
not
how it works.
showing.
That's not how it works. You'd have to be correct in your assumptions to begin with. Anyway, so what's so correct about the Earth being a ball?
Sorry?
What is correct about the Earth being a ball? I mean, like, you'd have to justify your axioms to begin with, right?
Yeah.
First, you'd have to establish that the surface you're on, right, is spherical.
Oh,
Before
yeah,
you
true.
even contemplate beginning to, like, draw its its surface features, like its topographic and geological features onto that surface. How did you establish that that's what sort of surface it is in the first place? That's where we
Yeah,
want to
true. I
start.
mean,
Like, let's
I
see
was,
if that part's true before we even move any further, right? Let's
yeah, I
get
mean,
that down.
I was talking about all this stuff based on assumption that the Earth is, sphere, because people believe it that way, but still they haven't done a good job, projecting the map on a flat surface. I mean, that could be a scientific discussion. I mean, what is the best way to measure the, Earth, or maybe the plane of the Earth? I mean, that could be like a good discussion.
I mean, I just came to say the Earth is not flat; it's plane, at best, because it still has depth.
I mean, what is the difference between a plane and flat? Like,
Planes don't have
I
depth;
mean,
they're 2D. Sorry, flat is 2D.
It's
Plane is
planar with
3D.
topography.
I
We say
mean,
flat for the simplicity of people like yourself.
For
I mean,
autistic
like,
people?
yeah, I see it
All right.
because plane
Can you
you
turn
can
your
like
camera off,
wrap it
please?
in.
Might I
Yeah,
inquire as
like,
to why?
Because the necessity of your face on view is not required.
Is
And
it
it blocks
against?
our channels.
Oh, in
It
that
limits
case,
our
sure.
channels. Yeah.
In that case, sure.
Thank you.
Sorry.
yeah. I mean, you have to like visit or travel all around the world to
Oh, go. Our service.
have your own. Sorry. So I mean, who is here like traveled a lot, or maybe
A lot of
believe
us
you have
have, but
traveled
that's not
like people?
necessarily required, right?
No, I mean that is not, but like still, like traveling is fun, and at the same time, I mean, you'll
Okay.
have I mean, yeah, in like generally speaking, I'm not saying you have to travel to, have an observation on Earth, because it doesn't really matter. I mean, you can
Well,
measure
the
it from
furthest east
anywhere.
I've been is Poland, and the furthest west I've been was Fiji, Tahiti. I've seen a lot of the Earth.
Oh, yeah, I guess, yeah,
Yeah, with the
yeah.
United States in the middle. So yeah, Poland on one side and Oceania on the other. Always been at war. But we've got members who live in Australia who do local observations and measurements. We've got members, you can call them members. We got flat earthers in Africa, in Asia, and Northern Europe and Russia. It's flat everywhere. Doesn't change.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Yep. If you really want to really want to do an examination of the surface, right, you find a large body of water that may be or may not be near you, right? Like we're talking like miles or kilometers worth, right? And then if you understand the claim, like if you understand the figures that they give us about the Earth's size and shape, right, then you can calculate how much curvature over a distance there should be, for example, right? And you could go to one end of a lake and say, well, based on the globe Earth math, I shouldn't be able to see the other side of the lake because the curvature should be blocking my view, right? And then if you can't see it with your eyes, you grab out a telescope or a high-powered camera, right? And you zoom across to the other side and see if you can see the other side. And if you see the other side, then that curvature's not there, right? That the curvature that they claim exists isn't there, right? Because it should have gotten in the way of your view, but it didn't, right? That's why a lot
But
of
like,
people are flat earthers. That's a big reason why there's a lot of flat earthers. It's because we see
is
more
it
of the
like,
surface
I
than
mean,
we would be allowed to if the Earth was a sphere, the size they claimed it.
yeah, I mean, sorry for the interruption. Like, is like 1 kilometer enough to measure a curvature? Because I mean, given the
No,
Earth,
probably not.
you know,
Over 1 kilometer, there's probably like a 5 centimeter drop of curvature, but that will increase with distance. So it's not going to be like 10 centimeters over 2 kilometers. It'll be the square root of the observer's height in meters. So it'll be please help me with the math. Somebody, yeah,
my
that's true. I
chairman.
should just shut my mouth. Go through the math.
Yeah.
No, but so it's it's going to increase to the point where it's going to be like 20 meters, right, after like 10 kilometers or something like that of drop, and then it'll be even greater at like 30, right, and so forth and so on, because it's supposed to be curving down and away from you continuously, right?
But have
So you only
anybody
need
at
like
least,
10 kilometers,
yeah,
10 miles, sort of thing, right?
yeah, I think 10 miles, 10 kilometers would be a pretty, a good distance. Yeah. I don't remember how long is the Earth. Like, I mean, yeah, I mean what we know of so far. I think 10 kilometer or maybe around that would be a good distance to measure the curvature. I mean, have anybody done like measured it in an open ocean? I guess or maybe from a ship to ship. I don't know. I mean, I'll look for it. I guess on YouTube, maybe on Google.
Yeah, there have been. I mean, there's been like lots of observations of like way out at sea, like people, ships being able to see lighthouses or other ships or mountain ranges, or tall buildings, right, et cetera, from distances where they shouldn't be able to see those things if the Earth is curving at the rate they claim. So it should be hidden by the curvature of the Earth, right?
Someone dropped.
There's lots of like the military have published accounts of events where they're basically operating, and seeing things visually that defy the globe physics as well. So and with lasers and things like that, right? Line of sight targeting, and they'll publish papers where, we had a line of sight to this target from like so many miles away, and people read it and go, hang on, they shouldn't have had a line of sight to that because it's below the curvature, right? these sort of things we pick up on and all sorts of things. So, but yeah, actively people are going out to perform these kinds of observations and tests.
Yeah, I see. So like from 10-mile distance, you'll have like 66 feet drop. About 66, yeah. Damn, that's a lot. Yeah, the Suez Canal, 10 miles, so yeah.
Yeah, often people come in and they have a misapprehension about, like how much curve there would be over a certain distance. They think like 10 miles, there'd be no curvature to see there. Like they don't realize just how significant it adds up over a short time, over a short distance. I mean, 20 miles, that should be well within capabilities of people to be able to measure, right?
Yeah.
And if there's like 266 feet of curvature over 20 miles, that should be a given. That should be so well established by now, like, because that's within distances that we could easily operate, right?
Yep. I mean,
that 260 feet of curvature, that should have a significant impact on what you see and how you're operating, whatever, how you're, functioning, whatever you're trying to achieve. It should be directly impacting your ability to do things, right? And see things. And people go out and try and like see if that's the case, and it's just not. It's just as if it's flat.
yep. I mean, I don't know what the actual shape of the Earth is, but I do believe, someone is hiding something from, common people, or maybe they're not, distributing the correct information for something that we don't know, I guess.
It may be hiding a lack of actual technological advancement to do things that people believe are happening, like orbiting space junk around the globe. I don't think any of that's happening. I think there's a great effort to project the capability that is happening. But the people doing it don't necessarily know the Earth is flat.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, that could be true, regardless of the surface geometry.
Yeah. Like, hey guys, I'm going to read you into the super tippy top secret squirrel program, okay? NASA was created to be a propaganda arm to project technological capabilities that don't exist. The moon landing was done in order to put Russia on the back foot when it comes to economic handling of the space race in an effort to sink their economy into production fervor for a capability that's unachievable, right? We're going to wreck the Soviet economy with the moon mission, right? And guess what? You can do all this while still believing the Earth is a globe and fake outer space. We'll figure out how to orbit a globe, a real one, later, guys. But for now, just help us fake outer space, be good Americans, be patriots, and let's kick some commie ass. That's what was
Yeah.
happening.
I think they also, like, after the Soviet fall, they had this space collaboration where they worked together. So I believe they're both like hiding something there, or maybe,
Yeah, they
they're
both
not
faked space
giving.
achievements, and yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
because
it's like
they
they
were
both
like
faked space
rivals,
achievements, but
and
America was
suddenly,
better at it.
yeah. And also, I believe that all the space agencies, all over the world, I believe they're like sort of, they had the collaboration, some sort, like secretive collaboration, I believe.
Well, it is called the International Space Station, right?
No, I'm not talking about the International Space Station. I'm talking about the space agency. Like many countries have their own space agency. I mean, they send rocket into space, I believe.
You'll find it's
Like
all closely
definitely
tied
they
in
have
with
some sort of
NASA.
collaboration or like deal where they don't
Yep.
share the information to public that they share with
Yeah.
one another.
Yeah, we're going to fake space together to kick communist ass in all its forms in
Fuck
any
you,
country that
everyone.
communism appears. That's what was going on. NASA's founding documents describe partnering with other nations to gang up on the Soviets with developing space programs for countries that don't have the resources to do it themselves. That's what NASA started doing in 1958, helping other countries develop outer space as a program, mainly as a propaganda effort. And I say this mainly as a propaganda effort because within the same document, you'll find language that reads like, we will judiciously select undertakings, even those with limited scientific value, to put forth Western progress in space in the most favorable light.
Yeah.
Yep. Sounds like they're more interested in faking space than hiding the nature of Earth.
Yeah, and I also
So
saw some documentaries on the like I mean there were some scientists who were trying to explain the moon landing video and how the physics were. I mean, it's a kind of weird to them.
yeah, the moon landing is hot garbage.
Have you seen that shit? Like AF.
And also, I mean, they had like a camera recorder or video recorder, but they had only recorded like a very limited amount of like spaces. I mean, if someone sends you
Yeah.
to a like completely different world, why would you only capture like few, like footage? I mean, yeah, there is something off about the videos.
Oh yeah, way off. I mean, they look comical. Look, it's 1960s era special effects, probably the best that they could do at the time. But it looks like 1960s special effects by today's standards. And it's goofy how everybody watching this janky video from NASA from that era believes this to be true. And people just make up excuses for how fake it looks. Elon Musk was even joking around when he supposedly put the Tesla in orbit, which ended up failing. Remember when he put his own Tesla on a rocket ship and launched it up? Elon Musk
Yeah,
said, "Oh yeah,
the
that
one.
footage of my Tesla, it's so real because it looks so fake." He's joking about the Apollo moon missions looking so fake. So, yeah, for someone like Elon Musk, I mean, there are two options really. Number one, he's read into the propaganda effort and is doing his best to secure contracts with SpaceX for that. Or number two, he's a complete dunce and doesn't know shit and just wants to secure contracts for SpaceX by any means possible. So that's really
Yeah.
irrelevant too.
He's
By the way,
Nobody
there
knows.
is like
right? He's no engineer or scientist. He's just an entrepreneur. And
Yeah,
now he's a puppet. Now he's a world stage puppet. It's handed around like a
and for a
slut.
while, he barely had a clearance. He had what was called a secret collateral clearance because he couldn't obtain the full clearance he needed to run his own company. And so that's why the US government auditors had to step in and help SpaceX construct itself as a corporation, as an entity, such that the classified projects they'd be working on are excluded from Elon Musk even knowing the full extent of them. So they would set up what's called an excluded entity underneath the corporation, put all the classified contracts under that, and then put a CEO in charge of that cutout to manage the actual day-to-day affairs who does have the clearance. You know who that individual is? It's a name you've probably never heard of. It's a she. Her name is Gwen Shotwell. She runs SpaceX. She's got all the clearances. She's from Jet Propulsion Laboratory. She has everything. She knows more about what's happening at SpaceX than Elon Musk. She has to, by law.
Yeah. Also, like the U.S.
Yeah,
government have
space law.
this. Yeah, the U.S. governments have this rule where if you're not a U.S. citizen or like born in the U.S., you cannot, found or like work in a, like a space
That's
company.
right.
But
That's right. The
Elon,
highest
I mean,
clearances are
he
not given
wasn't
to
born in U.S.
foreign people. Yep. Even naturalized U.S. citizens cannot get the best, most deep access to the secrets. You got to be natural born, no entanglements, go through a significant vetting process of your family history and everything. Yeah.
Was
So
it
even
Clinton?
today,
Was it Clinton when he became president? He wanted to get his hands on some of those Area 51 files and all this like UFO shit,
yeah,
right? And he got knocked
yeah,
back, turned down. You don't have the clearance for this, sir. Imagine being the
which is
president getting told
amazing.
you don't have clearance to information.
Yeah, and that
Yeah, I
puzzles me
think,
because the entire
yeah,
clearance apparatus, the National Security Act, exists at the behest of the president. It's a complete political tool, and he's the original classification authority, which means he should have carte blanche access to anything and everything because it's his program. But deep state's going to be deep state. He probably found some legal loophole through some kind of congressional channel to be able to assert
I think
the president's not
before he
qualified.
started SpaceX, I think he bribed or pursued. I mean, he got into politics, and he pursued, politician to, to like have him as an exception, you know, for this company. Because as when Trump got elected, Trump like gave him some responsibilities on like I don't know what was the department called? Dodge, no? Department of
Yeah, Doge,
uh
Department of
yeah.
Government
It-
Efficiency.
yeah, and he screwed it up,
Yeah, that was a weird situation. I think there might have been ulterior motives that
Yeah,
we
maybe.
aren't privy to. And that's that.
And also Jeff Bezos, he also had his space rocket company.
Yeah.
Like what was the name? Falcon? Oh no, wait.
He's
Yeah,
behind.
Blue Origin.
Yeah, Blue Origin. Yeah.
Yeah, that like Blue Origin was actually before Elon Musk, right? Before SpaceX, and it's
No,
still
no.
lagging
I think
behind. He actually
I
Elon
think
actually
he
laughs at
bought.
them because they haven't even achieved low Earth orbit. Where SpaceX claims to have achieved low Earth orbit, right? They ferry
I think.
people to and from the ISS and that sort of thing, supplies and blah blah blah. So they have to be able to achieve low Earth orbit. Branson and Bezos are nowhere near that yet.
By the way, do you guys know Elon also worked with a Russian space agency? He like bought few, I think, boosters from Russia for his project, and yeah, I think he has some connection there.
For sure. I mean,
I
for a
mean,
while,
the Trump
NASA was
government is
using
pro-Russian.
Russian launches.
Yeah.
Yeah, NASA was sending packages to Russia to launch for them for quite some time right after the wall fell. It seemed almost like an embarrassment, but whatever. The Russian space shuttle supposedly had much more powerful boosters, much more efficient too, than Americans.
Yeah. Also, I think the U.S. or other like collaboration countries who are in the International Space Station, they cannot extract or land their astronaut without the help of Russians?
Yeah, that's right.
The question, right? So we've had 60 years, right? Okay, America did it. They went to the moon. Okay, so they beat Russia. Oh, okay. What, does Russia have a problem with being second? So they're just going to give up totally? That doesn't make any sense. Why was that the only incentive? Really? So there was nothing to, it was nothing to do with exploring the universe and learning more about our existence, right? Otherwise they would have done it.
It's a whole lot of
Yeah.
questions.
I mean, there is a lot to explore out there, but why would they stop, to moon landing? I mean, the US
The
government
question that people have
completely
been asking.
stopped at moon landing until Elon came and started to talk about Mars,
Yeah. Those of us like who grew up in the 80s who are older remember just how another moon landing was just a couple years away. We were going to have space hotels. We're going to have space stations. They were sending kids in the 80s to space camp to get them excited about space exploration, becoming astronauts. Space camp was exclusive and expensive. And I mean, the amount of indoctrination and propaganda was off the charts compared to what they are today. It's very muted today and almost comical, almost like it's been on a decline. But I mean, like 1980s and early 90s was total peak NASA. Like I'd say more peak than even the Apollo moon landings. It's such a big part of American culture, particularly with the youth. And we were waiting and we were getting disappointed again and again and again. I mean, the Challenger explosion really effed us up a lot when we were kids. So they kind of dealt with it that way, and then using Russian shuttles for safety after that. It was freaking weird, bro. We had our dreams crushed. But back then, what was interesting, like they would take they'd publish their images from outer space, and journals would pick them up and republish the images from NASA. And every time you'd be able to look at a caption, artist rendition, artist rendition, artist depiction, artist conception. And then later, digital rendering. Oh, that's fancy. They went from airbrushing paint to Adobe Photoshop paint. And then there was this goofy period for a while where the CGI was pretty good, but not quite as good as a photorealistic painter. And so the CGI was kind of goofy. And then it started to improve. But they would still say, hey, digital renders, digital copy, digital this. And over time, they stopped doing the captions. And the captions became more ambiguous. And then eventually, today, unlike the 1980s, we see captions that, or I'd say, photograph of Earth from space instead of digital rendering. I grew up understanding that space technology would not take traditional photographs the way that you think cameras do, that they had all kinds of fancy sensors doing things that were so far removed from traditional photography that you probably couldn't even call it photography, call it imaging. Something else. But now, I mean, they're straight up showing freaking CGI and calling it photographs, man. It's kind of crazy, the transition. And they did it so gradually over the course of a generation that very few people noticed. And some of the space nerds who didn't care and thought the technology was getting better.
Yeah. Also,
It's
like
kind of
that
crazy.
NASA been there for so long, and I mean since they explored man to moon. I think it's been like more than 50, 60 years, I guess. They send them on moon.
1958.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's like that's 70 years.
Yes. Yeah.
So are you
Yeah, it's a
telling me
different story, man. Now,
they
like,
haven't done any progress like in 70 years, or
yeah, the
like
second half
they
of the
are
70 years is
intentionally
nothing.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think they are
Yep,
like
they haven't been the
intentionally
same.
slowing down the progress, or like they have this, or maybe the government is not allowing them to like explore or something like that.
Things have just
I
gotten
mean,
different. I mean, the
I mean,
world became free
yeah.
after the wall fell, is the feeling everybody got. And it's like, now's the time to explore. We can do anything we want. The threat and fear of the Russian and Soviet and communist governments is over. And then nothing happened. And then
Yeah,
no further exploration took place.
I mean, after Elon Musk came, I mean, there have been like some excitement, among, explorers, like space explorer, but suddenly everything went blank. I mean, right now, I mean, he has been so many like achievement with SpaceX. I mean, he landed a couple of boosters and so on. But now we're seeing, I mean, there have been no like excitement or hype. I mean, it all has been killed. I mean, you still see like some news now and then about SpaceX, but the hype, it completely been killed. So maybe it's the government who is like holding SpaceX back, or maybe like a delay,
Yeah,
something.
I think there's some major difficulties and challenges ahead for the government, right? Because they doubled down on space lies. They have no way to easily walk these back, to walk the lies back, to retract the lies, not without destroying their reputation. So they're kind of stuck. I mean, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do they reveal that the moon landing was a hoax for propaganda purposes, and would America take kindly to that? No.
I mean, also the
It's kind
SpaceX
of
is
like
it's not a government agency; it's like a private company. So why would government stop a private company
It,
from space
it might be
exploration?
kind of, well, it might be kind of like, when, okay, so, the brother and sister both believe in Santa Claus, right? And then the bigger brother learns that Santa Claus isn't real, but continues to just play along with the whole thing for the sake of not ruining it for his little sister until she's old enough to realize as well, right?
Yeah.
Right. And I think foreign space programs are the same way. We're going to get this country's space program up to speed, and they're going to be totally beholden to us and our ways. So we will slowly reveal the truth that this is just one big giant propaganda machine over time, but not at first. We need the government to lie so much to their own people about space and the new space program that America's helping them with, such that when we can no longer keep up the lie with our partner government, they will never be able to reveal the truth to their own public because they lied so much about it themselves, so deeply, that they would risk destroying their economy.
I mean, if you go after the information that the government is trying to, like hide from the public, then they will go after you. I mean, it's pretty
Yeah, look
rough
at
out
Gus
there.
Grissom, an astronaut. There was an Apollo moon mission astronaut who suspected something fucky was going on. And he tried to warn everybody about it. You know what happened to him? He got barbecued inside a space capsule.
Yeah.
And his family thinks he was murdered.
Yeah, I mean, there's the government. I mean, that's what the government told them.
NASA completely palmed off the blame to their the lesser counterpart. What was the name of that agency? NNA or something like that. That they were manufacturing all the parts and pieces and sending it off to NASA to construct and put together or whatever. They blamed it all on them. There was like fingers getting pointed everywhere over that.
That's right.
Big inquiry. And the dude that was actually the dude that there was an auditor, assigned to like investigate NASA and that other company. I can't remember their name. After that event, and he submitted a report to Congress or whatever. And not long after that, he was, not mysteriously, he had a bad accident in a vehicle with his family at some train tracks.
That's right. I forgot about that. The investigator. Yeah.
Yeah. And he had
how
some
unfortunate. What a
interesting things to say in that report that he handed in.
It's like 800 pages too, right? That report was thick. Yeah. Yeah, so how is space a national security program? Well, if you lie enough about it to the public and get other countries to lie about it to their public without them knowing it's fake, you hold incredible blackmail power over
Yeah,
those country partners.
I mean, for example, the Epstein file. So in the file, there have been so many government official head of state are involved, like more than 15, 20 countries, and their officials, head of state are involved in this. So they try to hide this fact. I mean, it will be much easier to hide, like more, like more facts, I mean, that's just an example I'm giving. I mean, what so far we know about them. So under the public eye, they have this, I think, chain of communication with other countries, other nations. I mean, they collaborate to hide facts from public. I mean, it's not even facts. I mean, these are like terrible crimes they're hiding. I mean,
Yeah, like the
yeah,
French in the
space
Tunisian War and the
exploration is
Algerian
not even
War.
a crime. It's just general information. So it will be much easier for them to hide from public.
That's right.
And yeah, I mean,
The state is going to do what the state does and protect itself against any threats. So it's the
yeah, I mean,
nature of
I
government.
don't know why the state view public as a main threat. By
These people in the
hiding
state
facts.
don't want their livelihoods and criminality to be exposed.
Yeah, I mean, what is
If there was
criminal
single big
about
government anywhere on Earth right now,
sharing information about outer space? Maybe there is something that they don't want us to know.
I think they're just hiding the fact that it's a propaganda effort. And I think it got worse for them over time. Like, hell, the Earth is flat. I bet they weren't counting on that. Oh shit! Not only did we not go to the moon and faked outer space, but the Earth is flat. Guys, we're fucked. How are we going to deal with this massive thing? Well, we'll just blow up a few space shuttles and rockets and make people afraid of space exploration. That'll hold it off for a while. We'll figure this shit out.
Or maybe it was the US government who blew out the SpaceX booster on their second attempt.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe the whole point of that rocket launch was to blow it up for a gigantic spectacle. And then they just tell the public that it was an accident. We don't know.
Yeah.
We can
And we're
speculate
not
all day on
ready
this and
for
never have
that
answers.
for the next 20 years.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it does. It pushes back expectations. They've been pushing back expectations within NASA's own internal documents, literature that are available to the public. We can read how internally they say, hey, we're still trying to figure out how to leave low Earth orbit. Oh, the radiation belts sure are dangerous. How do we get astronauts through that? It's never been done before. We have to figure this out before we go. Without even thinking that, guys, you just told the public a few decades ago that you went to the moon a whole bunch of times without any errors, without any mistake, except for, Apollo 13. You can't have a perfect track record, right? You got to dirty up the record a little bit to make it believable and sell it. So Apollo 13 was perfect. Look at the timing of when Apollo 13 came out and the troubles the United States was facing geopolitically. It was the perfect story America needed to come together and to feel sorry again for their astronauts, to promote American exceptionalism again. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, yeah. And there's a lot, lots of stuff they're hiding. I mean, unless someone get into politics, and get on top and find them by themselves, I mean, when they're gonna find out, they won't be able to tell anyone. Because if they do, they're just gone.
Would it be funny if the people there now think that the Earth might be flat? And you're like, oh shit, we just lied wholesale about all this shit. There's no way we can walk the dog back on this. In a sense, it's almost like
Also,
they're
I
waiting
think,
for the gigantic cataclysm to destroy the world so that they don't have to suffer the consequences of their lies.
yeah, also the journalists, they also cannot report on that. And obviously general people cannot, cannot look into it. If they do, then government go after them, label as a national security risk, and send them to Guantanamo Bay, I guess. And there's a prison, I think there. I mean, do you know about the prison there, Guantanamo Bay? No.
Sorry, what?
There's a prison, Guantanamo Bay.
Yeah,
So
Guantanamo Bay, right?
yeah, so the government just send them there if they don't like
them. Yeah, it'll disappear.
Yep.
It's a tropical gulag.
I mean, so many people have tried to, expose the government propaganda, and they send FBI after them, and and they get captured, tortured, tortured
Here's the
into
thing, though.
submission. Otherwise, they will send them there. Yeah.
Here's what's the good news about all this. We don't need whistleblowers from the government to tell us that the Earth is actually flat and that space is fake. We already figured that out. So anybody who wants to expose state secrets, please simmer down, put them away. If you bring them out and talk to us about it, we might report you to the FBI. Don't do it. We don't need to see that. We don't need to invite that kind of awkwardness and liability into our lives.
Yeah, I mean,
Some flat
I get
earthers
it. I
think we
mean,
need it, but I'm like, you guys are crazy.
you have the information, but the thing is, you cannot put it on news or like some, you know, TV outlet because the government won't allow it, or the, you know, the TV outlet or the news channel, they were instructed by government not to take, you know, such newses on public. So, I mean, you might have the information, but I mean, out of that, you cannot like, you know, publicize it or like, you know,
No.
spread awareness. You cannot do that. No. And also, like, when, I mean, there was this documentation out on news, I mean, channels, after like 1 or 2 years, the government sponsored, you know, documentaries were out, and they were claiming, I mean, they were also investigating whether the moon landing was fake or not. And the conclusion was it wasn't fake. So the government has, you know, like put out some, you know, like propaganda videos, documentaries to, you know, like to suppress the previous documentaries where they have strongly showed evidence of the moon landing being fake. So yeah, so that's how they work actually. So like, I mean, if you still manage to get out some, you know, like documentaries or videos about it, I mean, the government is, you know, they still can. I mean, they have funds, so they can just bring out, you know, like new videos, news, or documentaries to, you know, blurt out your claim. I mean, it's pretty easy for them because they're pretty organized on propaganda, on handling or take on general public.
Yeah, like Yoda was saying, we don't need to rely on any of that. We've taken it into our own hands, right? We've reclaimed sovereignty over our cognitive abilities and our understanding of the nature of the physical and natural world, right? That this is an independent, purely independent investigation, independent of anything an authority has said, like, you know, as far as politically or academically goes, right? Like, you guys stand aside, we're going to do our thing. We're going to make our own determinations and draw our own conclusions based on the data that we get. So we don't really care what they're doing and what they're saying anymore. Got to that point. If they're interested in learning what we you know, what information we have, that's great. Come to us. Let's talk about it. If not, go your own way. Do your own thing.
Yeah, what are you waiting for the government to tell you the truth now? Like,
Right?
yeah. We've had people come in here and say they don't care how much scientific evidence people claim and have for flat Earth. They're not going to believe it until the government or NASA makes the formal announcement that the Earth is flat.
I mean, they'll never do that. I mean,
We got
more
people
than
that are
that,
holding
they
up
will
for
try
that.
to suppress what you guys have.
Hmm?
I mean,
You're asking what evidence we have?
yeah, I mean, they will try to suppress it if you guys are, I mean, if you try to, you know,
Oh
publicize
yeah,
it,
they've already done that.
you know,
2019.
yeah,
I
they
think
have
it's
done that, yeah.
2019 with YouTube. We have a video from C-SPAN. C-SPAN is a channel in the United States that records what happens in Congress, America's legislative branch, and they're always live streaming 24/7. C-SPAN was a live streaming before it was called live streaming. And there's a video of there's a video of the heads of social media companies in front of Congress. I don't know if it was like a deposition or what was going on, but they were asked in front of Congress to describe how they're dealing with certain problems with misinformation online. We have a clip where a congresswoman asked one of the social media heads, might have been a YouTube CFO or CIO or somebody, said, "Hey, what are you doing about this flat Earth problem?" Flat Earth's becoming popular on social media. At the time, flat Earth was the #1 trending topic on YouTube. It was more popular
Yeah.
than Justin Bieber. And they said, "We
Yeah.
got it.
True.
We are
Yeah.
suppressing these videos and we're tweaking the algorithm and we're putting up a little warning statement on anyone searching for flat Earth that this could be dangerous misinformation." And that little warning still exists today on many flat Earth related YouTube videos. Flat Earth is an outdated and archaic cosmology. They put this little warning there and like a link to Wikipedia or something to learn more
Yeah.
about flat Earth.
I still remember the government has like suspended so many, taken down so many YouTube videos. They labeled them as public disturbance or disorder, and they also like suspended so many like events back in the days. I think it was around 2020, I guess 2014, I guess around that time.
Yeah.
I still remember like there were like flat earth activists. They had this event, but the government shut it down. Yeah, and they were saying they have taken down so many of their events. So they have booked this center to host their events, but the government or someone,
Yeah.
suddenly canceled it. And they also like said they had made documentaries, and the government,
Hello.
the YouTube had taken them down, and they
Yeah, I mean,
labeled
just
them as like a
I
public
like to think to myself,
disturbance disorder.
what if you could be a government person in charge of this for one day? What would go through your mind, right? Like, let's say that you're a career government bureaucrat and you've heard about these flat earthers. You think the earth is a globe. You as a government employee, you love the globe, you love NASA, you love patriotism, you love America, yada, 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 okay? You're thinking about flat earth and you're like, wow, okay, these guys are crazy, but if they can manage to convince enough people, what do we stand to lose? We stand to lose trust in the government, trust in academia, trust in the scientific establishment, trust in this and trust in that. There are individuals by name who are going to be very much embarrassed, who are going to be perceived as liars. Famous people, politicians, scientists, influencers of all kinds. The potential for collapse is probably there. Like, there's probably a real potential for some kind of upheaval. Maybe not collapse, right? But certainly, if this were to catch on and in a big way, and suddenly, all at one time, it could cause major challenges for the West in general, not just America, folks.
I
So
think how
you as a
they
government
view the
bureaucrat
public.
managing the threat
Yeah.
might still believe the Earth is a globe, and you're going to go out there busting up flat Earth conferences.
Yeah, I think the main fear of politicians are if the public make their own opinion on their own observation, the politicians are screwed. So that's why they try to stop public to have their own opinion from their own observation.
Yeah.
That I think that's the main reason, because they always try to be manipulative. They try to, impose their own idea, own view on public, just to benefit them so that they can get elected.
Sure.
And that's
Well, they
why
have a choice, right?
sorry?
So they're facing potential societal and economic political upheaval as a consequence of flat Earth
Yeah.
gaining
Yeah.
popularity. So the question is how do they deal with that? And I'll tell you how not to deal with it. Suppose for a minute that the Earth is really a globe and all of us flat Earthers are wrong. Guess what? I bet for $1 million, Trump changed for the U.S. government. They could get a surveying team to go out and like survey the globe and get the curvature measurement and be done, wrap it up, and make all the flat earthers look really stupid. But they haven't done that. For the past 10 years, they've avoided this. They've done everything they can. They've tried to censor us. They've spent more money, I bet, censoring us and coming after us than they have just measuring the damn Earth. And, part of it is
Yeah.
maybe they feel like they don't need to. They think it's so stupid because that's what everybody's heard.
I
Flat Earth
mean,
is so stupid. Why would I lower myself by stooping to their level and providing a measurement of the Earth?
if the art is how they claim to be, then they would definitely send someone to, debate it and have it proven very easily.
Yeah.
I mean, the one reason they're like censoring it because they don't have any strong evidence, and they clearly know they cannot win this because they don't have any evidence.
Yeah. I think they're afraid that in order to build a convincing case, they really need to triple down or quadruple down on some space story to do it. And they're not equipped for that because they've been lying so much about space. They're really stuck right now. It's kind of what I see. The people in the government who don't know the Earth is flat are stuck for political purposes, economic and societal stability purposes. But the people who actually know that it's flat, may work for the government. I mean, yeah, they're probably the most frightened of them all.
Also,
And what are they going to
they're
go
like
and do? Are they going to
funneling.
tell the other people in government the Earth is flat themselves? Probably not, because it's a better deception if most of the people think the Earth is flat and they continue selling outer space. They're more convincing when they believe it themselves.
Yeah, I think.
Anyway.
I mean, they're also like funneling like trillions of dollars to NASA, and NASA is doing nothing for public. I mean, we see no to none, like, information or like, news from NASA about outer space. I mean, it's pretty weird to, see that, like a government-backed company whose only job is to do space exploration and space research, and it's been more than I think 100 years NASA doing this job on space exploration. I mean, they haven't done any,
No,
exploration. I mean, they're just,
not that you know
they're being
about.
used as a, tool for government, to spread their propaganda.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if I'm 100% correct, but I believe they, founded NASA just to, like have this propaganda of space exploration,
Yeah, and I think
with-
NASA does a lot of real research that doesn't involve space, that either they say it took place in space or they will simulate space and say we did a simulation and here it is. I mean, there's a lot of simulations that they do by their own
yeah,
admission. So they're going to be pumping out real discoveries that actually don't involve the use of space. And this is going to pad their resume. It's going to help provide a buffer zone around their lies that they're trying to protect, because they got all this real
yeah,
contributions. Oh, you're saying NASA's fake? Well, guess what? They did real studies on cryogenics and powdered orange juice. How dare you go against NASA?
yeah, true. Also, like they hired a guy who has like a superhuman smelling ability. Like I saw this documentary.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
it is
sniffer.
from NASA. So Yeah, he can smell like everything. I mean, he can even smell better than a dog.
It's crazy, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like
NASA
NASA has
hires all
hired
kinds of
all these
crazy people.
people to, cover something up.
You know what's funny is if you go to it's something called the NASA Technical Report Server, NTRS, you can find all kinds of amazing technical papers that are written by NASA engineers and their contractors and academic partners. And I've spent some time on this. I haven't been back in a while, but I'll tell you what I started to see. I started to see a story of two different technology trees. What do I mean by technology trees? Do you ever play a game like, I don't know, Age of Empires or was it
Yeah, I have.
Civilization? Yeah.
Yeah.
So your civilization starts growing and you can branch off into different technology trees of development for your civilization. Some may go this way and maybe, become more computerized, and these people go this way and become more biologicalized and so on, right? So NASA, to me, what started to come out of my reading of the content on the technical report server was a bifurcated technology development. On one path, you had people releasing papers supporting an Einstein relativity gravitational warping manifold universe. And on the other is this immense amount of highly technical, way more complicated research into what's called magnetohydrodynamics and physics and electromagnetic propagation and circuit theory and all that crazy crap that you really need to have advanced in physics understandings to unpack. And the two don't necessarily jive. One of them is heavy into the quantum mechanics aspects of discrete particles, and the other is more into waveforms and relativity warping. And it's really fascinating. And you can see this going back into the 1980s with some of the papers. You got, in one instance, Dr. Hannes Alfvén from Sweden, I think. He pioneered the idea of magnetohydrodynamics, studying magnets and the interactions of magnetic fields as if they're like a liquid. And he's written papers for NASA. He's done plasma field studies on the Van Allen belts and stuff. And he delivered a talk and was at a paper to an audience, and he started chastising all the scientists who think that space is all about relativity and gravity and orbit, ignoring the awesome forces of magnetism, electricity, plasma. He said, you guys are basically missing the forest of the trees, man. He actually wrote something like, I would not trust the $1 billion Hubble Space Telescope data to these morons who. He's talking about other NASA engineers and scientists. Isn't that crazy? We got the quote, we've got the paper, we've got some of his works. And he's just one of many. The man who invented 26 patents for the GPS network for the military, Dr. Ron Hatch, and his assistant, Ruyong Wang, have written extensively how Einstein's relativity is a load of BS, because if it were true, then GPS would not work. That's right. Like the inventors of GPS telling you that Einstein's a fraud, and if relativity were true, GPS wouldn't work. Here's why, because I invented it this way. I'm the guy that invented all these components of GPS, and here's why it's wrong. Why these people are wrong when they describe relativity clock corrections and stuff. No, that's not what's happening. So there's just some interesting bifurcated technology tree development going on. There seems to be some rivalry with it within NASA, and that's just my personal observation and opinion on it. Find it fascinating.
Yeah. And also, like, I mean, after the moon exploration, NASA had 70 years to, do some progress. And after, like, SpaceX came in, they started, handing out contact to SpaceX. I mean, that's pretty weird. I mean,
Yeah.
you were like $1 trillion
Amazon story's
company
weird
backed
too.
by government, and you have like a long history of, like space exploration, and you had like 80 to 100 years, to progress, and suddenly you did nothing for 70 years. And now there are some private company who have done, who started with innovative ideas and done a impressive progress. And now you suddenly are, giving out all of your contact to a private company. I mean,
Yeah.
that
So what
itself,
does it look
it's
like?
weird.
Especially when you look at who's working at the new company and it's all the same people from before. What does that look like to you? It looks like they kept the building and put a new sign out front.
Yeah, I mean, the NASA was founded
Trying to
based on
bamboozle the
space
public.
exploration, and they are pretty much doing nothing, but space exploration, or like, sorry, the other way around. I mean, they're doing everything but space exploration.
No, you're right. Amazon's another company that I find suspicious. For 20 years, Amazon sold books on the internet and didn't make a profit. And suddenly they get into the newspaper business. They buy the Washington Post, the #1 newspaper for politicians and government workers in Washington, D.C. And then, oh boy, then they land the one single largest contract ever awarded in any government's history, including the United States, for all time. And it was for developing a cryptographic cloud network for top secret agencies. And they had no experience with it. It was very controversial. What is it called? I forgot what it's called. Freaking, I don't want to say the name. But the contract was very controversial. Why? Because Amazon had themselves zero past performance doing any similar work of any kind. Here they were awarded the single biggest contract in existence that happened to cover this very topic, modernizing America top secret agencies, cloud communications. How do you do that? How do you become a guy in charge of a company that can win the largest government contract for top secret cryptography and never have a single person in your entire company that's not good enough credentials on his own to be able to pull that off? You know what Amazon ended up doing? They ended up recruiting people who did have that experience to join their company for winning that contract. They ended up hiring competitors from big defense contractors that had been doing this for years, poaching them right out of places like Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, MITRE Corporation, Raytheon, and all the others.
That's funny
Ended
that
up
you mentioned
working
that.
for Amazon.
It's a very good point. AWS, like, it kind of came out of nowhere, as far as
Yeah.
I'm concerned. Like, yeah, it was a fucking bookshop. All of a
It's a
sudden,
bookshop,
there's
yeah.
the cloud computing platform. Like, what?
Yeah, was it like an 8-year contract worth billions of dollars? I think is what it was.
Something like that, yeah.
Bringing ideas to solutions.
I was following the latest kind of like AI stuff with OpenAI and Anthropic or whatever, and the guys were talking about how, like, these guys now trying to get valuations in the trillions of dollars or whatever over a span of like a couple years or something like that. In that interaction, the guy mentioned how, like, Amazon was probably one of the biggest in the last decade or two to have like these long strung out deficits year after year after year for any sort of tech related shit, and then finally
Negative
they're
PE
turning a profit
ratios.
like 10, 15 years later or something.
Yep.
You know,
And then
and that was a
boom,
big
as soon
deal
as they
back
hit
then.
pay dirt.
Sorry, and that was back.
No, you're
that
right. I'm
was
just adding more color.
Yeah. I was just saying, like, and that was a big deal. These were big numbers, fucking 11 or 12-digit numbers spanned over a decade, and these motherfuckers now at OpenAI are asking for hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars, or whatever, in like 2 years. So yeah, anyway, the AWS
They
thing
did
that
it
you
again.
mentioned,
Amazon Web Services secures $2.6 billion DHS-wide cloud project. They did it again. Here's another one. Amazon wins $581 million U.S. Air Force cloud deal. It's another one separately. Listen,
I mean, now that they're matured, though,
yeah,
right?
Well, now they've got the
That's one thing.
experience. Yeah.
Yeah, but right out of the gate back then, yeah. Anyway, please carry on. I didn't want to throw you off your.
When was that? It was like 2012 or something. Yeah. Okay, here it is. Amazon Web Services. This is from Google AI when I did a search result. AI overview says Amazon Web Services secured a landmark 600 million cloud computing contract with the Central Intelligence Agency, which was negotiated and finalized around late 2012. This was Amazon's first major leap into secure cloud computing. And they just went from not just like corporate and bank level cloud computing. They went directly to freaking what? CIA? Cloud computing just skipped over all the ladder that all these other tech developers have been trying to get to that golden goose this entire time. Amazon gets it, one shot, one kill, boom. They secure the juiciest contract of its day that's ever been awarded, and they had no experience doing anything like it before as a company. I find that radical. Yeah, there's so much about this. Business Insider. Amazon wins court battle for the CIA contract. Here, Business Insider, October 10, 2013. And the legal fight between IBM and Amazon to build a private cloud for Central Intelligence Agency. Amazon emerged the winner. Earlier this week, a judge for the U.S. Court of Federal Claims has ruled that Amazon can immediately resume work on the project, a contract worth $600 million over 10 years. We are pleased with the court's decision, an Amazon spokesperson said. Of course you are. This is Amazon's first ever private cloud and a real game changer in a fledgling market that is already generating $131 billion this year and growing at 47%. All the big enterprise IT companies are pursuing the cloud. IBM, HP, Citrix, Microsoft, Dell, Intel, Oracle, VMware, etc. Who got it? Freaking Amazon Web Services, incorporated like yesterday. How'd that happen?
They're like they're like at the bottom rung of the corporate ladder as far as like the internet goes, and then suddenly boom, they're at the top.
Boom. Yep. They get the keys to the kingdom. So you know what they got to learn as a course of like intellectual property goes for a company? They get to walk right in and they get to see what their competitors had set up previously because they're taking it on. So they walk in on day one and they get exposed to the goods. They see all the tricks up the sleeves that the previous classified contractor had done for setting up these top secret networks. And now they learn how it's done. Now they learn the secret. And now they're okay to compete on similar projects after that because now they've got the past performance. So yeah, now they get to basically take all that intellectual capital that their competitors left on the table who lost that bid for that contract. How fair is that? Isn't that crazy? Like, Well, that's the American system. That's contracting in the Beltway, folks. That is contracting in the DC Beltway.
Makes me wish I'd spent some money a few years ago and bought some Amazon shares.
Who would have guessed that they would have stayed alive for 20 years without making profit, and then suddenly hit pay dirt? You know, I mean, not that that doesn't happen without any extra help from federal agencies and stuff, but you know, this is just kind of interesting. It kind of reminds me of like DARPA going to Facebook and making them instant billionaires with the LifeLog project. There are kingmakers. There are absolutely kingmakers. And, you know, you just might be lucky enough to get made a king. You might be the next Jeff Bezos, guys.
Right. I mean, yeah, he could be the next Steve Jobs. All you need to do is come up with an innovative idea and then convince people to actually put it into action for you.
It's that easy until you try it and it doesn't work, and you gotta sell your soul. Some goons with badges show up to your door and say, "Hey, so you got this cool shiny thing. We can help you with that." Yeah. All right. I'm gonna have to get going in a few minutes, starting on some dinner. Building a burrito. I wish I had prawn. Definitely go for like some fish taco burrito. I got some good roasted chicken though, some blackened chicken from the other day. Don't mind me. Put myself on mute soon. How do people actually do these burritos? You see these people like on videos, like especially like if you go to a freaking, I don't know, a fast food place, you see them wrapping burrito wraps and they're just like manhandling the shit out of these. Every time I do that, I tear and rip and break. And I'm like, I don't get it. I just don't get it. Doing wrong. How is it these people are doing that mega stuff roll without busting the seams here? Just don't have the touch, guys. All right, well, maybe I'm in luck today. Here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna fold it and then I'm gonna like seal it on the skillet.
انت هتشحت يعني؟ انت خلاص وصلت.
Hello? Somebody new? Welcome to 24/7. The flattest of Earth discords. You'll get no flatter Earth than the 24/7 flat Earth discord. We're the best. We're simply so much the best that if Donald Trump could start a flat Earth community, it would not only be the best, but it'd be 24/7. Simply the best. There's no better. Flat Earth community. And 24/7 Flat Earth. Been a member my entire life. Lifetime membership, folks.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, welcome to Flat Earth. See how quick that was? That was easy. Maybe that's how this should go all the time. Just welcome them to Flat Earth off the bat. Set the table. Don't worry, we can show you around later. Just welcome to Flat Earth. Hope you enjoy your stay because you're here your entire life.
My cog disc is tingling.
Oh, where'd you put your cog discs?
Well, you're on one lately, man. Usually you're all polite and kind, and lately you're just like, yeah, let me meet you on your level before you get there.
Yeah, I know. Maybe I've become a bitter vet by maybe it's taken me this long.
It,
And I joined Discord in 2021, 24/7. I was still kind of on the fence. February 2021.
what put you on the fence?
Satellites.
But the fact that there's no real images from space or from their geopositioning.
I was so convinced there's something real about the technology making Earth a globe that I figured people were just getting something right. That there's some misunderstanding or misinterpretation. But yeah, satellites is one of the hardest things for me. I'd also just gotten out of doing, call it logistical security in the aerospace industry.
So you understood the chain of command or not the chain of command, chain of custody and all that.
Oh yeah, I had some. I wouldn't say like insider guilty knowledge. There's absolutely no like classified I was ever exposed to that went into flat Earth or anything crazy like that I'd seen. But I was just so convinced of things. Again, it was the power of belief. The belief tech of the globe was so strong that I had a hard time giving it up because satellites had convinced me. That claims of satellites, because you have a tendency to want to be a part of something great and special, and your psychological tendency might be to think that you're closer to the action than you really are. Some of that reflected glory kind of thing happening, right? You feel a sense of achievement, accomplishment for being a cog in a machine. But part of it was just me having to exercise humility and realize, no, Yoder, you did not have firsthand direct access or knowledge of any of this. You are an end user. You are just like a Windows 95 user, like your parents are Windows users, thinking a CD-ROM ejecting is a cup holder. That's you with satellites. And oh, whoops, I gotta go. I'll see you later.
Be safe. What's up, y'all? What's up, Yusef? You just dropped in on me. I was in the middle of a
Yeah,
huge
how you
rant.
guys doing? How you guys doing with the 411?
What's the 411? The 411 is that the Earth is flat.
Mm-hmm. What is it?
Where is it?
What is it? Come on, like
Oh,
that's the
what is
best
it?
information.
Well, as far as we know it's not a sphere because there's no curvature. So outside of that, your guess is as good as mine. But the top surface, the surface that we live on, that's flat.
So sick, human. So where you
It's
from?
not 2D. It's 3D for
US?
sure.
Yeah, I know. So where you from? US?
Yeah.
Where actually? Where do you live?
The US is good enough for now. We just met.
Yeah, like I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, in the middle of the US.
Florida, Texas, Chicago, New
Yeah.
York.
You know, Chicago is not really a state.
Really?
Yeah, it's just a city.
What about Georgia?
Georgia is a state.
You got it on your mind?
Yeah. So
Georgia's on my mind.
So where do you live actually? Like I know friends from Texas, by the way. Like he's from Egypt, but live in America, actually in Texas.
Cool, man. Yeah, I'm from all over. I've lived all over the United States.
Where?
I've lived all over the United States.
He's been everywhere, man.
I know. I really have. I've been to like 35 states.
You're cutting it out. Like when you say the state.
I didn't say the state. I said I'm from many states.
From a state, yeah. Doesn't make any sense.
He was actually born on the five corners.
I've
Yeah,
lived in Georgia, Kentucky, North Carolina, New
where
York,
you actually from?
Pennsylvania,
Where you naturally from?
California, Nevada,
Like
Texas.
the hospital that they actually put in it. Where is it?
Where's what?
The hospital. The hospital. Fuck it.
The hospital?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the
That you
hospital I was
actually.
born in doesn't exist anymore.
It destroyed. Is it?
The old hospital. I was born in the early 80s.
Yeah, that's bad for you. So, which one do you think would be less piss? Hospital or home?
I'm not sure.
Huh.
But yeah. So have you ever been in here before, Yusuf? Have
What?
you ever been in here before?
Nope. What are you asking, huh?
Is that better?
Yeah, it's better now.
So in this
Oh,
room, we talk about the earth
the
and we
Earth.
talk about why the
You're from.
water curves over the earth.
You're from Earth.
And then we talk about a lot of math and science.
Mm-hmm. So you talk about Earth too, right?
Yeah, that's where we're all from. You're not from
So
somewhere else, are you?
no, I'm not. I'm from Egypt.
Right on.
Yeah, that's an
Why?
Egypt.
Maybe one
Yeah,
day
why
I'll go
does it
visit
really
you.
matter the shape of the Earth?
Oh, why does
What?
it matter? That's
Yeah,
my
yeah.
favorite question.
It's actually crazy. How can you approve me but not prove me?
How can I prove without proof?
Yep.
The surface of water is proof.
Mm-hmm. So, you know the new film, like 2026 Mutiny for Jason Statham. I'm down.
Do what?
Say again?
I don't know what happened just now.
Yeah. Yeah, did he? What, he left. What? That's weird.
I could hear the spiraling. So I had a hose crack on my car today, and I gotta get it replaced tonight.
But anyone here that lives there thinks they live on a big spinning ball
To
with water
the
and air clinging to the sides
radiator.
while it whizzes through an ever expanding vacuum at over 1,000,000 miles per hour. Anybody? Anybody want to support that claim? Who feels cold enough to be able to say, "Yep, that's all true. That's my reality."
Can you
Anyone? No one?
y'all hear me? Am I roboting?
No, you're good. You're good. I hear you.
Hold on.
What about Yude? Yude from Brazil. Oh, Hamudi. Yeah, let's go. What do you got today?
Hello, buddy.
Done any observations or anything recently?
No, we have nothing today. I'll listen to you.
No problem, mate. No problem. Happy to have you.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
No, you're good. Can you hear us?
It's craziness.
Can you hear us, Legend?
So that hose that connects your coolant reservoir to your radiator, it's like 4.5 inches long. That thing costs $34. Little tiny hose.
That's not too bad in this economy. Damn, I could buy a Happy Meal with that.
Well, hey, at least now I know what to charge.
Was it Debate Daddy? He's back. Welcome back. Might not be able to talk. That's alright. He'll pop up later. Mr. Damon. Welcome in. If you've got any questions for us, feel free to open up your mic, say hi. You can also type them in the side chat if you want. We can either respond in there or through voice chat, since you're in here and you can hear us, right?
Why can't we like have somebody bring something like fun? Like nobody's bringing up anything fun.
Sorry, what was that?
I said, why can't Andy's Glover bring in something fun? Like something a little bit crazy and out of the norm. That's what I was saying. Why can't they do that? Is it the
coming in
same
like
same dumb stuff, you know?
Diamonds do rain on Neptune, damn it. I've got proof.
Yeah, I'd love the diamonds are raining on Neptune and Uranus. I'd love that. That'd be like this. Let's make the argument.
Oh, sorry, that's right. Uranus.
I think it's both. I think it's both Neptune and Uranus. I'm pretty sure it's both. But raining diamonds on Uranus sounds way cooler just to say by itself. But yeah,
I thought they took millions of years to form. I don't get it. Does it rain once every million years or something? I can't wait till they, I'll probably be long gone, right? When they get this, some guy sitting at his computer and he gets this little bleep on the screen. And he's like, "Oh my god, that's from Voyager. That's near Alpha Centauri. Like, oh my god, we got a signal. Someone's contacted us. It's picked up live."
I mean, like really fun. Like something that'd be like fun. Like something fun. Like that one's fun, but something like that we can play with. Like, what's up? Who knows? Anyway, somebody asked a stupid question. Like I know I could see over a hill like 300 yards away. Anyway, like rainbows are not a half circle. They're actually a spiral going away from you, prisming out the water vapor, and they're not going top to bottom. They're going back to front away from you. That's why you never reach rainbows. It's spiraling away from you out the water vapor. Something like that. Like something a little wild and like a little bit crazy, but also right here instead of like the James Webb Telescope, we can see galaxies hundreds of billions of miles away. Like some dumb shit, like all the time, like every day, over and over again. By the way, what I just said about rainbows is pure speculation. Well, not pure speculation. It's a little bit speculative, but it actually has some merit and evidence behind it. I'm still working on it. Do any of y'all have any input on that being logical?
Sorry, I missed what you said.
I said, I'm thinking based on the shape of the wave of light and the way electromagnetic fields work when they hit a polarized surface, that rainbows are not like this big half circle like they see. It's just part of a spiral. It's actually going away from you. And the rainbow itself is not a top to bottom image. It's actually a back to front image. The blue spectrum is actually the leading edge and the red is actually the back end. We just see it the way we see it because the way our eyes work in that, cone down towards the horizon that we see in front of us, it looks like it's going top to bottom, just like the sun. It's going down, it's going top to bottom. Now it's just moving farther away. Same thing there. We're literally creating a tunnel with our eyes. And so the rainbow itself is going back to front and it's spiraling away from us. That's why we never actually reach it, because we're never going to, because it's just disappearing from that angle that we see it at. And it's actually, we just can't see it because of the bad angle. And it's just shooting out in front of us and keeps on going away because until we don't get the right angle to see it with the light. So you never reach a rainbow because you can't.
I don't know if I fully comprehend what you're trying to say, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, I was listening to Indio, and he was talking about when they take a picture of like an actual light wave with particles, it's not like sideways like we look at. Like it's actually like looks like your hand tilted like towards your face, like a wave, traveling, towards us or away from us. And the blue end is actually leading. They don't all hit at the same time. The blue edge is actually leading. It's like a ramp upwards. I'll post a picture here in a second that I've got. And so the blue and purple end is actually going first. It's ahead of the red, which is behind and more horizontal. And so I started looking into that and found like the image and stuff like that. And I started asking questions to figure stuff out. And how electromagnetic fields, when they hit like a barrier like that, like a polarized barrier, like say the water vapor or the water droplets in the air, then they actually tend to like bounce off of it and like go in like a rotating direction of whatever the field is. And if you like say follow like the sun, for instance, how it goes right of that, apparent circle or the apparent, rotation. Would think of the same kind of thing. Like if that field is traveling around like, kind of like an upwards angle, but also not east to west direction, when the light would hit it, it would go like, and reflect off of it, but it would also kind of shoot in that same spiral and it keeps spinning around like a corkscrew. And so if you see a rainbow, it's actually just traveling away from us and either narrowing it down to make it look like it's going up to down. But it's really a corkscrew that's going away from us, like in a tube. Also read a lot of that from like Antonio Subarat's book as well. Talks about a lot of that kind of stuff.
Sounds interesting, man. I'll have to check into it.
They're heading out. Hands up. We got the Marine Patrol standing outside the
Hey,
harbor.
David, mute the microphone. Please. David Gabbard.
I'm going to get on. I might just get rid of him for a couple of days or whatever. And
David doesn't do the same thing.
That picture of the light wave and particle capture that they say they captured.
The spiral is just sideways. It looks like a wave, like a wave. Can't see the three dimension.
Yeah, and a funny thing about light, which is different than radio field propagation, The the frequency of the light is also an expression of the energy, whereas the frequency of a radio wave is not an expression of its energy, like its amplitude. So if you were to do like a frequency modulation of light, you are like you do a frequency modulation of a radio wave, like on a radio program on an FM station. It's two completely different mechanics. So the blue frequency there has the greatest magnitude because it's most energetic. But higher frequencies of radio aren't necessarily more energetic. Or aren't at all. Like, just not necessarily. They aren't at all. You know, because of that, it's the most excited. It's the most scatterable. And why it dominates the daytime sky. It's reflecting the most.
See, my mind went with that, Yoder, is like that would be a good reason why the sky is blue. Is if it's a wave like that and it's having some, like upward refraction off the atmosphere, those, the darker blue up to the UV spectrum, would bounce. It looks like it's going, if that's the direction it's going, it would shoot like all the way to straight up, if not just more up. And what would actually come back down to us first would be like the lighter blue towards the green. And that's what we see out here is light blue. And that just gets back to us first, and everything else behind it that does get come back, like any of the red spectrum, it kind of gets washed out because we have so much strength in that blue spectrum. Like what if it fades, if it dies down before it gets here? That's why we don't see the end of the red spectrum coming back off the sky to us.
Yeah, the blue wavelength is scattering the most and basically drowning out the other colors. So you don't see them. Till the sun takes the blue with it, leaves you with the red.
That's what I was kind of reading in that, that thing I sent you, that crazy last thing I sent you about like the one medicine thing wasn't actually about the air at all. It was just, I was reading that and it talked about how it takes more infrared light, red light down the spectrum. It takes like a liquid crystalline form, and especially sunlight. I think that article said too. So my little crazy brain went towards, what if the red spectrum is coming in low while the blue spectrum is bouncing off, and as like the light comes in, we see the blue sky start to come, but then like the red comes down, close to the ground. The red light at sunset and sunrise comes in low while the blue is of course way up there. Well, if the red is hitting our atmosphere and like crystallizing some of that water, then that would create like kind of like a mini dome within a dome wherever the sun is, almost like a firmament within some kind of upper actual gas container. And that's what we actually see, is not the blue isn't the light off the container of whatever is creating our gas pressure on Earth. It would be like a lower water area, an ice area that's actually far lower than whatever is creating our gas pressure here on Earth. And that's why it scatters off of that lower atmosphere, and it almost creates like a barrier that actually propagates that light. That's why we see crepuscular rays coming in like that. So we see rainbows down here, but not from like the sky or the up in, above the atmosphere and stuff like that. Just stuff I'm thinking about, trying to put together out there. Kind of makes sense to me. If you have any holes, please let me know.
Well, something I think about is this, like, with the sun, think of the sun as taking the blue with it, leaving you with the red until it gets too far away and then you're left with nothing. How big is that gradient, that color gradient? From sun at the zenith over your position to sun on the horizon I don't know what you want to call that, like 6 hours away. 6 hours away. So it's going to be blue for somebody over there 6 hours away, and it's going to be red for you here. How many thousands of miles is that? And how come we don't see that gradient in NASA's outer space images being reflected off the water, reflected off of clouds and everything else? We see a normal color transition through gray to black at the terminator line. We don't see this beautiful rainbow array of colors on either side of the globe, where the light of the sun is reaching really far to the observer and leaving only the red scattered wavelength throughout the entire sky. You mean to tell me, like, suddenly you go to space and all the natural beauty of a sunset and all of its reflectance glory disappears? That's kind of depressing. How many thousands of miles should there showing a transition from blue to red to purple and black?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like the sun has to hit. Like when you see those like balloon videos and pictures, you see like the sun's way up there, but then there's like a hot spot down on top of the clouds. And it always seemed to me, to my brain, that we can't measure it and we know it's observer apparent, but it seems like the sun we see here, based on things like, crepuscular rays and how, short they seem and things like that, it almost seems like the sun that we see when we get above our atmosphere is not the sun we see down here. We need our atmosphere to have that prisming effect off the water vapor, possibly crystallized by the red rays, bouncing and creating a prism for the sun to actually propagate on and then into. And that's why you don't see it when you go up there, because it doesn't look the same. Like you were saying the other day, you don't see all the beautiful sunset colors. And it's because you can't. You have to be down here with the light going through the atmosphere in order to see that.
Probably. Hotspots are not objective coordinates in 3D space, right?
Yeah, correct. It just gave me like the idea of the like apparent distance. Like that's what it gave me. Is like if it's up there, it seems higher than what we actually see down here. Like seeing that it's coming down, like and hitting the top in a hot spot, it would make sense that it's just hitting the atmosphere and then going somewhere. Because I know it's not apparent to that. Yes, correct.
Yeah, like the hotspot is a reflection of an image. So like if you were to take a big pool of water, you can go in your backyard and do this, and like a flashlight, shine a flashlight down onto the water and take two different observers and have each of them, maybe three observers, have each of them point to where they see the hotspot. Their pointing won't intersect at the same place. It'll be incoherent.
It works the same. Antonio Superhouse was saying it works the same way with rainbows. Like two people can see the same rainbow and have them point lasers like a certain spot they see on the rainbow, and the lasers won't cross. They aren't in the same place.
Yeah. Oh hell, road closed. Very traffic.
But that was like that discussion with the guy yesterday. That Fleur Fletcher guy. He was asking me to like draw out like a model basically of what I think the sun is doing. I was like, bruh, I can't do that. That thing is an apparent observer centric position. I do not know where that thing is. I don't know how big it is. I don't know how far away it is. Like this is not something we can work with. So I can't draw out a model of what I think's happening. I don't know.
I see what's happening.
Hello, everybody.
Why do you need a drawing of something that you already happening? Weird. But hello, by the way, whoever that was.
What is the topic you talking?
But I know
Can you hear me?
what you're saying. Yeah, we're talking about people are like, just talking about the expectations that are placed upon others to support their claims when it's really unrelated to their claim.
What's your name?
T-Buggy is my nickname in here. You can. Are you here to practice English, learn English?
Yes, I'm from Egypt and I want to improve my English language.
This is probably not the best channel for that. This is a off-topic discussion channel. You might want to go down to one of the other channels where it accommodates for people who are learning English. Because unless you're here to talk about, the flat Earth, or whether you think the Earth is flat or some sort of globe or something like that, right? Discuss the geometry of the Earth, then you're in the wrong channel.
That's great.
That's
Okay,
great.
we're going to mute. Sorry, yeah. We don't want to hear him taking a leak. Yeah,
for
so
real.
if you look down the side panel of all the different channels in this server, you'll come across beginners, A1, A2, A3, A4, A5. If you feel like you're a beginner student, then you should go into one of those channels and introduce yourself there. But if you feel confident enough to speak in English and you wish to talk to us about the geometry of the Earth, then you're welcome to.
So what is the name of other channels?
You'll have to read
You'll
them to find out.
Yeah, you have to read. Yeah, scroll down the channels lists and until you come across the beginners section, and then you'll see all the different channels there for the beginners section.
What is the level of this channel?
This is an off-topic discussion. Yeah, advanced, intermediate to advanced. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Holy shit! I just watched someone go the wrong way down the road. Holy fuck!
Damn.
Holy shit!
That's funny. I'm on my commute as well.
Holy fucking shit! I've only seen that like 2 or 3 times in my entire life.
What is it? A one-way street?
No, it's a byway, and the other car was just going down the other side on the split 2-lane road, just da 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 da. Like, wow, good thing no other cars are going, and then they turned off on the side street.
Is it one of those ones that, like, certain days of the week it goes the other way?
No. Anyway, yeah. Didn't mean to go off topic and share how startled I was at that. Glad it wasn't on my side of the road. Time to move on. The moon's at a beautiful, like 15 degrees elevation, maybe 20-ish, somewhere in there. It's getting fuller and fuller and fuller, and it's working its way towards nighttime because it just passed the new moon phase. So with every passing day, there's more distance between the sun and the moon until the moon is opposite of where the sun would be if you could see it, supposedly. That's a full moon. And starts shrinking until it collapses in with the sun again, and then emerges on the other side, and you won't see it for a few days. And then, you know what's funny is like SunCalc and these other things, time and date and such. And they'll tell you like, oh yeah, today's like the first day of the new moon, should just be a sliver. And on the other side of the new moon phase, right? It's like, I don't see it. Still too close to the sun or whatever. Like, don't see it. It takes a few days for you to start to see.
So Yoda, okay.
Yeah.
Wait. All right. Get this right. It is the lunar orbit around the Earth, right? 28 days.
I think is it like 29 and change?
Yeah.
Maybe
Okay.
I forgot which one is which. The moon is complicated, man.
All right. So that means that once every month it passes in between the it's passes in between the Earth and the Sun.
Yeah. Once a
And
month, yeah.
And once a month, the Earth is in between the Sun and the Moon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're told. Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
New moon and full moon.
somewhere in 3D space, every month, there's a lunar and solar eclipse.
Yeah.
But is that necessarily on the Earth, or is it somewhere on Earth?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Doesn't that in that model depend on the angle of the moon with regards to the equatorial plane?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I'm just wondering, like, at points, would you have to be like off the surface of the Earth in some other part of 3D space, right, within their model,
So you mean like there's a shadow
see
being
that
cast
eclipse?
into outer space somewhere?
Yeah.
Right.
There's always a shadow behind the Earth, and obviously there's always a shadow behind the moon because the light's coming from the sun.
Yeah. I do think, though, in the heliocentric globe that there is supposed to be the shadow being thrown into outer space where it's not going to be cast onto any surface.
Yeah.
But Antonio Subarats is like, nah, it's always going to be cast onto Earth, baby.
Very
The Earth's
true.
flat. I wonder if that is the case. Could that? I'd like to know where all those locations are. Could that reveal where the extra land is, guys? where the excess eclipse shadows are going, where they're not going into outer space, or where they're being cast upon? Ooh. That is a delectable topic. Because I'm pretty sure under the globe, I'd have to really spend some time and think about it, probably diagram it out. But I'm pretty sure that they have situations where the angles don't resolve into a shadow being cast, like onto the Earth during a solar eclipse.
Oh, wow.
But we know that the Earth is flat, so it'd have to be cast somewhere. Where is that? Where the hell is that? Can we go there? It's the way out, folks. It's the way out of this place. It's the secret of the eclipse. I don't know.
Is there anything else you wanted to say on that, T-Dub, before I say something else? Being as we're talking about extra things, like extra shadows and stuff, where's the extra weather?
Yeah.
Because that's kind of perplexed me for a good few years now, quietly, because this is the first time I've mentioned it.
I love it. I love it.
If we're limited in our spherical mapping of weather more, or if there's distortions in where's the extra weather then?
Yeah, where's it coming from? Where's it going?
Yeah.
What's causing it?
Yeah. I mean, I can't. I'm scratching my head to even type of conceptualize it, because all I've seen with like weather, let's say weather maps, if we're talking about global maps, there's only like three. There's a global one, square like Mercator projection, and the azimuthal circular one. And we all like flat earthers love the azimuthal circular one because it's really, really sweet and nice, and everything goes around in circle.
Tidy. Yeah.
I wonder about like the extra. I just keep saying the term extra weather, because if I don't know, if we've got distortions in places like time zones and this, that, and the other, then no, I wonder about like how we actually map weather and how accurate we can actually be, and how much of it we would have to leave out, I guess. But anyway,
Yeah. Hey, because part of the reason why they suck at weather prediction so much is they don't have a complete data set.
might be that.
Where it
I
came from and
mean,
where it went.
we had Brendan around for a while, the meteorologist, and he hasn't been around for, like I said, for a while. It's probably a question I should ask him.
He'd be the perfect one to ask. Like, have you suspected anything like this? Yeah, that's a great question, man. I'm going to be pondering that for a long time now. There are a
Then
few
we
others like this that got me.
depend on the type of map projection as to how the weather would look. I guess, obviously, it would straight
Yeah.
paths or curved paths or whatever. But yeah, it's just I don't know.
The same frame limited spatial area on a different
Yeah.
projection.
Yeah.
It's like everybody trying to rearrange the globe to try and get a flat Earth out of it.
Yeah. Exactly.
Stop doing that, folks. All right, this is going to wrap it up for my interactive session. I'm going to pull back from the mic. I'll be back on later to listen and offer text support. So, been nice. It's been lovely.
Have a good night, Hunter. I'm going to think about the weather for a bit.
Yeah, me too. See you guys.
Dropped onto the 24/7 and listened to marathon, and it was finally it was it was finally just playing some good stuff, and I didn't have to get impatient and just come over here right away. You know, when it's just silent.
Hitman47, welcome to the channel. Welcome everybody else who's joined the Flat Earth Room here on the English Hub. Hope you're all having a great day.
I talked to my boss after a week of not talking to him, and he's like, "So, you got any questions about the flat Earth?" I'm sure after a week, you've had some to come to mind after all day working, waiting dinner up in the mountain. And he says, "You know, you were right. All that stuff. There's nothing online about it, and they don't have any evidence." And now I drove off. It was like an hour drive back, and I told him there's there's a lot you don't know, and when you can accept that when you thought you knew everything, we we actually learn a whole lot more. You actually come to realize you know less than ever before. Okay, 72 years old, and spent 2 hours talking to him about flat Earth, and he was just listening the whole time with his windows up, the radio off. He only asked me about a dozen questions.
Heck yeah.
What I seem to have been screwing up for a lot of years now is not elaborating on how when you're seeing 20 miles or 10 miles or 5 miles, it's sometimes the binoculars or optics, and when I say cameras and stuff, people always think I'm talking like 10 times on your phone. And when I had all that time on that truck with my boss talking about flat Earth, I finally explained to him a good amount about how we're using 80 times, 120 times, you know, all these magnifications and having digital zoom on top of that 180 times sometimes. And we can see these long distances on perfect days because we're doing so many observations, and there's just no way, even if we're supposed to see 3 miles from that with some kind of refraction or whatever, that we're not supposed to see over 20 miles easy, 100 miles, 200 miles.
Well, we have Takumi has joined us. And on his
Oh, yeah.
profile, welcome in, by the way, yeah.
Thank
Just
you.
noticing on your profile, it says, a human seeking to discover planet Earth.
Mhm. Indeed, yeah.
Interesting description of the Earth as a planet, right?
Yep.
What if it's not a planet?
I mean, it is what it is, no matter what the names are.
Okay, that's fair.
Yep.
That's
I mean,
fair.
reality is reality, even though if we aren't actually really conscious about it, it is what it is. I mean, our naming of it wouldn't change a thing. The way I mean, I
It's
hope you're
just
looking
that
for
it does
Gaia.
matter in the modern cosmological
Yes, I know.
sense,
I mean, in
right?
terms of terms, yeah. In terms of names and
Yeah,
titles, yeah.
it implies that it is specific. The
I
thing
mean,
it
if you
has
call it,
characteristics which classify it as under that term. So, but does it actually have those characteristics either by the classical definition of planet or the modern one?
what are the characteristics? If you don't mind me asking.
The classical characteristics would be a star that wanders, that wandering star basically is an etymology of the word. So it's a luminary in the night sky that takes a different path to the other stars. As the retrograde motion we call it now. The modern definition. Sorry.
Take your time.
Sorry. The modern definition is that it's a celestial body that's large enough to generate a certain amount of gravitational force which orbit a star.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In both definitions, it moves, right?
At same time, yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole
in the modern,
the whole
so go on.
is actually in constant moving. Yeah, so yeah.
Right. The classical one doesn't assume that what we live on is anything like that, but the modern one would. And of course, we think that these things, these celestial bodies, are generally like spherical in form, right? Not perfect spheres, but spherical in nature, right? Because of gravity.
Yeah, but everything is actually, I mean, moving in a very perfect, actually, rhythm. Not like, I mean, somehow in not organized way. I think there's a specific force putting all this kind of, like, if you call it celestial bodies. I mean, these all entities are actually being in a specific and in a very exact width, time, and circulation around one another or each other. So
Right. But what I was getting to was that if we accept the modern definition, then it's this spherical body in space that's in motion, right? And that means its surface would have curvature, right? And we should be able to, in some way, measure the motion. So we ask people if there's any evidence of either the curvature of the Earth or that the Earth is in motion, because it's not apparent to our senses, right? So is
well,
there
how
any
about
way that we've actually measured it and detected it using other means, or what?
I mean,
So,
when you mentioned the word star, I know
sorry,
that
go on.
it's actually, yeah, the star actually, it's somehow doesn't actually absorb, but it's mostly like deflects light. That's what star is. Like the sun is a star because we know that it actually deflects light and heat. The thing is with Earth, whether you call it a spherical body or a planet, we actually absorb light. We got it from the star, which is the sun. That's the biggest one, and I mean that's the one that we have the energy from. And we also know that the moon also deflects or reflects the light it's got from the sun on Earth. That's why we sometimes have different times and different time zones. Some places, or we can actually also see the moon from different places. The thing is, I mean, since you said like whether it's spherical body or what, you said something else, and constant movement, something, or celestial body. Is that what you said? That these are the terms that you actually employed.
Right. So yeah. So the criteria that must be met in order for something to be considered a planet within the modern definition, right, is that it's a spherical body producing its own gravity, and significant amount of gravity, and is orbiting a star, so it's in motion. So, but we want to focus, like here, we want to focus on the two claims about it being a spherical body, but because that would result in its surface having curvature, right, and that it's in motion, right. So those two tenets, those two criteria must be met in order for us to be able to definitively say that Earth is a planet, right? So what evidence, we'll ask, what evidence is there that the Earth's surface is curving and that it's a spherical body, and two, that it's in motion? Because if there's no evidence of such things, then we have no right to classify the Earth as a planet under the modern definition, nor under the classical definition.
Okay.
Because it's not in motion. If it's not in motion, then it's not, doesn't fall into that category of being a planet.
I mean, I'm just as mentioned, curious for that. So, I mean, if I had, I would say cosmology or astronomy as a field of study, I could have an answer. I could have had an answer, but it actually falls out of my scope of knowledge. Too bad.
That's one of the best answers I've ever heard any of our guests give.
Honestly, are you serious?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
The best and the most honest answers
Thank you.
I've heard anyone ever give.
Okay. Will that allow me to get a free nitro?
What's going on? The free nitro? What's this?
I mean, I said like change our mind. The title is change our mind and get a free nitro. I was like, okay, since I was like somehow special among all the very, honoring people, I would say, maybe I was special to have a special thing.
Oh, change your mind. Well, you haven't changed my mind about the nature
I didn't.
of the
No, because I don't have the
surface.
necessary knowledge. I might have if it's, if it's within my specialty, I would say.
You might have changed my mind how I approach conversations.
Hello, guys.
No.
Hello, mate.
Hi, mate.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello. Hello, friends. From Australia.
I'm from Earth. I would say a planet. Buggy.
Very good.
Who bought a photo?
Who bought Joey Tribbiani photos? Iago Bruno. Iago Bruno.
Open the mic, please.
Yaga or Iago? Yaga, please open. Open the mic, Yaga.
Why is everyone are muted? Oh,
Give me the water. I want to drink water.
water.
These,
Water.
right. You're probably looking for different channel, like where you can practice your English. This is a bit more
No, my
advanced.
it's perfect. Oh, what's wrong with my English? I speak English better than you.
It sounds like you just want to practice some phrases.
No. I'm American. Isn't that obvious?
Oh,
The guy
yeah,
is
very,
trying to
yeah.
make an accent like a.
Yeah, maybe because you are British, you don't understand our
You,
accent.
you must be from the deep south.
Yeah, I'm from Texas. We speak in Texas like this. Are you make?
Speak Americanish, guys. Don't speak English.
Yeah, I'm American, bro. I have my
Yeah,
passport.
we speak American.
You speak Arabic?
I mean, yeah, if you want languages, I actually master. Yes.
I speak 5 languages, bro.
Nice, you're a polyglot. Good.
Yeah, bonjour.
Bonjour à vous, comment ça va?
Ça va bien?
Ça va très bien. Je vous remercie en fait.
Quoi?
À quel âge le plaisir?
I started yesterday learning French.
Okay, I said to whom do I have the honor?
That's all my French. I can speak German, by the way.
Okay. Entschuldigung.
What?
Entschuldigung.
Thank you.
Hello, guys. This is my cousin, Hamoud. Call him Doody. Or Mowi. Call my.
Takumi.
Tell me, yes.
All right, friends.
Would you rather be gay or gamer?
Friends, I'm going to ask you a serious question.
He's not French.
Yeah. Would you rather be gay or gamer?
None of
I'm
them.
going to ask you a serious question.
Okay,
Serious
ask me,
one.
brother.
Do you think you live on a big spinning ball?
Of course, we all do.
Okay, how do you know that?
How can you prove it?
I didn't think like this before, you know.
My duck is delicious.
Takumi,
Yes.
ask me another question.
In what language?
Anyone, just no French.
¿Cómo estás?
Bien, et toi?
Bien, et moi?
Yeah.
My duck is delicious.
Yeah, yesterday I started learning Spanish and French the same day.
All right, friends. Friends, are you here to talk about the channel topic, the channel room topic?
No. What's the topic?
No, Flutter. Oh, he's gone. Never mind.
Okay.
Bye.
I'd like to put down a second on because nobody's going to convince Ahmad that the Earth is a ball. So I have a second vote for Takumi getting Nitro. By the way, that was a really good answer. You're right.
Thank you. Vito. Can we vote? Who's for? I mean, are we allowed to use AI, Buggy?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Are
we
we allowed to use what?
use AI? I mean, are we allowed to use AI?
AI?
Yeah.
Oh, for the free Nitro to change our mind? I mean,
No,
I've spoken with
to get the specific, answers if we. Well, apparently, I gotta read about it. I mean, I gotta read about it beforehand, so I wouldn't just come with.
I mean, you can use whatever you want to brush up on knowledge base or whatever.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really care for verbatim readouts from AI or Google unless we specifically ask for that, like a citation or something. Yeah, I'm sure you sound like a smart guy, so you're probably capable of giving it a quick read and then putting it into your own words anyway. I mean, if you get stuck, you can just read, use the exact verbiage. But yeah, we appreciate and rather talk to your mind rather than some artificial one.
Good point.
But yeah, use whatever tool you want. Like you think you need to like brush up on, like specific details and things like that. Yeah, go for it.
Mm.
So
I mean,
detail.
I wanted to say something to him real quick, bro. But
Go for it, man.
Kumi,
Yeah,
these guys here will never tell you not to look at what the information is put out there is. They all know it as well. I'm still learning, so I don't know what like people like a lot of the guys here, like T-Dub and stuff. They've been doing this for a very long time. So I don't know as much as they do, but that they work hard on the globe knowledge and the mainstream knowledge. They want to know all that. They need to. So they would just ask you what I would ask you is because for me that was what got me was when you read this stuff, when you read everything and you brush up on this knowledge and what's told, just try to put it logically into reality. Because whenever I do it, it doesn't work. But you seem like the kind of guy who's got that head on your shoulder, so I think you can remain objective. Yeah, what were you saying to me, T? What were you asking? Hey, Dad. Are you there? Am I here? Am I here? Can I hear me?
Yeah, I mean, I actually do.
Okay. There's been a lot of connection problems, so it's hard to tell if it's me not coming through or just he's away
Okay.
AFK for a second. Yeah.
Mm. I mean, so who actually pro flats? I mean, that Earth is flat. I mean, should we change someone's mind to prove the opposite, or should prove it that it's actually not flat?
I would like I would need to ask you that again because I couldn't put it together in my head. I just
Yeah,
got
I
home
will
from
read.
work and I need you're hey real quick. I just got home from work. I'm dirty as hell. I need to go ahead and take a shower before we get into another conversation.
Okay.
I'm sure one of the other guys here could field that question probably better than me for sure. But I'll be back. I'll be back on. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, enjoy your time. Yeah.
A good thing to help change people's mind would be empirical evidence. It might be a good start.
The only thing I actually could think of when I was actually because like flat earthers and flat Earth is like something new to me because I'm not into this kind of stuff. I mean, anything that I cannot. I mean, I wouldn't say that I cannot prove by myself, or because many people say that it is. Some people say that it's not. The only thing is, when I mean, gave some thoughts in it, I was wondering that the only thing I could think of actually is we all know that the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, right? So the thing is that if Earth was flat, I mean, you think that the Japanese airplanes would fly all the way through Europe to bomb the Pearl Harbor, and then I mean, would it be enough for them, or just go through the Pacific? I mean, the ocean. How would you think of that?
It sounds like you were thinking if the Earth were flat, it must be laid out like a Mercator map. Is that what you think?
What do you mean by a Mercator map?
The big
Can I
rectangular map
interrupt?
you see.
Yes, I mean, like it's flat. Something flat is just very, I mean, flat. Yes.
Can I interrupt?
Sorry?
I just wanted to
You
interrupt.
just did.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, thank
Yeah,
you so
just
much.
to,
Like I wanted to say, I really like how chill this WC is. If somebody wants to make a point or like want to like say something, whereas on the other channels like feminism and veganism, you don't get to say your point. But this channel is the most chill, and you guys don't have a bot. That's pretty cool. Awesome. I really respect this. That's all I wanted to say.
okay.
I would like to say something too. Like, so you're saying, why didn't Japan go through Europe? Well, how do you know the map that you're viewing is true? And you were talking about proving flat Earth. Well, can you prove that Earth has curvature? That's the main question here.
So we do have different maps of the flat Earth. I mean, if Earth was flat, but we do have different interpretation of the map. And I know that the map that we have now isn't actually realistic, because I actually come from the biggest country in Africa, and compared to Europe, I know that, I mean, countries in the north are made bigger compared to the countries in the south. So I'm very aware of this. Actually, the actual map that we have now is not real. It's not realistic. I mean, it's not like, it doesn't portray the actual size of each and every country and every continent.
No map does.
Okay.
So if you were going to try to prove the nature of the surface of Earth, as far as is there any convexity, any drop over distance, I wouldn't say a map would be a good way to get empirical evidence for such.
Okay.
So can you think of anything, definitive and empirical, something that can be validated that is evidence of surface curvature? Because if we live on a sphere, the surface must be consistently curved, right?
Yes, but from our actually side, we cannot see it because, like, Earth is huge. I mean, unless we try
Yeah.
to do something like a kind of experiment, and we can actually trace how curved the Earth is by
Yeah,
laser. I
surely.
mean, we got all the technology that we have
Oh,
now.
well, surely someone's done this, right?
Yes.
Surely someone's measured the curvature, yeah? If you were trying to convince people the Earth were a sphere, you should maybe present that evidence, right?
In a way, yes.
So do you think you could find any to present?
I'm actually Googling it, yeah.
Cool, man. Take your time.
Okay.
There's a lot of us in here that's been looking for it for a long time. But good luck to
Okay,
you.
so they did that. Okay, they did that digging and they didn't actually find it. Good. Okay. I mean, Google, the curvature of Earth, was it that difficult to measure?
Well, if it was there, you wouldn't think it would be.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean,
You'd think it wouldn't be hard.
yes, it can be hard. Yeah, sure. So I've already
Yeah,
watched
especially.
some documentaries. I mean, sorry to interrupt. Yeah. Carry on, please.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so I've seen or I've watched some documentaries of people who actually try to measure the curvature, and they put, I mean, different spots in like very far places, and they could actually measure the curvature of the surface. Okay, let me check.
What you're talking about is when they were in a swamp, so that means there's a lot of humidity and stuff, and the guy just raised it up a little over his eyes, his flashlight or whatever it was, for a light source, and they could see the object in the camera. So when they couldn't, when it was at waist high or face high. So what was that? 12 inches, 2 feet. When he would have had to raise it well over 10 feet or 6 feet. It's like, you know what? It's impossible that flashlight wasn't 20 feet in the air. So
Yeah, something of this kind. Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't a very impressive test from Netflix. No, didn't show much data, much setup. But there are a lot of impressive laser transit tests that have been performed, and every time there's no drop over distance present. Oddly enough.
So I would bet they already believe that men didn't step on the moon yet, since everything is actually big lies of NASA or NASA. Sorry.
That'd be independent of
Hey, I want
the
to
shape of the
try.
Earth.
How do I win free nitro? Sorry.
That would be independent. I mean, there's people that think the Earth is a globe that don't think the moon landing is real, right?
Okay.
That they really, yeah. So that's kind of independent of it all.
Okay.
I mean, it'd be a big reason for us. Like, I mean, like they're claiming to have gone to this place in the sky and turned around and taken photography of the Earth hanging in space, right? And saying that it's an accurate representation, etc. Yeah, but for us, right, we'd be forced to have to dismiss that as being real because of the data that we have regarding, the surface geometry of the Earth. If what they're showing is true of the Earth, right, that it has curving bodies of water upon it, and we go and observe and measure the surface of the body of water, and it doesn't have convexity, then obviously that image is false. Right?
Am I interrupting if I say something right now? I just got in. I got disconnected and I came back. Okay. I was trying to tell a friend today about this VC and like about some of the arguments and stuff that I agree with and stuff, and he started trolling me, and I was gonna ask like, how do you guys deal with that? Because he literally said, as a troll, if the moon it causes tides, why doesn't his bathtub have a fucking tide? And I just started like laughing out loud at him. I'm like, bro, like that's a straw man fallacy.
What's the question?
It's like, how do you deal with friends who like troll you when you try and like kind of like give them a little nugget of information?
That's a really hard question, man, because it's going to come down to you, your friend, and the type of relationship that you have. Quite a lot of the time, even if you're good friends, I've experienced this, and so have many other people in this chat. You bring it up, and straight away there's some kind of intellectual attack. Right? They start trolling you, like you just said. How do you deal with that? I guess it's maybe how you start bringing up the conversation to begin with, maybe. This is something that I've learned as well, because when I first came into Flat Earth, for example, with my work colleagues, I was trying to engage them like I'd engaged them in the Discord server. That's not the way to go. And I kind of learned that like the hard way. So I think maybe it's how you start your conversations and whatnot. Maybe not necessarily taking the antipodal position and start attacking somebody else's understanding or whatever it is. I don't know the conversation, mate, so forgive me. But I think sometimes it's how you approach the conversation to begin with.
What do you want to get out of it?
I'm not sure. I just wanted to like share the information and stuff that made me start questioning things, you know, just to see where their mind might be.
I'd maybe include them in the questioning then, instead of I found this piece of information, you should look into it, and coming from like an authoritative point of view, maybe use it as kind of a learning experience where I've done this sometimes with like friends and colleagues in here where I come across subjects that I don't quite understand. I don't really know how to debate it, but I'll have the conversation about it, and it'll be a discovery with me and the people that I'm talking to. So you've come across the flat earth subject and you might get into like the trolling conversations and whatnot from your friend. But if you just slip in occasionally, well, you know, these flat earthers, they might say a lot of stupid things, but when I look at these laser tests, that's something. That's maybe it's just that one little hook. Maybe go along with them for the ride. Yeah, flat earth is a bit silly, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, there's just this one piece of information that I just can't shake away. Maybe approach it like that.
Or what I generally do is I try to pave the way to a more. I mean, you also need to choose the right timing to, to tackle that subject. I mean, if you know that they've been trolling about a game or something, it's probably not the right time. My friends, most of my friends are actually gamers, so whenever I try to pull kind of like serious subject, I need to pave the way to that subject. I mean, and I need to choose the right moment to mention that. I mean, for example, like, even when I need some kind of like different perspective about like something I'm facing, I need to, because like most of my friends are actually very, very trolly. They get to make fun of everything. But whenever I want to talk about something serious, I mean, I need to choose the right time for that. So, or maybe you need to change not the friends, but maybe you can change like the people actually you talk to about these kind of subjects. Maybe they are just into this kind of like.
Yeah. I do have to leave the VC, but I'll be back tonight, guys. So I'll see you guys later.
Sure.
Yeah.
See you, bud.
See ya.
No, see, I come across that a lot with my kids because my kids are all like in between the age of like 14 and 18, and they
same as mine.
I know. And they'll fight me on certain things tooth and nail, but over the last few years, there's things that have sunk in, and they kind of question things. They come to it on their own, and they've come up to me and they've asked me questions, and I know when they're sincere and when they screw off. And over the years, it's starting to sink into them. They're starting to question things.
That's good way to put it, especially when you're talking about like your kids or members of your family. It's when they come across it themselves. You can prepare the way, or be open to questions when they come across these things themselves. Luckily, I've managed to put myself in the second category, right? It's they will come to me and say, I saw flat earthers on YouTube or whatever say this, or I saw these Christians on conspiracy this or whatever. So they're always coming to ask me because I've always, they know that I'm kind of on that alternative edge anyway, and always have done. I got mocked a little bit, especially when my eldest started going to secondary school and so on. And he is, was, I don't know why, but on the anti-theist kind of idea. He's very atheist. For somebody so young, I don't know why he had already decided what he was going to be. But he was very atheist when he was a little boy. But as he grew up, and as we had the conversations, it was a matter of, when it comes to them, as long as you're open to answering the questions, then you can have the conversations. It's a problem when the conversations stop and then the relationship ends. Nobody wants that. So we have to kind of juggle it around, really. It's why I asked our last friend, what is it really that you want out of it? It's different when they're your kids and so on, because obviously you just want the best for them. So, yes, it's difficult. It's a freaking minefield. I know that.
That's the one family relationship I thought would be easier to like bring them into the flat earth. I have trouble like with my wife and other people in my family. We don't have kids. I thought that was like a slam dunk, but I didn't realize kids disagree so much.
Oh yeah, man. My kids, they'll believe anything anyone tells them except dad. They have to question me. They have to, everything I tell them, they have to, scrutinize to the, nth degree. But that's just the way kids are. But you can tell that, like, when I say something, they really do take it to heart. I can tell, and they know that I have, a plethora of knowledge that they don't have. They do look up to me. They do ask questions, but it's one of those things. Like you said, it should have been a slam dunk, but that's something that they got to come into on their own. And I've noticed that over the years that they, when we do our little Bible studies or we have our conversations and talks, they'll bring it up. Like I caught my 16-year-old the other day. He was on, I don't know, he was watching Facebook Reels or YouTube or something. He was watching a Flat Earth Dave video, and I was like, dude, what are you watching? And he's like, oh, nothing. It just came up on my Reels. I was like, yeah, okay.
That's funny. Yeah, to pretend it was an accident.
Busted.
A virus.
Yeah, that's busted. That's funny.
Was he like, I don't believe in that silly nonsense?
Who was on my computer?
Well, it's not really the thing that they don't really say, well, I don't believe that. That's stupid. That's stupid. They question, how do I say it? They try to question my knowledge and where I got the information from. And then we try to cross-reference like what Google says and what, like I try to bring up papers and we try to go through that. But with them, it's been engraved in them. I caught it, 4 or 5 years ago. So it's something that we've had conversations about for 4 or 5 years now. So it's something that's, there's two different views battling in their heads. And my youngest one, it seems like he's more in tune to listen to me, where the two older ones are kind of, they like to fight it out a little bit more.
Oh, you can set up like flat Earth versus globe Earth, like punch-ons in your backyard, make a little ring.
This is awesome. Sorry to interrupt, guys. I love dropping in a side chat from time to time. 14 minutes past the hour. Guys, I have seen it, witnessed it. Correct. The Earth is absolutely not flat. Simple proofs anyone can observe. There is an absolute list here. First one is ships over the horizon. When a ship sails away, its hull disappears below the horizon first, followed by the mast. If Earth were flat, the ship would just get smaller and smaller, but remain completely visible. Who is this guy? I forgot your name. Amon, would you like to unmute your microphone? Are you in here? Do you want to speak about these things, or would you like us to rip them apart? Would you listen to us if we rip them apart? I mean, you wrote them down for a reason. Did you just want to, like, preach from a Bible or something? Amon?
Amon.
No,
Do you have a microphone?
I don't think he's even in here, man.
Yeah, they're in here.
Oh, are they? Well, Amon, would it be possible for you to speak, being as you're typing? Jack will speak for you. What up, Jack? This is going to be awesome. So Jack's been nominated. Would you like to go through the list with us, Jack? You can start wherever you want, as long as we can remain on the subject and reach its logical conclusion. But that's awesome. I appreciate that. Lots of proof that the Earth is a sphere that we can do ourselves. Maybe we should talk
Okay,
about it.
hello, fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters. My job is just to read, right?
Hi.
Hi. So, without further ado, my job is just to read amongst. Right, among.
Yeah, that's fine.
Are
Okay.
you going to read his responses from the text chat? Awesome.
Starting from correct, the Earth is absolutely not flat. Okay. Okay, here goes something. This is for you, Amon. Sorry. Correct. The Earth is absolutely not flat at all. Simple proofs anyone can observe, like one, ships on the horizon. When a ship sails away, its hull disappears below the horizon first, followed by the mast. If Earth were flat, the ship would just get smaller but remain completely visible. Second is lunar eclipses. During a lunar eclipse, the Earth passes between the Sun and the Moon. The shadow cast onto the Moon is always perfectly round, which is only possible if the obstructing object is a sphere. Now, and the last but not least, changing constellations. If you travel from the northern hemisphere to the most southern hemisphere, familiar stars disappear below the horizon and entirely new constellations come into view. Live, did I do good or should I just stop?
No, that was really good. Thank you very much. So you brought up 3 points there. Does anybody want to take the first one? We will go through these individually. Does anybody want to take the first one?
You can replicate that phenomenon on a flat table.
Okay.
Ships disappearing. Yeah, I replied to them in the side chat.
Thank you, my friend.
Explaining how when we go out to the ocean ourselves and we have any kind of optical zoom, even though we have an empty horizon that we see at first, we can zoom in and see ships that weren't originally able to be resolved by our eyes. They're not hiding behind any physical mound of water because we couldn't zoom past that now, could we?
Well, first off, you got to start out with the claim of the globe Earth, the radius of 3959, and where the horizon is supposed to be a geometric tangent point to where the edge of the Earth is. So we got to make those measurements and then compare to what our observable reality is.
Sometimes visual aids help. 18 minutes past the hour, I posted a short GIF with some oil rigs that is zooming in and out. My friend is absolutely right. We should look at the claim. You are saying the reason why the boat disappears from the bottom up is because the Earth is curving and the boat has gone over the other side of the curve, and the curve is between me and the boat. This is going to depend on the distance to the horizon is going to depend on your eye height and the radius of the sphere that you're standing on. As you'll see with the video, I've given the observer's height is 8 foot. According to the mathematics, that would give me a geometric horizon of 3.46 miles to the horizon. This would be the thing that is claimed to block the boat, or would be the oil rigs in this image. The oil rigs in these images are approximately 9 and 10 miles away. That would mean for the Earth to be a sphere, the horizon would be in front of those oil rigs and it would be obscuring some of those oil rigs from the bottom up. But what we observe, and like my friend pointed out, is when we stop using our eyes and use a powerful camera or zoom telescope, which opens up the angle, the boat that disappeared, or in fact the oil rig that isn't resolvable when we're zoomed out, when we zoom in, the angle opened up and we see it again with the horizon well beyond the oil rigs. So when we're told that the curvature of the Earth is the thing blocking the boat, and I get my camera out to witness this phenomena, I don't witness phenomena where it mathematically dictated it should be taking place. For example, we can witness a horizon 20 miles away, which should be just 3 miles in front of an observer. I hope that answers your question. If anybody else wants to bring something up, we'll move on to the second.
One of my slides has a ship on it, the Rampion offshore wind farm. There's this observation is all about this wind farm really and the horizon behind it, but during this observation, it's an 11-mile distance. There's a ship that went behind this windmill here, if you're watching my screen. And that ship is only 23 foot tall, and at the 3.5 foot height, the globe is predicting 89.9 feet hidden. So that would be the size, because we got the marine traffic AIS data and found that it was 13.9 miles away. So that would be the size of the Tower of London in the amount of that should be hidden. But that ship is only 23 foot high, so we shouldn't be seeing that at all at that distance. So we're actually seeing the opposite of that claim. We're not seeing objects disappear at that distance like they should.
Okay, does anybody else want to say anything, or should we move on? Jack, or our friend? The next one was about lunar eclipses, I believe, and the shadow cast upon the moon being perfectly curved, demonstrating that the Earth is most definitely curved because we do see the shadow of it upon the moon. Does anybody want to talk about that? Jack, are you still with us?
Yes.
Good.
Yes,
Okay.
Papa. Where do I read? Sorry.
No problem at all. So the second one was about a lunar eclipse and the shadow of the Earth upon the moon, and the shadow being perfect. My response to this is, with my tongue in my cheek, is the moon flat? Because to have a perfect shadow or perfect silhouette of the object cast in it, let's say a circle, the shadow must be cast on a flat surface, and the orientation must be at 90 degrees. Because if that flat surface is tilted, the shadow will be distorted, or if that surface is curved, then obviously the shadow will also be distorted. So for anybody to claim that we have a perfect shadow representation on a curved surface doesn't understand geometry. So no, that couldn't be the Earth's perfect shadow on a spherical moon. You can demonstrate this yourself. Get a light, maybe get some balls. 2 will do. Try and cast a shadow from one onto the other, and maybe make the shadow pass over it like a lunar eclipse, and see what funny shapes you get.
Yeah.
I think I want to come up with my own idea. I have this knowledge of celestial navigation. So where the land. I'm not an English speaker, but bear with me. You can all Google celestial navigation. So from there, I can imagine a sphere, and then there's a planar, and through that I would so and so forth. But I already forgot about your points just now. Was it to just read the second line, the second paragraph, or how? Like I have photos from NASA that shows the Babylon. Wait, hold on. The Middle Earth. Let me just show you photos. Yeah. Hold up, I'm coming with the photos.
Well, his point was when a sphere casts a shadow on another sphere, it is never a perfect circle. perfectly round. A lot of times it's more like an S shape. So if you actually do this in real life with lights and spheres, you'll find that it doesn't make the shape that the lunar eclipse makes. The other interesting thing about the lunar eclipse, a lot of times the shadow that the globe claims comes from the Earth is coming from the top down instead of the bottom up, where it should be coming from. That's always interesting to me. And I think they explain it with some kind of refractive effect. I don't know, but it doesn't stand to reason for me why the shadow would come from the top down when the when the Earth is below the moon.
For once in my life, I just want to say the Earth is flat. I'm thinking like a cartographer once, I guess, right?
Yep.
And we
So
have Penji. Sorry, go ahead.
no, it's okay. We were just quickly going through some answers for somebody. There was a third one about constellations and why we see different constellations when we go to different locations. And being as you brought up celestial navigation, I thought maybe we could pair the two together. Be quite interesting. The reason why you see different stars above your head when you move across the Earth is because when you move across the Earth, there are different stars above your head. It sounds really weird. Maybe you think that if the Earth was flat, you would be able to see the entirety of the sky always. No, this isn't true, especially from surface level. You've got a limited field of view, especially of the sky above you. Due to perspective, things that are above your eye line with distance that move away will appear to you to go downwards. They're not actually going downwards as they move away parallel with the surface horizontally. It's just the way that your eyes work. Same with things that are below your eye line. For example, when you're standing on a road or a street, you'll notice as you look up the road appears to be ramping upwards. You're not actually standing on a hill. It's just
Because
the
of
way
the
your
iris.
eyes work.
Because
Yeah.
of the iris, concave.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So when we're talking about seeing or not seeing the star field above us, it's because the stars at the horizon, as far as we can perceive the night sky above, and as we walk towards the horizon, the angle between the surface and the star increases. The star appears to elevate until we're standing underneath that star, like walking down a corridor, observing the lights above your head. Now, there are just different stars in the north that rotate around the northern pole, and ones in the south that rotate around the southern pole. When you are in the north, you can see the northern ones, and as you move closer to the equator, you start seeing the southern ones until you're standing underneath the southern ones, and you can't see the northern ones anymore. You've changed position.
So this is for navigation on the seas, right?
Just answering the question why we see different stars. We can talk about using the stars to navigate if you want to. You know what a marine or nautical sextant is, right?
No, I don't.
It's the angle measuring device that you use to put your eye to, and you have a lever that you can pull, a mirror that helps you see